chemically brought down on its knees. With every breath that I breathe, clenched fists and gritting teeth. Tonight the energy flowing in me is waiting for release. Thunder beneath my feet, I sight you on my life. Until the dawn, the darkness falls, and I lose control. I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? This electricity, a part of me that's under pressure, charged up, my fuse igniting, a sight you wanna see. I'm outside, pointing to the sky, gonna make the earth shake, 'cause you can't contain me. Voltage burst through the black of my eyes, put my finger on the trigger and I'll shock you, baby. Against the odds, until the dawn, the darkness falls, and I lose control. I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul, a road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones, a spark to lead.
Everyone around the world marks their calendar for this matchup, and it is the Saturday showdown. It's T1 versus Gen G. Welcome to the space, everyone. It's Digon alongside Ox and Atlas to set you up for the biggest match of the split so far, as it is the two teams that have been into the finals for the last 2 years. They go at it yet again.
Yeah, and I think Gen G obviously have had such fantastic form this season, but we're starting to get a bit of an upswing from T1, which has made this one interesting.
Yeah, their victory over D+ actually kind of huge for T1, so looking forward to seeing whether they can carry that momentum, because if you look at their schedule, they've already gotten through a lot of the bigger tests, losing, of course, unfortunately, to Hama Life Esports at the very beginning of the round robin, but it's smooth sailing after this Gen G match, and if T1 can do what looks like the impossible, then they could be set to really challenge even second place.
A lot to get to as we take a look at this matchup. The stakes are high for T1 as they are climbing up the leaderboards, as the analysts have said. Gen G looking to continue their dominance and work towards perfection.
Yeah, and I honestly think Gen G have had such a fantastic performance, such a fantastic split, and they're approaching a lot of people's minds the potential to match T1's record of an undefeated match split. And this is T1's last chance to kind of stop them from repeating the feat they've done themselves.
And to continue on with some of the similarities as well, Gen G are now just picking Draven mid lane and Kalista in the top lane and just playing to what they see as being their strengths in the meta, much like T1 used to do with Keria playing Caitlyn support and all sorts of weird things in the bottom lane. I feel like that same level of sort of pizzazz is coming out from Gen G now as well.
Well, let's see how it's looked over the last 2 years head-to-head between these two squads, as it is pretty one-sided over the last 2 years, maybe like year and a half when Gen G supremacy started to take over.
Yeah, and I think a big one is obviously the spring finals we had most recently. That was a really close series, a 3-2, but there's been a lot of series in that big win streak of Gen G where it's been, 2-0s, 3-0s, and Gen G's dominance has been pretty uncontested by T1 in recent history.
Yeah, and you can sort of cast your mind back as well to how these rosters have changed over those couple of years as well. Of course, the iteration that we see now of Gen G feels like the perfected model. The one last year was pretty damn good, and prior to that, it was a little bit different. So ever since it was sort of like this Chovy in the gang roster, it's been pretty damn impressive.
Let's see how the teams have gotten here, starting with T1 so far this split, as started with a lot of reds. Now we're starting to see a lot more blues wins here for T1.
Yeah, and this is kind of what Max was talking about. If you look at the remaining 4 matches, BNK Fearx, the strongest team out of those, and even then I think T1 in the current form should beat them. So Gen G will be the last big test for T1 in the regular season. Getting a win or even just having a good performance today will do a lot in terms of confidence going towards playoffs, but also they could just sweep through those remaining matches and really push up the standings.
Yeah, and I think a lot of eyes are drawn to that D+ win, and it was very impressive of T1. I think there were some scrappy games, but ultimately I think on the day, T1 just looked like the better team. But I'm looking at the DRX match, and that was really close.
Yeah.
So I'm a little bit worried still for T1 in their consistency moving into a match against the absolute juggernaut that is Gen G. I think we do need to make sure that we keep our expectations realistic moving into this one.
Well, let's take a look at Gen G's match schedule so far, and if you like the color blue, you'll love this match schedule. Lots of wins for the squad.
What a shame that one loss to Deep was just messing it up. But I feel like this is the thing is when you look at the remaining schedule, 100 Life Esports' last match is going to be a pretty big one because obviously Gen G may well have continued the undefeated streak in terms of series, and 100 Life Esports the last team to stop them. Unless T1 can dethrone them today, but I just think it's we say this is a harder matchup, this is an easier matchup. Gen G have handled every matchup comfortably.
Well, which is the other team in the LCK that's managed to take down Gen G this year? It's KT. And they are still on the docket. So in theory, their most difficult matchup here domestically is still coming up.
Well, T1 did defeat KT in the second round robin, did lose to them in the first round robin. They also beat D+. We take a look at some of their recent highlights where we're starting to see inklings of this squad figure it out, and it's almost like going back to basics for them.
Yeah, I think, honestly, we've seen some fantastic performances from Owner. He was really a big driving force in this series, especially against Lucid, who has been pretty phenomenal. I also think the bot lane in Guma and Carrier, leaning a lot more on these lane-dominant picks, actually playing pairings where they want to crush in the 2v2. With lane swap being a thing at MSI, it kind of, I think, hurt T1 quite a bit. But even though lane swaps are still a thing now, they're very short lane swaps. You still get to have a lot of 2v2 laning. And we've seen time and time again, Guma and Carrier, when they get those advantages in the 2v2, it allows them to take over the game.
Yep, I think eyes on Owner as well, like you mentioned first up there. I think that this guy, he has been the most consistent player on T1 for me over the last many months, to be perfectly honest. But now they're giving him a whole lot of extra agency. His poppy has always been phenomenal, but he's utilizing it so incredibly well in so many of these games, and it just fits what made T1 so incredibly dominant in the past. Going back to that, you mentioned going back to basics, but it's not even basic. It's just what T1 does the best, right? And a lot of it is finesse. It's winning these lanes by such incredible margins that they're able to then carry that through. I think the KT series was a perfect example of that.
I think as well, seeing Zeus on a lot of these divers in team fights, we've seen so much of him on the range top laners to try and win the solo lane matchup, but he's been playing things like the Camille, the Jax, and this comp in particular I think works so well for them. The Vi, Ahri, Camille to dive in, Guma on the Jhin to follow up, and the Karma with the shields. Really felt like a composition they could thrive with, and they absolutely did. And I think T1, often when the team has struggled, it feels like they've had to do some soul searching to figure out not what's the meta, but what is meta for them, what works for them. We saw that when they ended up winning Worlds, they leant back on Keria playing those lane dominant picks, playing the marksman supports, and it kind of feels like they've done that soul searching this season and reached a bit of a conclusion.
Yeah, and on the opposite side for Gen G, they've figured it out. They've had it figured out throughout the split, as even lately, it's almost like they've been playing with their food as we take a look at some of the Gen G highlights. They've had a lot of fun doing it, but it's got a little close, but still perfection is perfection.
Yeah, and they're doubling down. They're doubling down on what they've decided is good, and what they've decided is good is 80 carries. Put them in as many lanes as you could possibly fit them in, and then you're going to find success. Canyon, unfortunately, isn't able to play carries anymore. He had a little bit of time where he was schooling people on the Zyra, but now he needs to play initiation because there's, Kalista in the top lane and there's Draven in the mid lane, and it's all just a little bit ridiculous here for Gen G at the moment.
And I think the thing that feels really frustrating playing against Gen G is the fact that we have games where they'll just blow out the opponent super fast, super dominant. Some of the matches, they just speed ran. The game was over before you could even blink. But we've also had matches where maybe the early game hasn't gone super swimmingly, and it's not like they are a team who has to win early. If they win early, they win fast. If they don't win early, they still win. It just takes a bit longer, and they're so good at slowing the pace of the game down, controlling it, and leading into those team fights where they are just so dominant. It really feels like, it goes without saying with their series record, but they haven't shown many weaknesses at all.
Yeah. I think one of the only weaknesses is maybe that Lehens continues to probably have too much fun. His driving is a little bit of a problem when it comes to Shelly. But outside of that, I think that he's a perfect morale boost for this team at the same time. So we can't even really fault him.
I was about to say, I was like, when have you seen him drive, Max? Oh, the Shelly. Got it. Well, one of the ways that we've seen teams try and get themselves back into some wins here is Shyvana. Jungle Shyvana has now popped up a lot lately here in the LCK, and the win record looks like my solo queue win record here in Korea. It's not very good. Whereas in the LPL, it's looked pretty dominant here.
I think the funny one as well is the KDA 1.1. There's so many games, it's gone like 1-6, 1-7. A stark difference between this champion and these two regions.
Yeah, I tell you what, I've been enjoying my solo queue experiences because it's become a lot easier to win. There's so much Shyvana. It seems like it's infected all of Korea at the moment, and they haven't found very much of an ability to win on the champion.
Yeah, and I think a big thing is there's definite strengths to the Shyvana pick that the LPL has demonstrated, but I feel like we've kind of missed the mark in the LCK. And some of the things she's fantastic at is she's great at chasing down isolated targets with her mobility, with her ult. If her team engages, she can follow up with a fire breath and do a ton of damage. And she's so mobile and she's so fast at clearing, she can really circumvent the map very effectively and be wherever you want to be. The thing she struggled at, though, is we've seen teams trying to lead the charge in 5v5s, be the initiation. You're not Leona, you're not Sejuani, don't do that. You just get one shot. She can't really help out her laners in the early game, so if you have weak laning matchups, she's not so useful there. And in terms of the poke, we've seen her struggling to sustain compositions in the LCK, or just if you're firing into tanky frontliners, you're not really getting the impact you want.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work out. I think that we haven't quite figured out which mix of the top lane Shyvana of old and the AP Shyvana of the more recent times is the right one. But Orcs, this is our first example of it actually working.
Yeah, this is Beishron from TT in the LPL, and one of the big things is he finds a sort of flank angle off to the side, and he's just peppering these flame breaths, keeping his distance, moving in when there's an opportunity. But you see how quickly when he starts to take damage, he goes down. You're not that tanky, then follows up again with another fire breath to finish things off.
Yeah, that last one was very cathartic, but it's sort of the weaving in and out of the fights that's making it kind of work in this iteration.
And this example is Croco, a name you'll all recognize. And once again, finding this flank angle, lands a fire breath on a Gala, gets a ton of damage, and then the team's engage comes in. This is the big one, the Rel ult. He puts a fire breath on the 3 people following the engage, and again, he's playing on the edge of the fight, but the big thing with it is that he's getting so much value on these fire breaths, but his team are the ones leading the engage. They're the ones starting the fight, and they make sure to get maximum value out of the dragon form, because it will run out eventually.
Yeah, and you can also see that it's paired alongside Jax, Ashe, and Rel. 3 champions that can also add to the engage opportunities. You saw, like, the flanking Jax finding a counter-strike. He's creating a target for himself. You've got arrows flying forward, magnet storms as well, and you're creating a lot of distractions for the Shyvana to actually thrive.
Yeah, and I think if you're trying to engage like you're a tank engager, it's not going to work. But on the other side, if you're trying to play like an Ezreal or a Ziggs and you're just throwing poke and burning your whole ult without getting too much results, it's somewhere in the middle. And I think that's really the thing the LCK junglers need to learn when they're playing this champion.
Yeah. One last thing. Basically, the way to think about Shyvana these days is you are bigger AoE Master Yi.
There you
Play
go.
her like that, and you'll succeed.
Well, there's your little primer there from the Atlantist and Professor Ox. We will be seeing a lot of Shyvana in the upcoming weeks. Now, the other place you got to focus when it comes to this matchup is the bottom side of the map, as we have two of the best to do it in Gumayusi and Paze.
My God.
One of those stats looked golden. The other one looked like not the normal self that we're used to seeing from Guma.
I don't even feel like this is going to look like a diss on Guma. Guma's
All right.
been playing pretty well, but Paze has just been having such a phenomenal split, as has Gen G. You're always going to have good stats with a better team, but Paze has just been popping off. There's no other way to spin it. He's been taking names.
And there's also the fact that Ezreal inflates stats to an absurd degree. I think second and third are almost definitely Deft and Viper as far as like those stat numbers are concerned, because they're also incredibly good at this champion. But Gumayusi, unfortunately, just doesn't play Ezreal. And yes, he played one game, but I don't count it.
I'm going to say, what about aiming? Aiming said that he was a good Ezreal. And
Yeah, it's sure. Yeah. Put aiming up there as well.
All right, there we go.
Kai'Sa
All
play,
right,
yeah.
aiming fans rejoice. We take a look at some of the highlights here of the plays and moments that these guys have had throughout the split, and it seems like a lot of the resurgence from T1 has been when Guma has been popping back on off.
Yeah, and I think we've seen him on picks like the MF and the Jhin that have worked really well for T1. But also, we saw them have this Callisto Renata that came out, and I think when Carrier and Guma are able to play these sort of lane crushers, they really use that well as they lead into the team fights, and it feels like they're just able to take over games.
Yeah, and I think that when it comes to like the AD carry matchup, it's very interesting given how different it is, right? And you mentioned it already, the fact that it's about lane dominance, but it's also then about utility for Gumayusi as he moves later into the game, whereas Paze really has been a hard carry for Gen G and has just been the one that's played main character as the game goes on. Like, we even saw like Chovy getting solo killed in lane in their most recent match, but it didn't matter because Paze existed and then killed everyone.
Yeah, it feels like, as I said, T1 pick the lane dominant champs. Gen G just dominate lane. They just happen to, no matter what they're really playing.
Yeah.
And then when it gets to the team fights, the takeover is just so hard to deal with. I feel like Paze has obviously started very well with Gen G. His debut was fantastic, but it feels like his trajectory has just continued to go upwards, and he is just so hard to deal with. You already have Keen and Chovy in the roster, Canyon often playing carries, but Paze is just monstrous when he gets to the 5v5s.
Yeah, and a lot of people do say that, he got lucky to join Gen G and stuff like this, like the fact that this team was already so ridiculously good. That's why a lot of his stats, a lot of these accolades that we give him are there. But this guy went through the fires of the Gen G Academy roster. He was the guy on that team, and we were really excited about seeing what this young talent was going to turn into as he progressed, and it turns out he's extraordinarily good.
Yeah, so good. About to hit 1,000 kills and 1,000 assists. I think it's a pretty good wager to assume he's going to do that today.
Yeah,
3 kills, 4 assists.
3 for the guy that set the MSI kill record. Yeah, I reckon it's probably pretty possible.
It's a pretty safe bet. I think he's obviously played so fantastically. And, kind of going to your point, Max, people have said, okay, well, if Paze wasn't on Gen G, would his career have looked this good? The answer is no, but Gen G also wouldn't have looked as good without Paze. That's how teams work.
Yeah. And also, I feel like Gen G, they have Keen and Pace, two opposite ends of the spectrum, but two absolutely phenomenal players in their own right. And it doesn't matter what journey you get to, they're both there now on the team doing exactly what they need to do.
Yeah, and as you guys have hit on, Paze still very young in his career in terms of age and going to make records, hitting 1,000 kills, beating the player that he's playing against, Faker, the youngest player to potentially eventually will hit 1,000 kills here in less games.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a surefire thing with how close he is and how many games spare. And the thing is, there's so many accolades, so many achievements Faker has had. He is such a standout in terms of League of Legends, in terms of the LCK. And the fact that Paze is challenging some of these is just massive.
Yeah, and as far as the amount of days that it has taken players to get to 1,000 kills as well, he's even half of Showmaker, who I think set the record for the amount of days playing that it took to get to 1,000. So all of the the records are being broken by gigantic margins outside of, I guess, Fakers, which is within that 17 game gap or something like that. But even then, Pei's just kind of on another level.
Yeah, soak it on up. We're seeing greatness here at such a young age. We're going to hopefully get to see it for a long, long time. Thanks to Coach Kim, who made the call. Hey, this is a player that we want to build around, and now he has quotes here against T1. T1, always a tough opponent. This team and I will give our all, where Koma says we have prepared our best to win today. We'll be sure to win. Some fire quotes there by our coach.
Absolutely. Yeah, those fortune cookies really going hard as far as these quotes are concerned. Yep, pick your poison. I think this could apply to anyone, but it's what we see from our coaches all the time. I think they're probably going to keep their calls pretty close to their chest.
Yeah, I mean, even Kim being quite respectful with his comments, saying they're a tough opponent, because Gen G could easily just be like, yeah, we're just going to beat them like everyone else. But they know, they know T1. You don't want to risk it, because they can just upswing. You can never kind of count them out.
Yeah. Let's take a look at some of the stakes here for a victory for both of these squads. If T1 win, they protect their record as the only undefeated team in spring 2022. But if Gen G win, it's a 10 win streak against T1, which is already the longest at 9 compared to the Kingzone Dragon X and the Damwon Gaming records.
And if we have a look at those two squads as well, Kingzone 2017, 2018 were completely untouchable. That team was absolutely extraordinary. And then I don't think that Damwon needs much of an introduction. Of course, the world champions in 2020, world's runners-up in 2021, favorites to win that tournament as well. That was the Damwon era, and they only made it to 7. And Gen G are looking to move on to 10. This is nuts.
Yeah, and when it comes to the undefeated streak, obviously there is a chance Gen G could be stopped by another team remaining in their schedule, Honolife Esports or KT. But you definitely don't want to leave it up to chance as T1. You want to be the ones to put a stop to it and defend your title.
Yeah. Well, we don't have time to put the predictions up, but we voted all Gen G.
Sure.
Yeah. The whole broadcast of LCK Global voted Gen G. And also, the LCK Korean broadcast voted Gen G. This is a full Gen G vote here for a victory in, one of the most anticipated matchups. Final thoughts here, guys.
Well, that means that now T1 are the underdogs. It's like 2023 Worlds. They're just going to come back. They're going to win it all. They're never going to stop winning from now on, right?
But it also means Gen G are the overdogs, and they do very good from that position.
Oh, not the overdogs counter argument. I wasn't ready for that.
All right. Hey, time to get into it. Shout out to Toronto. Shout out to Singapore. The focus is here in Seoul, Korea for the big matchup. Let's get to it. The Saturday Showdown starts right now.
I've seen the darkest of the days, where the souls turn to ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow, even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding, I'll never be a prisoner.
LCK의 새로운 기록의 장을 이렇게 엽니다.
앞으로도 이제 남은 프로 생활하면서 계속 기록 써내려갈 수 있게 열심히 해야 될 것 같아요.
다시 한번 연성 시작합니다.
상대가 누구더라도 이길 수 있는 그런 저력이 있는 팀이라고 항상 생각을 해서 할 거 잘 하면은 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다.
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK. As my voice goes off the rails there, we are ready for T1 versus Gen G as the hype could not get any larger here. T1 breaking their slump on a win streak now up against the strongest team we have here in the LCK. I'm Valdez, joined by Wolf. What do you think about this matchup, Wolf?
I mean, if you asked me 2 weeks ago, I would have told you that this one is definitely going to be a pretty easy win for Gen G, but the trajectory of T1 has been upward. I feel like Gen G's last matchup didn't give us a ton of confidence, but it did feel like there was a lot of happy gaming there. But if you see T1 going on the upswing, that's when you should be most scared of them because they ramp up big towards the end of regular season. They ramp through playoffs, sometimes they ramp through an entirety of a tournament. And when T1 gets to this point, they're at their scariest. So I do think this matchup favors Gen G, but T1 absolutely could upset today.
Absolutely. You never know, even as Zay was just saying, you know, they're a team that it feels like they can beat anyone on any given day, and I feel like especially when they're in form and feeling it, it just increases the chances. Now, I'm not saying they have a high chance because Gen G are undefeated. They've only lost one game. It was to D plus Kia. It wasn't a great game from them either. It wasn't their best. As this is Saturday Showdown, T1 versus Gen G in Week 7. A perfect time, I think, to have this matchup. Right as T1's on the upswing, right as Gen G are continuing their undefeated streak.
We always get the first T1 Gen G matchup in the first week of LCK, and it feels bittersweet because it's hype, but at the same time, it's not both teams at their final form. They're not at the peak of their meta, their understanding of how the season is going to go. It's the second matchup that's always the most hype. Gen G on the doorstep to round 2 of playoffs. If they win a single game in this series, they will skip the first matchup. They will go directly to round 2. They win a few more, they get first place locked in, then they will actually be able to choose their opponent. As you can see, the head-to-head here between Faker and Chovy is extremely close, considering Chovy was on some weaker rosters, but did pick up a significant amount of wins in his time in Griffin. But since he's joined Gen G, that's where he's getting most of these wins.
Yeah, by the way, to put this in context as well, this is including international play. If you look at only at the LCK, Chovy is actually ahead. So Chovy has already kind of taken the LCK throne in the head-to-head at least, whereas Faker still holds it in the international matches. As we'll take a look at the fan prediction.
Wow.
Yeah, I think the fact that T1 is ahead shows you that the T1 fans are out in force. I don't think it shows you what the result of this match might be.
Incredibly close, though. T1 fan predictions usually dominate, and that's even when, you know, matchups like this are pretty favored for their opponents in those rare cases.
Yeah.
You can see on the Korean side as well, hitting the 40s there across Naver, Afrika, and OPGG. So on the KR side, interestingly enough, actually favoring Gen G a little bit more. But I think you can see in a lot of ways, especially look at those Korean polls behind us, that the Gen G fan base has grown so massively, I feel, over their dominant wins over the last 2 years. It is really big to see because, you know, Gen G, they had their time on Samsung, but now as a completely revamped roster, they have complete dominance as Kuma's keeping his hair out of his face.
Yeah.
Now T1, if they win this, as was mentioned in the pre-show, the rest of the season feels pretty simple. Sure, they lost to B&K in round 1. That was a big upset. That's their final opponent here. I don't think they'll be looking at that one as a big matchup this time around. It feels like smooth sailing from here. If you can stop Gen G's momentum now,
rush towards second place. It's not a guarantee, even if they win all their matches, that they will get second, but it is possible. You have so much momentum going to the playoffs where you will inevitably face Gen G. If you're going to lift the trophy, there's a huge opportunity here for T1.
It definitely is. T1, by the way, statistically, based on their matchups, they have a extremely high chance to make it into playoffs. There's still a chance that they don't get in. They haven't secured their spot yet, but as you mentioned, get a win against Gen G are essentially locked. Even if they lose, they're in a pretty good spot. Here's Gen G. You'll know their faces. These guys, well, they don't lose. No. Really. They just don't. And we've had one team take a game. We've had one team take a series this entire year. So who's going to do it? Who's going to be the first team to do it? Will it be T1 tonight?
That is the question. Gen G right now, so dominant here domestically. They have dropped a single game to D+, and since MSI have dropped 3 total games. 2 to Top Esports, 1 to D+. They have only lost to KT Rolster in the LCK this year. As we take a look at our key player matchup, it is going to be Owner versus Canyon. I don't think you could have picked a better matchup here. Owner, I agree with Atlas on the desk earlier. Definitely the most consistent part of T1, and I feel like while we've seen a lot of cool drafting towards the bottom lane, pushing Guma and Carry ahead playing their playstyle, it's been Owner's aggressive plays and pushing those pressure lanes that have brought T1 back to the forefront, back to the conversation of making that playoff run to the finals. Canyon has been moving more towards facilitators. He's moved a little bit away from the Zyra, but that's because we're going double or triple AD carry on the side of Gen G. But I think if you are T1 going into this series, Owner is going to be so critical, and you need to make sure that at least either top lane or bottom lane is a strong point that Owner can play through. Mid lane, going to be tough. Faker's not on his best form right now. Chovy's the best mid laner in the LCK, indisputably. I don't think that's where you're going to be putting your pressure in. Even if you mix up something like the Ahri Vi, a little bit tougher to do that against Chovy. So for Gen G, I think the game plan is probably just try to neutralize at least one of top or bottom so the Owner can't completely take over the game.
I would say definitely bottom part of the map is a bit of a sticking point. I think that Guma and Keria have really upped their game. They've kind of figured out this meta right now. Now, they are going up against Pays and Lehens, who are fantastic in their own right, but I think for Gen G, that might be one lane you want to try to play around. It was kind of crazy that Kenyon had 10th place in kill participation at 14 minutes, rather. I think that's just because all of his lanes just get kills naturally, and he's not allowed to be involved, so not really his fault. As a really big highlight here on Guma's hair. It's getting pretty long. Maybe he's trying to grow it out. Wouldn't be surprised.
When I was a fencer...
That is Apple Gumayusi, by the way, there.
Yeah. When I was a fencer, I had to tie my hair like that to keep it out of my eyes under the mask. You know, when you're wearing a headset like this, too, your hair starts falling in your eyes. You got that headset on. It's going to be really frustrating. So he's got his game face on. He's got his hair set. We've all... everyone's kind of, well, not everyone, but most people, I think, have experimented with growing your hair out longer, and sometimes you get to a point where you've got to make sure you can focus, but you don't want to give up the fashion, and that's where Guma's at right now. I got to say, Valdez, I'm really hyped for this draft, because I think it is really going to set the tone, set the pace for what T1's read is going to be. They have side selection. They have blue side. It's a second round robin. They're the home team this time around. They've chosen blue side, and that gives them a lot of power in that first pick. There's been a lot of discussion about what you ban on red side. The Ezreal doesn't feel like it's necessarily a must ban against Gumayusi, though. So Gen G, I feel like, will have a lot of agency here in this first red side draft. And I think picks like the Poppy for Owner might deserve a look, to be honest, because it has been his most successful jungle pick in this resurging T1.
Yeah, I'm also curious about the Jhin priority, if we're going to see it coming up here for Gumayusi. He has been, I think, maybe our best Jhin player in the LCK as it slowly gains some popularity. The Ezreal ban is just, T1's like, no, we're not going to do that. Guma also a fantastic Ashe, so that's going to be taken away. I think that's a good idea from Gen G too.
Maokai gone from Canyon. I think that's a completely reasonable ban. Now we're looking at some of the other picks here, like the Vi potentially. Rumble, they're going to take it away for safety. I do feel like Zeus is a little bit happier to play into Rumble than Keen will be, as Zeus has just been so good at playing the range matchup.
And he first picked Cork Ears.
It does look like that's what they're fishing for with the Illusion ban. I don't think that it's necessarily going to be banned here by Gen G. As again, with that Ezreal ban on blue side, they get a free ban here, essentially. Could go to something like the Vi. Yep, and that's what they're going to do. Take away the possibility that Vi Ahri, Faker's Ahri was pretty fantastic in that win. against D+. So first pick Corki does feel like it is pretty self-explanatory here for the side of T1's a safe pick.
Yeah. Might also consider something like an Azir, but I think especially with Chovy's Zeri mid performances, you might want to, be a little bit careful with that.
Now, will Chovy play Draven mid against Faker is the question. The Zeri pick, I think stocks went way up with that Ezreal lock, can still be technically a flex. And I do think that, it's a bit of a risk to try to play Draven mid when you've got Owner on the other side, because he may actually punish that crushing lane. And one of the big questions we had today was, will either of these jungle players play Shyvana? Canyon ends up picking up the Nidalee here. The Renekton's still open. And Owner was hovering that Shyvana, but he will lock the Lilia here. A very unexpected pick here, a very rare and niche AP jungle pick as we get the Kalista locked.
Yeah, Kalista just by herself, and we don't really know where that's going. Even could be played in the top lane. We saw Keen was playing that against Bro. And, maybe T1 take a little page out of their book and say, well, Zeus can do that as well. Or it could be Keria, it could be Guma. What is this final pick going to be? You mentioned the Renekton, but they're just going to go for Cassante instead.
Yeah, they don't go for the Renekton here. They want to have a stronger front line for this Zeri. And the Kalista flexibility is definitely a potential concern about picking something like a Gnar that we've seen a lot of our weaker teams kind of lean on and play here in this R3 spot. Very blindable in a lot of matchups, but I don't think that is the case here against T1, especially with that Kalista face up. In terms of bans now, it's a little bit tricky. If you think that Kalista is going to go top, I don't think it is. I think it is going to be played bottom lane to try to crush the Zeri lane. You could ban some strong supports for it, but Keria's pool is so big they'll instead take away some of Zeus' counter picks to the Cassante.
Yeah.
The Vayne is gone, the Twisted Fate may follow.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much Twisted Fate. We've seen it here and there, even in mid lane from Showmaker. But yeah, that has been a big one for Zeus into the Cassante. A lot of discussion here from both of the teams in the second phase of banning, which I think is definitely granted, as it's Gnar, actually.
Okay. Leona, take it away. Now, T1's read is this still could be a Zeri going mid into the Corki. Really tough matchup to play out, but it is Chovy. And it is Faker, who has had some struggles on this Corki. In matchups he should have been winning, he has often kind of fallen flat. So let's see what the plan is going to be. Senna here, the hover, and that would, of course, lock that Zeri mid. Ornn's still available, and because we've already crested the second ban phase, it's very difficult to pick that one away. They could try to play it in the top lane here. Not a ton of synergy, though, with the rest of this draft. Interesting situation here that T1 find themselves in now. Still very weak into Kalista, though, mind you, this Senna pick.
Keria, a lot of thought as maybe Mordekaiser here for the top lane, you would assume. And yep, the Nautilus is going to be locked in there for Keria. Always said that he loves to just play Nautilus, even amongst all the crazy picks he does.
The Ornn feels pretty easy here. You have such an insane front line for a real AD carry in mid, and then this insanely strong scaling Senna pick that will become this extremely long-range threat that you won't be able to get to very easily because you have to go through the Ornn that will be farming, you have to go through the Cassante, and you're also going to have this Nidalee threat that's going to be constantly harassing you as you approach objectives. And in terms of Mordekaiser ult value, it's relatively low here. It's going to be tough to lock Nidalee down because she's going to be so far away. You get one of the frontliners, there's another one that you have to still go through. And to get Owner into position to actually set up a big sleep here is going to be tricky. They've got a lot of damage output in Kalista Corki on their double AD carry side that can eventually shred through those tanks, but it's going to be really tough if Genji can just stem the bleeding through the mid game, start to get some big items on the Ornn, the Cassante. It's hard to break through that. And Zeri would, if she was the AD carry in this comp, would feel very comfortable with two tanks, but you also have that Senna threat that's going to add extra sustain as well in team fights. I'm going to have to lean towards Genji in the draft here, but I think T1 do have an opportunity if they could snowball things early, get some big ults from Lilia in the mid game, and get too big to fail. There is a way that they actually stop this Genji composition before it really gets fully rolling.
Yeah, speaking of rolling, Lilia here for Owner, going up against Canyon's Nidalee. That's going to be a rough matchup. I do wonder, how he is going to navigate that and see if he can make this Lilia pick make a bit more sense for all of us here in this first game as we are ready. The top of the rip for T1 versus Gen G.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Off we go into the first game of this very hype matchup. T1 up against Gen G once again, as the memes have already, started happening again about T1 Gen G being our finals.
Oh no.
Especially with T1 on the upswing. They kind of cooled off after T1 had their slump in the midseason here in summer, but they're back. And I'm also on that train as well, especially because Hanwha Life Esports, the main competitor for actually making it into the finals, also had some weak games recently. So, what do you think, Wolf?
I mean,
is it just our finals again?
I think it's too early to call, but I think this is going to be a really good gauge as to what's possible, right? If T1 look great here, even if they lose, maybe they will be stronger than Hanwha. If they win, not only could they be the ones to make it to the finals, but also, it's going to give you the feeling like maybe they could defeat Gen G this time around after getting so close in spring. It was mentioned earlier, the Pays stats, by the way, I just want to refresh everyone on this. 3 kills away from being not only the youngest player to hit 1,000 kills, younger than Faker, but also the fastest in terms of fewest games played, he would also reach. So, big milestone here, a little bit tougher to reach on the Senna, but 3 kills is all it's going to take as Faker ends up not really getting a great trade here in this level 1. This is definitely a pressure point where Owner could try to just go and use a set of abilities, just Q, W, and then push Chovy back and give Faker an advantage. But otherwise, Chovy's just laning really well here, as you would expect so far in a matchup that can be quite tricky to play out for the Zeri in these first few levels.
Yeah, it actually looks like he's the one putting on the pressure. Faker not really focusing on trading with Chovy, just trying to hit all the CS. Meanwhile, there was a ward that spotted Nidalee going into Owner's jungle, and so Owner will know that he's got to go into Canyon's jungle here.
Chovy is pushing the wave so quickly that Fakers haven't used his Gatling gun to clear the minions and never able to use it to trade with Chovy. You saw in that last Gatling gun as well, Chovy's just able to walk it off and not take any damage. So Chovy just using the Q here to clear these as fast as possible with his autos, and then forcing Faker to Gatlin minions and not the champion. And that's when Corki's in that position, he's not feeling too great.
Yeah, I think the big thing about it is you can always choose your fights as Zeri, right? As Corki, it's like, okay, I'm Gatling gunning, I'm throwing in a bomb, and Zeri's just like, well, I'm just not going to interact with you until your cooldowns are on, on cooldown. As Pays has not lost a game on Senna ever in the LCK. And, that zap actually got him there. Faker struggling here in mid as Jonas Strong only wants to watch this matchup of 280 carries in mid lane, understandably.
Bottom lane will obviously favor the Callista here, and Owner's over here will use this lane pressure to steal the Gromp away from Canyon. Won't be able to set up a dive as level 3 Lilia, not with the way the lane is going. Had, Guma put a bunch of damage into one of these players, maybe he could have done something there, but not to be the case. Up here on the top side, Zeus is holding his own, but it is not a huge advantage either way. Keen does have Cryo. It's really the mid lane where we're starting to see a matchup go very strongly in favor of Gen G. And it's quite significant that he's going to get this fairly free laning phase against the Corki. Good CS here by Faker, though.
Yeah, he's keeping up. I think Corki is really easy to CS with, honestly. You can just use your Gatling gun. Even if you get pushed under a turret, you can just weaken the range minions so that they just die to 1 auto attack and a turret shot. He's still being hard pushed under that turret by Chovy, making things a bit more difficult, which is why Faker will fall behind. The Lilia, by the way, very fast at farming, even right from the get-go.
Wants to stop this back so badly because Chovy will have the extra teleport advantage here, but doesn't end up getting in there to stop him, so just going to be a free TP. Might look for a Foss Bomb off it. And that's another thing Zeri could do that is good in this matchup, is just simply avoid those.
Yeah, just don't interact until you're ready to, until you go for the all-in. Keria going for a hook there when there is a massive minion wave. A little bit questionable, as Pei's going to use that range to just escort the wave in and harass a little bit. I don't think this bottom lane will be in a lot of trouble, but the Senna Ornn feels Very nice, especially, you know, when we saw the blind Callista coming through into just the Zeri, which we knew could be flex. This barrier going to have to be used here from Guma. Now he's rooted down. The spear nearly catches him as Guma, just cool as ever, doesn't have to flash or anything, but he is going to be pushed out of this wave.
Yeah, this is really rough. This is not what you want, and your Callista into Senna lane is actually, you're the one who's being pressured by the enemy jungler. Now you see a rush up from Owner towards the top side of the map. He's going to ward there. I think the best he could hope for here is stopping Keen's back, and even that is looking unlikely. Drops the control ward here, and we'll get some consolation Krugs, as we like to call them here at the LCK. Chovy hits level 6. He bought a Cull, which is really indexing into our comp is going to be extremely strong later on. That's going to be a big swath of gold he's going to get. While he did put pressure on Faker, Faker kept the CS even. He doesn't really have a ton of kill pressure, even with his level 6 all-in opportunities. Faker will respect that, back off. But that just means that Chovy will get guaranteed big money soon. And I really just like that itemization here coming through, as see both of our junglers have gone for the Faded Ashes. Owner with some topside control will take away these grubs. Not the most significant game for side lane pressure with the Cassante Mordekaiser, but it is what you can get when your bottom side is a little bit in tatters.
Yeah, we'll see if any of our mid laners, you know, get a moment to push, but you're exactly right. I don't think that Mordekaiser and Cassante are going to be giant threats in the side lane unless Zeus gets massive or Keen does. But yeah, Chevy's just going to return here. We do have the trade of objectives, as the Cloud Drake did go the way of Gen G. We got Mountain on the way, so...
Cassante can eat this pressure so easily up here in the top side as well, and Guma has basically just conceded the lane bottom side, and he may be able to get a plate, but with the lane swap protection, it's so much tougher to make this actually viable right now, especially into that beefy Cassante, who did, you know, itemize MR because he's, you know, laning into a Mordekaiser, but still, I think he will be able to stave off this pressure pretty well. Owner has level 6. I don't think he can really do much with it.
Just going to pressure a little bit, steal some popcorn chicken, and get away there. Faker taking a nice trade in mid, as the lane was pushing into Chovy. Chovy doesn't seem to... I don't know if he's been hit by one phosphorus bomb yet. I don't know if it's happened.
Yeah, I haven't really seen one myself. Plated Steel Caps allows Faker to feel a little bit more comfortable pushing forward like this. As let's see, Demolish is set here if he can grab a plate. Guess we won't see, but I'm keeping my eye on the minimap.
He's watching. The knockup's going to come in, a root as well, but this is Mordekaiser, who might just pull someone into the death chamber, as there it is. Lahen's in a bit of trouble, but actually there's just not enough time on the level 6 ult, so Zeus is going to back away. Meanwhile, Fate's Call is going to be used up in the top side, and a lot of action actually. His owner's on the top side here as well, trying to threaten Keen. All Out is down, but Zeus also being pressured under his turret. Who's going to be the first top laner to fall is really the question, as the sleep will come in, but the Senna ult helping a bit. A lot of tanking goes in from Guma, as Keen is very low, but no kill just yet. Another plate to go down, and finally it will come through. First Blood, and Zeus will go down as we expected, but First Blood does go to T1.
Now there's no teleport here to protect this top lane, so a lot of plate gold will go over to T1. The same could be true here in the bottom lane, though, as it's going to be Lahen's who backs away, no TP. Pei's going to try to pick up some solo plates here with a massive wave they have crashing. This ends up being a pretty good trade for T1 because they get both the First Blood as well as those additional plates topside, as Keen plays this incredibly well, pulling Keria into the Fate's Call, essentially, as that's traded there. That means he doesn't have his ultimate for Owner's follow-up here. Has a fantastic flash, though, as Guma takes a ton of aggro. The Senna ult comes through, and then look at the ramping turret damage here this early in the game. Owner loses half of his health bar, but they still juggle the follow-up incredibly well. Guma picks up the kill, will pick up some plate gold. Zeus buys a ton of time here. He's losing a ton of farm, though, at the same time. And will be Pei's picking up plates in the exchange. He almost gets out here, but is eventually run down.
I think if he doesn't turn to get the grab and just dodges the spear, he might actually survive. Pace still had flash, so I feel like maybe Pace has to flash to get it, but perhaps, maybe, he does get away in some universe.
I think in a lot of ways you can contextualize this as a slight win for T1 in gold, and you can see that reflected in the total gold. The problem is that it's not the lead that you were hoping for. You didn't put the Senna down enough here in this Callista lane because you thought maybe it was going to be a Zeri lane. It was, of course, flexed mid. And Gen G is still a much stronger scaling team composition here, especially when you factor in the ornament. So while a small win here, I feel like the game state's still pretty even, feels pretty good for Gen G.
Yeah, I think at this point either team could run away with this one, but we'll have to wait and see how this mid-game does play out at this point in time. Obviously a decent amount of scaling on the side of T1 as well, but I like that you highlight the ornaments that will come out from Lehens. Just another bonus on top of a pretty strong lane that is Senna Ornn. As we look at mid once again, we're not seeing it as much, but you can see that Faker is, holding his own at this point in time. Might have a little grubs fight here as Gen G are trying to get some of their own, and Guma forced to flash down on the bottom side by himself. But with Owner up on the top side here, they might be able to pick up 5 grubs for the side of T1, as it looks like they will.
Yeah, that's a pretty huge win here for T1. Able to get this. Yes, they lost a flash bottom side, but that won't necessarily end up being too impactful. And 5 grubs, if a Corki or a Callista gets some alone time with a turret, will end up being quite significant. Again, tough to do in this team composition. Canyon. Yeah, should be fine. Doesn't care.
He's actually pressuring Keria. As a bowling ball just awkwardly rolls by. Canyon has nothing to do with that. He is a billiards fan.
Aren't we all?
Which I guess does have, balls that roll over the table. So maybe not the best. He's a hockey fan, an ice hockey fan.
Sure. Yeah, Faker's really turned this lane around. After the plated steel caps has been able to put a little bit of pressure on. Now that Chovy has an item, though, he's going to put more pressure on. A lot of stats in that Shiv, as well as extra wave clear. Faker almost all in there. Chovy has his ultimate and flash. Faker's weathered the storm a few times in this lane. Took back control, now weathering again as Keria comes up.
Now Chovy is Zeri and had the ability to get away there, but just doesn't even bother as the hook does miss. We do have this Mountain Drake spawned, and Chovy is putting on an immense amount of pressure in mid. We do have TP available for Faker, so maybe he just TPs back in and they try to fight for this, but we'll see how this fight does go for the Mountain Drake, as Owner is set up in position to go for it.
Chovy got that extra plate Shiv early. It gave him that advantage in that matchup of that last little skirmish, and now his cull is finishing. So he's just in such a good spot here. The Corki's going to take a lot longer to come online. We'll need that 2-item spike. I mean, not to say that Zeri is ready to team fight, but she's certainly ready to push mid and get prio. T1 will, however, get this, as it looks like Gen G more interested in pushing plates bottom side, not willing to take a fight. They already bought 5 minutes of time with that first dragon. I say that, though. Lehens is going to come over and mess around. Does have Unseal, but no smite set, and they are just going to give this up.
Yeah, pretty surprising. I mean, they got a plate and bot. Maybe 2. I think it's just 1, actually, as it's Ocean Soul. So their gamble will kind of pay off. I think the amount of poke that you have from Senna, Zeri, and Nidalee will be very annoying if it gets offset by a lot of Ocean Drakes for T1, but it's just the 1 Mountain Drake that goes to T1, and I suppose you are getting paid some extra solo farm at the end of the day, so decent trade.
I think it's also just a decision that Gen G make. Paze is sitting on just 1 Dirk, your Zeri's on a Shiv, and you don't want to fight into a Callista comp right then. That's a phosphorus bomb hitting.
Yeah, it does. As Chovy certainly threatening to go for an ult. Had Canyon nearby as well, closer than Owner, as we know. So wasn't scared to take that trade by any means.
Certainly not. Owner does have his Leandries a little bit faster than we do see from Canyon. Won't necessarily matter if he's not able to fight any enemy champions, as it's Canyon who's putting the pressure on. In fact, here's stopping his back. And Rylai's is done here for Mordekaiser, so this is a very strong moment for T1, even though the Corki isn't quite online. I think Gen G should respect it.
Faker doing a bit of damage, but also takes some of his own, and they have the sustain from Senna and Nidalee. We have seen this combo before where it's like, okay, you want to poke on us, but then we just heal everything because we have double healing champions that are also fantastic in the later stage of the game. But either way, we are going to get this TP up from the side of Zeus, as it does look like they do want to go for the fight. Keen just in the front line trying to zone this one away as the smite. Where will it go? It does go to Gen G as Lehens is in the death chamber, but he is still alive. Zeus in that front line trying to take down this Ornn. It might be able to, but no. Does get rooted up. Meanwhile, Keen will go down. Faker does pick up that kill as the Rift Herald did go to Gen G.
Really a split read here from T1. They sent Zeus bottom. They had Callista pushing top, and then they suddenly opted to fight. They ended up winning the fight, and they got a kill onto Keen, but they lost the objective. Guma looks like he's still going to be able to get this turret after winning the ensuing fight, but it looked like T1 were just going to give and try to get advantages in top and bottom instead, but late committed to the fight, and then we're still successful there. Again, Corki not very strong just yet, but the Mordekaiser ult is game-changing when you can just pull an Ornn out of the fight. Then you have, of course, a ton of damage output at this stage in the game. You can see Gen G have Keen set to frontline here. Lehens drops the Ornn Horn down, but is pulled by Keria here, so unable to activate it, and then you see Guma doing tons of damage to Keen, who's forced to flash. A very late combo to the objective by T1, a very late join. They still end up grabbing the kill onto Keen, still get that top turret, and they just don't want to give Gen G any more time-buying tools. Unfortunately, though, the Herald did go over, looks like charged mid.
Yeah, did a bunch of damage to this mid turret, but the first turret blood did go the way of T1 up on the top side. That was Guma that after the one fight and the kill, they say, okay, we can use this to get some extra gold, and it's actually T1 that are in the lead of gold after that play. So still very much this game is hanging in the balance. We don't really know who's going to take it by the end of it, but still very even as T1 strike back in the top lane. Still no turret taken for Gen G themselves, although there are a couple of weakened turrets that they might look at in mid and bot.
It's really interesting, the tank itemization as well here for Gen G, because you opted into MR in the matchup into the Mordekaiser as Keen. You have the Rookern, and then, of course, Lehens laning into the Kalista, opted into the Frozen Heart. So you have one MR tank, you have one armor tank in this situation. So target selection, I think, will be pretty important here for T1 when we get to some of these fights. Obviously, they could both get their weakened part. You know, Keen could build some armor, and we could see some MR for Lehens later on. But at the moment, that is kind of a binary itemization they do have at this moment in time. Triforce is done here for Faker, and his tiers well stacked, but he doesn't really have the pieces of the Muramana just yet. That's going to be, I think, where T1 really want to hit hard. So when they hit that 2-item spike for the Corki, 50 seconds until this dragon spawns here. Gen G looking to group.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point, especially because T1 are going to have this extra strength, whereas Gen G, they want like 2-3 items on the Zeri. Chovy hasn't really had his moment. He's farming well. And then they also have the Senna that at this point in the game is just kind of slowly falling behind, not getting a lot of levels, not getting a lot of farm, obviously. And so for Gen G, they want to wait. They want to sit back, whereas T1 are like, okay, we want to hit this Corki spike hard. So we'll see how these two things clash, especially with the Ocean Soul. I think that Gen G can give a couple of Drakes away and not feel too bad about it. But let's see how the fights actually break out.
Yeah, the Ocean Soul is going to feel pretty good into Spear Poke, but otherwise not too impactful as Keria. Ooh!
Yeah, it's going to be a catch here on a Keria, who is in a bit of trouble as the Fate's Call will have to be used and does get him out of dodge. Meanwhile, Keria elects to go back in and nearly takes a huge chunk of damage from the spear.
I love how Lehens predicted, of course, the Fate's Call is going to come out and just sends the ult to Guma. He's like, all right, okay. Faker looking for an all-in here, potentially pushing Chovy away. Like you mentioned, Chovy just doesn't really have any items yet. He has the Shiv, which is good wave clear, but the Triforce here for Faker is where he's really going to start to put his mark in this side lane. And the Dragon is live. However, neither team having enough control to really contest. Lehens doesn't have ultimate. They're very aware of this, but he's still a strong front line here. And it's a bit of a late group. Faker backed, did buy his Warhammer. As a little bit of indecision.
Looks like Gen G do want to fight for this, actually. They see Owner starting it. A bit of poke already coming down on Owner. That's a massive spear getting him down towards half health, as maybe T1 will reconsider. But no, they've got all 5 members around this area. So now Lehens is going to walk towards it. Kalista, got to be careful about that, as Guma will punish quite a bit. Looks like a 5v5 brewing for this first Ocean Drake.
Yeah, looks like it. Again, Lehens no ultimate here, that's very critical, but the spears here are the neutral fight that Gen G can offer. Yeah, they have a big front line, and their Zeri isn't online just yet, but if T1 are indecisive and a few spears land, that's Dragon going over, and Keen's pushing forward.
Yeah, Keen trying to catch Faker. That's not going to work out. Now he just gets hooked and has to flash away. The sleep is coming in, and Keen is just dead, as Owner will pick up that kill. Keen very over-aggressive in that moment, trying to start a fight onto Valkyrie. Corki, as now Gen G's still trying to fight for this one, 4v5. They have the poke, but at the end of the day, they're just going to have to give it up.
His ult is almost here, but I think without it, you just can't win this one. You got to leave, and that they will. Chovy trying to trade this for a turret. It's super low. It looks like he will get away with this. He can just slide over the wall. If anyone tries to go for a punish, will scout with his extendo. This might be a bridge too far.
Yeah, they're actually trying to ult this as well. Just Is it actually a zoning ult? I mean, they've got Senna here, they've got Ornn. They're just trying to cut T1 off from trying to defend the mid turret. As meanwhile, they're going to have Keen TP down to the bottom lane to stop this turret from going down.
It was a pretty peculiar decision from Keen to try to engage there in that last fight. I feel like Gen G were in prime position to continue to poke and continue to utilize those Nidalee spears to slow T1 down. And then once T1 get corralled on the pit, that's when you go in. That's when they don't really have a lot of space. And unfortunately, he just went straight in there. T1, great punish. Chovy will get the turret in return. But it's at this moment here where Keen goes unstoppable and tries to go on to Faker. Doesn't have his unstoppable to get away. Has to flash. The sleep comes through. Almost looks like Paze kills him, ironically, but he's trying to give him some additional shielding there to actually survive the damage. And that's the Dragon going over. So Rift Sculler is also taken by Gen G.
Yeah, Jonas Strong really wanted to hammer that point home that Gen G got the Rift Scuttler. Yeah, I mean, it was probably like a fight over it or something, and maybe Canyon just speared it. Not 100% sure. As we were watching the replay, I feel like Keen as well, he also could have just hooked, or rather flashed the carrier hook as well. It felt like he was very confident that they were going to win that fight, even if he did miss the stun, but
the other problem,
yeah, he just got caught up big time.
The problem for him, too, is if you look at his itemization, it's all, you know, for the most part, MR that he had at that moment did have plated steel caps, but you know, he's just not as tanky as K'Sante could be in an AD matchup with the Rooker in there, and just ends up kind of getting chunked down. Faker's transformation is complete. Muramana is done. This is the 2-item spike. They're not going to be able to take a Baron with it, although, you know, if you're a T1 fan, you're like, maybe we could. Maybe not in this case, but you definitely can put a lot of pressure on this next Dragon fight in 3 minutes' time.
They do actually have an insane amount of Baron damage with Callista, Lilia, and Corki, and they also have Mordekaiser to trap Canyon. I mean, maybe if the timing is right, yeah.
It's not impossible.
It's still extremely early, but maybe.
I mean, Gen G are aware of this possibility, and that, you know, T1's nature around 20-minute Barons. You know, it's 22 minutes in, 2-item spike for Corki. So they are putting a lot of vision. They are grouped around this Baron. And like you say, with Rend and the Mordekaiser ult, you could do some fancy footwork there, but if you end up trying to take Baron and failing, the game basically ends as Hook comes through.
Yeah, that is Lehens. He's got some backup this time around. There have been a couple of awkward moments. Now the ult is going to be sent into the Ornn as now the TP comes in. Lehens is dead though. I mean, this is no way for him to get out. That's a pick on a Lehens, and now T1 absolutely could consider this Baron, but still a very even game, and it looks like they just want to go for mid tier 1 instead. Guma just going to flash because he went the wrong way.
Yeah,
want him to go very fast to mid, I guess. And, well, he will get in there as Keen going to be pulled back by the Mordekaiser. Got to be careful, getting very low.
I mean, he has that Rooker, but it's not going to last too long against all this magic damage, the AP damage coming through. They get the kill onto Lehens. He has teleport, doesn't have his ultimate, which was shut down again in that fight, so no value there. But I think that T1's still going to respect the possibility that, you know, if they try to do this Baron, Gen G wins a team fight, it's lights out. With said teleport, Gen G are going to clear the vision and force T1 to come. Yeah, they're going to force T1 to come here. Zeus has TP, but they've got to be quick about this. It is a Senna, mind you, but T1, they're very aware of this, but they just don't have vision.
I feel like this Baron is too slow. I don't know. They just don't quite have the same amount of damage, and it's still very early, but yeah, they forced T1 over.
They got a TP, and
they
now
got the TP.
Keen gets a turret, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. That's a good trade for Gen G. They will just send Zeus down there.
Runins is done for Chovy. I mean, he's starting to build towards some lifesteal here. The Zeri is starting to come online, and I keep mentioning the Zeri, you know, because if T1 don't get to have the fights they want with this Callista Corki 2-item spike on the Corki, then Gen G just becomes so difficult because their comp is so robust. But if you fight like this and you're super split and you don't clear all your teleport wards, then Lehens will just die again here in this game. He's cut off. Keen wasn't there. It's a really unfortunate moment there for Gen G. They aren't able to take Baron. Gen G start a Baron, they get a teleport, get a turret. Very close game still.
Yeah, TP now into mid. This one from Chovy, so not the biggest steal in the world. Doesn't look like he wants to be on the split push at all. Wants to be ready to go if we do start up a fight right away. And it seems like Gen G want to do exactly that here on this Ocean Drake.
Lehens has Smite set on his Unsealed. He's ready to potentially double smite this one with Canyon here. A lot of damage that combo. Very difficult to steal this one away as T1. Chovy?
Oh, the ult here from Carrier. They're going to catch Chovy, and he should be going down. Down he goes. As meanwhile, Gen.G trying to do something in mid, but Guma's just hopping away. Keen trying to go 1v3 here, nearly takes down Faker, but at the end of the day, it's 2 kills for the side of T1. As Carrier's still on the chase here, Lahen's in a lot of trouble against this Kalista, and slowly and surely he's going to survive, actually. Does not burn down.
They're
Now
looking for a Baron.
Maybe gonna go for it. Faker's doing the dragon for some reason.
He does not have teleport, and I don't know if they saw him. It looks like he was seen on the ward. Gen.G do know. They're gonna come over here and contest this. Lahen has no ult though. This is gonna be a Hail Mary. He has smite, but no flash.
Yeah. How does he get over the wall? Well, I guess he's just gonna try to walk in from the top side. That's not gonna happen. You might just have to go over to Canyon on the steal as the spear really catches it, but no, with the Kalista, an easy secure here for T1.
T1's punish game has been so good this game. They see a target out of position, and they are not afraid to collapse. Keria, he's playing Nautilus. We talked about Nautilus, Kalista. Keria's been a good Nautilus, and he wasn't landing into the Zeri, so we didn't really mention it, but of course, obviously in team fights, Nautilus is one of the oldest counters in the book to Zeri. Point and click, set up the knockup, very easy to lock Chovy down there, and Gen.G's setups have been a little bit rocky, to say it nicely. They will be able to, it looks like, even up the dragons here, but it feels like a consolation prize in comparison to T1's Baron. When you consider the amount of map control it's going to come with it, and the fact that it's just a second Ocean Drake here. So you got something back at least, but T1, this is the lead you wanted to snowball. They found their moment. Yeah. Now they're going to start ripping this mid turret off the map.
And if you remember their matchup in round 1, the longest game we had was 26 minutes. Gen.G just smothered them in 2 games. One was 26, one was 24. So now T1 up against Gen.G, finally putting up a good fight, and perhaps Gen.G just weren't quite ready for this level of fight, you know? T1 are certainly bringing their A game today as well. They're going to lose the blue for some reason. Canyon just going to take that down with the spear. And so far this Baron push has been a little bit lackluster. We're finally going to get 1 turret that does go down in mid.
Yeah, Chovy's not here with his shift to help clear the wave. Had to go topside, is coming back now, doesn't have teleport. T1 really wanted to actually snowball this into a pick, it looked like. They were forcing their way into the jungle, trying to take away that blue buff. As it all comes down to this moment from Keria, he's got flash, flashes, ults, hooks him, calling out. He has no flash as they focus on. He's just watching. He's watching his Kalista on the other side. That's a support AD carry duo right there. He gets the kill. He looks right at his buddy. He's like, "It's going okay for you over there, right? They're pushing on you. I'm coming."
Yeah.
Keria so clean with the call. Great flash engage. Big punish onto Chovy, and that's the gold lead kind of ballooning here now for T1.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things for T1 that they were struggling with was I think that Keria was a bit kind of all over the place. His calls were not crisp. He would sometimes just kind of die for no reason in some of their other matches. But it really feels like today he's got his head on straight, and if he's got that, well, I say that, now he's a bit caught alongside Aguma. As they're trying to get onto Aguma, Keria is just going to get his fates called away, and double TP are coming in. T1 trying to turn the fight as the ult goes in. The death chamber onto Chovy, and this front line, that third triple knockup comes in from Keen as he's going to knock that one. Faker's just chasing Canyon into the jungle, but he's not going to help out his team until right now. Misses the Valkyrie over the wall and is not able to get on in there. Not even sure if he wanted to really get on in there as Gen.G, they're turning this game around, trying to take down Owner now, who is a bit alone. Finally, Faker will come over and try to punish, takes out Keen, and he might just have the damage, forces the flash from Pays, so that they have to get away from this one. Owner still on the chase, looking for a bowling ball, as actually it's Faker, who does get in there with 1 auto.
1 auto's enough, and that's it. I mean, that's rapid fire cannon damage coming through here from Faker. Chovy going to try to look for a punish here onto Owner potentially, but I think a bit optimistic, as they just were split there on the call. Keen once again kind of going in, hoping he could take Owner out in the 1v1 because he's got so much MR even though he was low. Lahen's?
Yeah, Lahen's TPing in, but we have Keria nearby as well. I think actually Gen.G have to back away from this one.
Yeah, bit of a disaster.
Uh-oh, yeah, Lahen's might just be dead. No flash and really no hope. Gets a heal from the Nidalee and then just dies. And the TP, a bit desperate to say the least. T1 still in control.
I mean, these frontliners have been punished so hard by T1 this game. 1 in 5 for Keen, 0 in 3. Lahen's caught multiple times this game trying to make plays. Keria?
Now, speaking of trying to make plays, we saw a pretty good one from Keen in the last fight, but at the end of the day, ooh, Hookah's gonna miss. If he hits that wall, I think maybe he just gets run down by Gen G.
Keria's had such a great game. Faker and Keria both, 9 out of 11 KP here in this one. This fight was super broken up, very messy. The double TP here, Keria looks like he's a little bit out of position, but with double TP, you can turn the numbers game on this one real fast. Guma actually gets out of the engage, has the Fate's Call to pull Keria back in and use him as a secondary engage tool. Keen ends up hitting a really big knockup here. Zeus is unable to punish Chovy, so it looks for a moment here, okay, FaZe's ult's going down. This is a lost fight for T1 because the front to back is so strong, but Faker kills the Nidalee, and he was like, oh, wait, we are still fighting? I'm gonna show up. Messed up the Valkyrie, that part wasn't great, but it feels like in this moment, there's a bit of a split call. Like, Chovy's moving right here, doesn't come down quickly, he's scared of Faker. Keen's still going in, maybe could have waited for FaZe there a little bit, and then Faker just shows up, cleans up house. Very broken up, but very solid turn here from T1. I think if Faker hadn't chased Nidalee, maybe the fight's even more one-sided, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, though, eliminating the Nidalee early means a lot of less heals, a lot of less damage. I think that Canyon's got some pretty good farm and some items, so at least he does get him out of the fight. As Lehens, not again, my God, not again. As take a look at the gold differences here. Actually, a pretty big one as Owner. I mentioned that Canyon was decently fed, but Owner is certainly very far ahead of him at this point.
He has his Zonias, so I mean, he's somewhat tanky and can really set up big ultimates, especially when he has flash like he does now.
All right, let's see the angle here. Keria's on the backside. Will flash over the wall as now maybe a sleep to come in. That did hit 2 people, but that is just Cassante. Now the turn coming in, and Keria's way too far forward, but he's very tanky. Does he have the items? And yeah, he's got Fate's Call as well as Owner trying to chip away at that front line. But Keria is too far in the front, and down he will go. Lehens and Keen still alive.
Level 18 Chovy, front to back.
He's waiting. He is waiting. He's hunting for that moment. Another spear is going to land, and here comes Chovy over the wall just to immediately be put in the death chamber up against the Mordekaiser. Gets countered by the Mordekaiser. Owner going in by himself. Keen does take down one, but he will fall as well, and now Owner on the chase here. Should eventually be able to take these two out, I would imagine, or at least keep them around in time for Guma to come over. As the Lilia so slippery, just gonna run away. That's fine as well.
1,700 damage for Owner in the fight. He did so much with Leandri's, just constantly applying that to these frontline tanks. And now T1, eyes on the Baron here potentially. TP coming through from Faker, who picked up IE, his 4th item after that last fight. Great ultimate there from Zeus. He won't have it for this one to keep Canyon out of the pit, but he doesn't have flash, so it's a one-way trip.
Faker's just so fed. I mean, like, he's disabled a Valkyrie into people now. He's 5-0-7 matching Owner, who's also throwing bowling balls over the wall.
TP's so late.
So low. Yeah, there's just no way Gen G can get in.
Yeah, and Lens just TPs to clear ward. T1, I feel like, pretty much locked this one up. Looking back at this fight, Keria goes in super deep, right? And it looks like, okay, the front to back is online. FaZe and Chovy are going to get it done. But it's the ult from Zeus happens in a moment's time here after Keria goes down. When Chovy chases and goes in, that just prevents him from really getting any value in this fight. It talked about how there's not great targets. It's hard to get on top of the Zeri as the Mordekaiser. But if the Zeri gets on top of you, then it's a lot easier. And then Chovy is just instantly out of the fight. FaZe is trying to offer back some additional damage, but it's really just his ult. There's too many threats here, and Owner's Leandri's damage is just ticking on everybody as Faker, with that assistance of Zeus pulling Chovy out of the fight, is able to help clean up house, and Owner almost goes down here, but is able to buy enough time, as you say, for those 80 carries to come up. They get a Baron off of this, and now we're talking about inhibitors here. They have really been able to make this comp work, hit its spikes, and then snowball incredibly well after some good punishes. I think that call to go in like that from Chovy is one he will definitely regret.
Yeah, you know, when I first saw the draft, I wasn't convinced, but thinking about it more, the Lilia take damage alongside a Morellonomicon against double healing champs and double tank, especially from ahead, it's just so oppressive. Like Gen G, they're trying to heal through the damage, they're trying to tank, but their front lines just get absolutely melted. You mentioned it was like 10k damage that Owner did in that last fight. It's absolutely absurd. You just don't see numbers like that.
Yeah, not on a
Unless
Lilia.
it's Ezreal.
Yeah, on an Ezreal, sure. And I mean, on a team fight that long where he's just constantly applying that burn. He has a Rift Maker too, so he's got some sticking power, you know, with the Zonias. I wouldn't go as far as to call it like dead man's plate tank Lilia like we've seen in the past, but she's relatively tanky here. And now Jaxo, speaking of tanky here for Guma, and I think they feel like with these Morella Nomicon applications that he's able to get so consistently, they can just outlast in these team fights. The Mordekaiser being able to just isolate a single target, namely, you know, if it's Chovy, that's fantastic because he's the one who has to really get the damage done. Pays is getting more range, right? He has his LDR. He is a threat somewhat, but it's still not the same kind of threat that Chovy is, and he can't get it done alone.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, we're here in this spot where it looks like T1 are pretty much on the doorstep of winning game number 1. They haven't taken an inhibitor yet, and they still are going up against Ornaments. As Faker's just going to be caught out and just killed. Down he goes, right as I was saying it. Gen G trying to fight their way back into this game. As they do get that pick, and now Keria just going to try to peel for the team. They have to use Fate's Call. Meanwhile, in mid, Zeus wants this inhibitor.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to get it, though. T1 just going to use these empowered recalls to back. Zeus can't actually commit any further. He is Mordekaiser after all. It would take him a few autos to get through that one. It's finally a moment where Lehends is able to punish. They know Faker has no flash. He Valkyries early here in panic, and I mean, there's not much he can do. He's so far up. But once a Valkyrie is down, it's just an easy lockup here for Lehends. And then their owner's like, well, maybe I'll start burning them. Not this time. And they also lose Fate's Call, which is an extremely long cooldown here for this next Dragon fight. Sole point here for T1. And
yeah, that owner is just going to be pulled back into the team. The Cassante gets the jump on him, and owner is dead. And now Gen G have prevented the Ocean Soul, which would have been massive up against all this smoke.
They're trying to push maybe mid here to get an inhibitor in return, but again, it's so risky. By the way, 1,000 kills, fewest games, youngest player. Pays gets it done here. He's the one that secures that one. But they don't get the inhibitor like you said. They lose the Dragon here. That's 5 more minutes of time for Ornaments to come through. And I feel like T1 were really pushing the train almost all the way to the station. They had the snowball rolling. This is just a little bit too greedy. You don't have full vision of this area. It's Ocean Rift. There's a lot of bushes, but this was unfortunately a big overstep from Owner. That's the Dragon going over. They get no inhibitor in return. And if Gen G could just weather the storm a little bit longer, this comp is unbelievably strong. They have QSS for Chovy.
Absolutely. I mean, look at the gold now. It's taken a big plummet there on the graph, and it's partially because there were a couple of shutdowns. They got the Faker one in top, and then they just got Owner in bot. So it's a lot of extra gold going into your carries. Pays, you know, he just got fewest kills, 1,000 kill. Well, guess what his 1,000th kill was? It was on the super fed Lilia. So a ton of gold goes over to the Senna, who is out of her trough and is ready to go. Level 15, almost 16. And Gen G, I mean, there's a world now where they win this game.
Yeah, no, they absolutely could. Especially if they start getting some map control back here. Baron in a minute. Yeah, he is huge. He has 160 extra range, plus 80% critical strike. Yeah, I mean, he's quite large, and his follow-up damage is real. If T1 don't get the jump on a single target, and without map control, it's much tougher for Keria to make those heroic plays they're making all game long. And it's not like they've lost everything, but Gen G are now actually starting to take it away. They're putting that vision in the river near Baron. Baron's up in 30 seconds. You know, some critical ultimates have come back online. Guma does have the Fate's Call. Owner could set up a big sleep here. He's got his Zonias. But Gen G, I mean, all it takes is a struggle to get Mordekaiser into position, and Chovy gets to have the front to back he almost had on that Dragon moments before.
Yeah.
And then this composition works the way we've been saying. If we get to the late game, it will. It's very late game. We're almost 40 minutes in. But now that T1 have lost map control, Gen G have a chance to seal the deal here.
Yeah, and maybe Gen G's read on this meta is that a lot of games recently have been going very long, and this comp really does kind of outlast. It just goes the distance, and it just keeps on going. The Senna, the unlimited scaling, and the Ornn with all the ornaments, you just get kind of out of control eventually, and Gen G are so good against really strong teams at coming back from deficits and just never letting go of the game and just getting all the gold even from behind. And here we are again in a situation where it looked like T1 were just going to win and run away, and it was going to be a really big upset and really make the series interesting. But now Gen G feel like they're back in control.
Yeah, it's still interesting. It's not over yet, but Gen.G making the plays.
Yeah, they're trying to isolate this front line, actually, trying to get on top of the Mordekaiser, but now Faker gonna go into the fight and immediately just die as Toby will take him down and punish Faker in the mid lane as now Zeus has to go into this one. We do have a sleep as well. Lilia, Owner trying to do the damage, but this front line is just so tanky. Owner, though, gonna go golden. Is it enough as Guma soloing down Keen? It's a very close fight, but at the end of the day, you see Chovy and you see FaZe on nearly full health. And Gen.G, it looks like they may have just done it again.
Yeah, looks like they may have. It's been a few games this season that Gen.G been brought to the brink. It looked like maybe it's another win, it's another loss for Gen.G, but maybe it's not today, maybe it's not in this first game. The flyby extendo beam is going to miss. It looks like Owner gets out with his life, but that's not going to stop this Baron from going down. And there's a lot of standing gold, not that they really needed 40 minutes into the game here in all of these turrets. That means T1 will have some extra bastions of defense, but look at how awkward this setup is here for T1. Owner goes up to try to clear the wave. He's completely away from his team. While this is going down, Faker's not here.
Valkyrie into the fight?
Yeah, you Valkyrie forward here, you're doomed. But he has to try to close the gap, because if he doesn't get any closer, he's doomed. I mean, damned if you do, damned if you don't. If he just walks away there, they lose the 5v4. I don't think he should have Valkyried in. I'm not going to defend it. But I also think that he realized the panic of the really bad setup his team had there, while Owner is just going up as Lilia to clear the wave. Sloppy setup here for T1, and they just get pulled apart. That's Baron for Gen.G. And at this late stage of the game, they can group as 4-1 here. They might be able to actually take the first inhibitor of this series.
Yeah. They only got one grub, you remember from the early game where not a lot was happening. But take a look at the actual human nexus that is FaZe right now. He is a turret, and nobody can get on top of him. Nobody can close the gap between them and the Senna, and everybody on the side of T1 is just taking massive poke damage. Nobody can escape the wrath that is FaZe right now. And, you know, he's got 1,000 kills. He's got over 1,000 assists now as well in the LCK. And Gen.G off of the backs of him in this very strong late game comp might just end the game here. Keria desperate to try to stop the push from coming in. Faker doing a lot of damage, but immediately the heals come in.
So many minions starting to stack up here. Great front line. FaZe could just hit Faker from so far away.
Yeah, there's just no way for him to ever fight that 1v1. Keria trying to stop the wave. Guma trying to do it as well. As down will go Chovy, but there's a second, even stronger AD carry that's left over. It is FaZe on Senna. As okay, got a little sleep coming in. Trying to delay. Faker trying to get on in here, but Owner just falls, and immediately Faker will as well. Canyon might go down. No, he is actually going to live somehow. Gen.G take game 1 in 42 minutes.
A very, very close game that T1 had a ton of control on, but once again, Gen.G just get it done. They win these late game fights. Both teams, I feel like the big advantage they got were off of punish plays, right? Overextensions from Lehens, King going in, T1 so quick to punish, so quick to take that control of the map, but then similarly, trying to push a little bit too deep in the top side. Faker having some really rough Valkyries, some really rough positional mistakes that allows a catch from Lehens, and Gen.G just clutch it out in the end. I feel like this game absolutely could have gone T1's way, but with it going to Gen.G, they will move to round 2, guaranteed. They will skip round 1 of playoffs. This was the expected result, but we do have to mention it, and I think T1, that was your blue side advantage you had in game 1, and it's now gone.
Yeah, I mean, they'll probably choose it again for game 2 unless they really want to try to index into some big counter picks. But yeah, you see at the end of the day, Faker did do a lot of damage. He had a lot of gold in his pocket, but the effective damage of FaZe in the late game just outshone him big time. And the clean team fights from Gen.G are what won them the game, I think.
I think they really got to showcase in the late game what this comp was so good at. Fantastic draft from Gen.G. They outlast T1. Now they're on match point.
Just wait it out, they say, and we'll win in the late game. So that's game 1 going to Gen.G. Not a big surprise when you look at the result, but a very back and forth game for this first one. We're going to take a break and have the space to break it all down afterwards. We'll be right back.
릴리아 근데 스택 없으면 진짜 개쓰레기야.
야, 내 앞에 나 릴리아 풀 있어. 릴리아 풀 있어. 아, 찾을 수 있다. 칼리 노공이야. 칼리 노공. 노틸 노플이고. 천천히 이거 각 벌리면서. 개인 형 노틸 끌고 와도 돼. 아, 나 그냥 이거 릴리아 그렇게 막 할 테니까 타워 잡아. 나 릴리아 없어.
각 벌려, 각 벌려, 각 벌려.
해 놔줘.
아, 각 벌려. 타워.
타워 쳐야 돼. 타워 쳐야 돼. 칼리 노플. 칼리 노플. 3보자. 칼리 노플.
야, 릴리아 큐플 조심해.
어우씨, 맞출 수가 없네.
타워.
야, 타워 쳐. 씹어야 돼.
타워 쳐.
릴리아. 나 있으면 안 걸려.
타워 쳐 끊어.
끝나는 거 맞죠? 끝나. 나이스. 나이스. 하나 보이는데?
야, 세나 너 스택이야. 나이스요.
틱틱 문을 차고 있죠. 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까. 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아. I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자. 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당 해골로 채운 옷잘 전부 내 스타일. 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not. 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot. Broken and bruised, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever. If I never leave, I'll never fight. Bleed or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐. Tough guy 되었고여서 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight. I brought it blade. They forgot to shave. 날 주세 와 맛보게 fade. 끝이 보여 네 bandits. 끝없는 내 rampage. 이게 나니까 저지 can't change. 내게 나서 plan B 오직 plan A. 바꿔 pain every champion in the champagne. Broken and bruised, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever. If I never leave, I'll never fly. Bleed or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. This world never saw me coming. I kick down every door they lock. No rules, only gods can judge me. 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 If I never leave, I'll never fly. Bleed or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Cannot sleep without the sour. Pain is my superpower. Fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower.
All right, what a game one here in the Saturday Showdown between our finalists that have been battling, it feels like forever, for ages. A great draft here, a unique draft with the Lilia. Welcome back to the space. Digon here, Gen G up 1-0, as you guys saw. The crowd is in it, we're in it. Let's get straight to it. Let's take a look at the draft here with Ox and Atlas.
Yeah, Digon, this was a don't try it at home draft from Gen G, 100%. None of this is something that you should ever emulate if you are any other team, I'd say, in the world, because it shouldn't work. There is too much late game. There is too much we won't be able to hold on. There's losing matchups all over the place, and Gen G are the team that can make it work.
And honestly, I really like the Lilia pick. We've seen this so much in the LPL. It's one of the highest presence picks. And so seeing it here, we saw have a lot of value in those skirmishes, but also T1's composition. We've seen so many teams struggling to picks like Senna and Nidalee because they're long range, because they have a lot of sustain. They gave themselves the engage tools to shut them down. They had answers in their comp. And there was obviously a timer on the game, which they had to beat. They had a really strong early start on the back of that.
Yeah, and it seemed like it was just a game that T1 should have been able to close out.
Yeah, they had opportunities too, as we take a look at some of the highlights here. 3 highlights for you from this game because there was so much action. It was moments like this where you're thinking, all right, T1, they're going to do it.
Yeah, and T1 had a substantial lead at this point. A lot of the play was around things like the Nautilus finding picks. There were some moments where they didn't get as much value on the back of like the Nautilus or the Lilia, the sleeps. You see here, Carrier goes in with a pretty fantastic engage with the follow-up. Unfortunately, he just isn't there. So they end up kiting away, they end up disengaging. But we saw Chovy farm up a Storm, and at this point of the game, it was kind of before the Senna was super relevant, and that's why I think the Mordekaiser worked so effectively into the Zeri, because we see Chovy slide in here and immediately pay for it.
Yep. Here you can see Zeus just presses the button. Chovy was about to kill 3 people, I'm pretty sure, but instead he's in a death chamber in a choke point with a Mordekaiser who has passive active, and he was just never going to survive. And this was one of the engages from Ona that worked out the least well out of the early engages. He hit so many key sleeps. I think Ona was unbelievable in this game. The Lilia worked to perfection until it didn't.
Yep. Well, I mean, T1 were humming along. You're thinking, okay, cool, Baron, we got it. And then a couple of macro picks. We take a look at the second highlight here that cost T1 their tempo and eventually the game.
Yeah, and it's just a fantastic move here from the side of Gen G on the back of the Ornn, picking off Faker. And then they move down towards the Dragon, and they find this angle onto Ona set up by Keen. Even tries to flash, but K'Sante just doesn't care. And it was these back-to-back picks that really allowed Gen G to get back in the game. And with the amount of skilling in the comp, you cannot make mistakes like these.
And it just shows that, like, you need to stay 100% on the ball the entire game long. Like, until you've destroyed Gen G's Nexus, you have to be ready for them to make a comeback call like this. And they looked like they were floundering. It looked like they weren't able to find any of the angles, and it was because T1 was so incredibly crisp with all of their positioning up until these couple of moments that just gives Gen G all the gold and the way back in.
And after that, T1 know, hey, we gotta fight, we gotta find ourselves a decisive moment. So in the mid lane, the 2 teams scrap it on out, and in highlight number 3 here, Gen G take control of the game and close it.
And I think you can kind of see at this point the Senna is firmly online, gotten through that trough we often see in the mid game when you're down on levels, got items, got damage, got range from the souls. And I think what's fantastic here is they obviously know Callista's less of a threat at this point, but look how everyone on Gen G, both Pays and Chovy, just immediately beeline for this Corki, remove Faker from the game, that's a big threat down. And in the ensuing fight, we see Ona actually get a fair bit of value, but this late in the game, the front line for T1 is just getting mangled by these late game carries.
Yeah, but there was no Corki in the fight as well. I mean, I think that Faker's going to be kicking himself for that Valkyrie forward to start that one off, but you can understand why T1 still felt like they were the team on the front foot. They were the team that was looking to try and isolate a target. Like, you take out Pays from this fight, you take out Chovy from this fight, you've removed a lot of the damage on Gen G's side as well, but this was Gen G in the driving seat in this moment, and that was the end of the game.
Yeah, well, what a heck of game number 1. Let's take a look at the POG here from Gen G. Voting could be across the board, but no, give it to the guy that's now way in the lead of POG points and still undefeated on Senna.
Yeah, 12-0 in his career on Senna. Never lost a game on it. This one, probably one of the closer ones, but able to come in clutch. And I feel like in moments like these, target selection was great. Obviously so powerful at this point. Gets a big ult onto the sort of ruckus that was going on with the front lines.
Always ult the ruckus. That's what you've got to do. But you're saying that like this is one of his quieter games on Senna. Still does 1100 DPM, 3.3 damage per gold. Like what? Like the stats on this guy when he plays Senna are just ludicrous. And we've seen POGs crowned for less.
Yeah, got a big lead now on the rest of the competition. A lot of people at 700 points sort of position, but Pays has just been having not only a monstrous season, but the round 2, it feels like he's just been stepping it up to another level.
Yeah, and we set it up in the pre-show. It seems like he's stepping up in such key games and key moments. It's you can go across this team. Obviously, everyone is star-studded, but Pays this split has been this clutch player that you can always hang your hat on here.
And it's also just like the amount of improvement that we've seen from Pays as well. Like they were considered the weak link heading into MSI. Yeah, we can look quizzically at some of quizzically. Yeah, I think that works.
Quizzically.
At some of these choices, but honestly, it was more of like you take away the ones that you can't pick, and then you're left with Pays. That was sort of how we did it.
You know, I honestly think the Chovy one's okay. He farmed up Storm, had a decent game, but the top lane vote,
he caught Owner that one time.
He did do that, but you know, it was a bit of a struggle. I feel like for Keen.
Quick,
while I don't know the logic behind it, so
while we have time, let's talk T1. They're blue side. What do you want to see from them after that unique?
Do it again, don't get caught.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they had all the tools. The game was going the direction they wanted. Owner has been playing fantastically. The Lilia really worked. You maybe could say a bit more late game insurance, but to be honest, I don't even think that was the problem. Like, you're never going to out late game Gen G's composition. You just made the mistakes and it backfired.
Yeah, and you're actually very happy if they also pick scaling because it allows you to play to your strengths, which is early game power, closing out the game fast. I think the biggest danger for T1 here is if they stop doing exactly what they were doing in game 1 because it didn't work that time.
All right, well, here you go. Game 2 underway. Gen G and T1. One more win for Gen G to get over the hump. Let's see how it goes.
Thank you, Spacers. Indeed, let's see how it goes for this game number 2. I do think that Gen G are going to have a very nice boost coming into this one, just especially with the way they won that game from behind, clawing their way back, couple of picks, couple of great team fights, Pays 1,000 POG points. Everything's going really well for them outside of the first 30 minutes of that first game.
I think it was a really good point that Atlas made on the space, though, in that Gen G's draft had a lot of holes in it. It was a draft that only Gen G could pull off against a team like T1, and they almost didn't, right? Like, they did fall behind, they did lose control of the game, but they had the tenacity to stick in it. And I think for T1, you absolutely can run a similar draft back and just not mess it up, you know, when you have the advantage. But will you get those same advantages is the question. Will Gen G allow you to play that same draft? Will Gen G change up their draft? I mean, Gen G is a team that has so much flexibility. Like, they could have played, for example, the Draven mid, you know, into the Corki that we've seen from Chovy in the past. They opted into going for Zeri instead. I think that T1 just need to be a little bit cleaner with their setups because the team fights were very good, and Owner he had, minus that one time he was caught, which was quite pivotal, some fantastic team fighting, some great sleeps. And I still think that this series can go either way, but it's a huge momentum shift that now goes to Gen G. For T1, you almost won the game. Feels rough to lose that one, especially in the manner in which they did. Some of the decisions from Faker, Owner getting caught. And on top of that, you know that even if you win this game, Gen G get blue side in game 3. And that is something that's always going to be weighing on the back of your mind. When you came into the series with blue side pick priority, you were the home team, couldn't get it done in game 1.
I feel like especially if you know that you don't want to play Ezreal, but your opponents obviously do want to, it really chokes out your bans on the red side. It's like, okay, well, you're banning Rumble, you're banning Ezreal, you get one other ban. And that's very difficult against Gen G, who have like a million different choices. So it's rough, I think, if T1 do have to play from the red side against this team. And it might not even happen. Gen G might just win another game on the red side, and I feel like they have a little bit less ban stress in that same idea, especially because Guma doesn't play as much Ezreal as the other AD carries, and we even saw T1 ban it in the first game.
This is a fantastic shot of our audience. You had the entirety of the T1 side. Now we're moving into the Gen G side. You could see it's a pretty split crowd. A lot of the time when you have a T1 series, some of the T1 fans will spill over as there's just so many of them into the opponent's side, but you can see it's a pretty even split this time around. This matchup, this rivalry is so iconic for the LCK. I mean, since the telecom war changed and we saw T1 kind of really pull away from that one, we've had a few rivalries crop up, but it never really was the Dom 1 versus T1 or a Dom 1 versus Gen G. It was Dom 1 dominance, and as they fell down, T1 and Gen G have been the teams at the top of the LCK for so long, and it's fitting that it's a Saturday showdown. It's the second matchup of these teams. T1 had such an advantage. They have blue side again, but it's the last time they're going to get it in this series. Let's see what they want to prioritize.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what you do in these pick bans. I would say maybe you try your hand at giving Faker Azir instead. And in that sense, maybe you don't have to ban the Lucian. You can target something else. But I think the Ezreal Maokai has to stay rather, and it definitely will.
Rumble gone again, Ashe gone again. I mean, this is exactly what we saw so far. See if there's a pivot here from T1 in their final ban. The Lucian will go again. And, you know, I don't think... Okay, you are going to ban the Kalista in this case. They will take that away. See if T1 opt for a different game plan here, if they're just going to go for the Corki first pick again. The Vi is available if they want to first pick that instead, play a more pick-oriented style like they did against D+.
The fact that Owner is talking about Vi, it looks like there. I thought maybe they were going to give it to him, but instead it is the Azir. I was saying they still ban the Lucian, and they say, well, this time we're just going to give Azir to Faker. Now, the issue with this is that Jovi's also a fantastic Corki player, and he was prioritizing it even against the Tristana when that was very much the meta. Corki versus Tristana every game.
It's his most picked champion this season as well by a large margin. This will be his 13th game. His next most played is Lucian at 4. So he is really indexed into this one. As you say, Canyon can pick Nidalee in almost any draft because his team wins lanes. And that's what they do. See a little bit of a flip through the jungle pool, but it will be the Vi ultimately that comes through here for Owner. Not with a traditional AP mid that locks champions down well with it, but obviously the Azir is going to be pretty good with this too. And they'll grab the Kennen here early blind. A very difficult pick to punish because it is Zeus, of course, who's piloting it, and it does do well into all of the melee meta champions, including Cassante. It looks like Keen feels comfortable to weather the storm there, be once again a huge front line. Now's when things can really change, though, in the second banning phase. You know, Pays obviously isn't going to be playing Ezreal. Will they allow him to play Zeri? Looks like that's what they're fishing for with this Caitlyn ban. I think T1 would do well to ban it. They will actually ban the Leona first here instead.
Yeah. I mean, you think Jovi's a good Zeri. He didn't necessarily prove it in that last game, to be honest. But Pays is like, you don't really want to give that guy Zeri. So I think that's a good call out, Wolf. I think you got to ban this against this guy. Or maybe you try to target the Senna.
I mean, they have the Kallista's gone, the Caitlyn's gone. Maybe you ban Draven here, and then you're like, you really have to ban the Zeri because T1 have had so many great answers to the Zeri lane. Zig's another one, right? And this is, I think, T1 saying, I want you to play Zeri because we have the answer. We have a dive comp. I'll ban Senna instead.
Yeah.
And maybe it's a Soraka Draven lane that they close this one out with. We've seen that from them already this season. It worked very well.
The issue is that you don't have counterpick for support. You know, that's why the Soraka came out in that specific scenario against the Renata. I mean, it's still a strong lane, but at the end of the day, Lehens will have the final say. And it might just be the Jhin, which is a little bit of a takeaway as well from Guma. But nope.
I think he's
just Zeri.
I think he's kind of saying, like, are you going to play Jhin into this with your really strong front line? You have the Azir engage, you have the Vi engage and Kennen, so that front line offers a lot for Jhin potentially. It isn't going to be as strong of a winning lane matchup. Draven has been played with Soraka, has been played with Nami in the past, and, you know, the Leona is banned. Ooh, the trap pick, don't do it to me, Guma.
I mean, playing Xayah into Extendo Beam and Spears and Corki Rockets.
Look at that win rate.
Just sounds like a recipe for disaster.
22%.
They didn't even pick the Rakan with it. It's understandable that they picked Nautilus into Zeri, but it's like, this just feels like a straight-up Guma pick.
Guma is one of the only players that I trust on Xayah, to be honest with you, Valdez. But even still, I'm feeling a little bit worried about this pick, as we do see the Alistar to follow up here, one of the only supports left that's good at weathering the storm here against the Nautilus. Will be able to get past the level 1 and then be a decent engage tool later on. A great front line with Keen for this area. They got the double 80 carry. The win rate across this year, I looked it up, for Xayah across 40 games in the LCK was 30%. It has been played 40 times leading up until this game. because I've been one of the biggest haters of Xayah in the world. And you have to deal with poke, like you said. You have to deal with the spears. You have to deal with the extendo beam, Corki rockets. And you have a lot of ways to peel for the Xayah in this game, so it's a better angle than a lot of our teams. A lot of our teams go, there's Vi on the other side, there's a Kai'Sa on the other side, I lock Xayah no matter what, and then they end up just getting bowled over by a lot of other different forms of CC like Rakan or Cannon. They've got the Cannon on their side, so I do think this is a better angle here. And again, Guma has been a fantastic Xayah player. He's had so many famous games of it. You look back to some of our big finals, some of the big losers finals. He hasn't played it, I believe, yet this season. But it is still a strong pick for him. Played it twice so far this season. But it's, again, a niche pick. Very risky here. I like putting Faker on the Azir because the Corki, he didn't look as comfortable on it. He was caught a few times, was trying to be over-aggressive. The Azir has an extra layer of safety in his ultimate. He also has the dash. They have the Vi to set this up. They have tons of great engage to lock down this Zeri. You've got 2 AD carry threats to deal with. I think T1 have the tools. It's how they use them.
Well, let's see how they use them as we are ready to hop onto the rip for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Here we go, game 2 of T1 up against Gen G. As, take a look at this, we have got Keen with Exhaust in the top lane. We've seen this before. Just to deal with Kennen, obviously you need somebody to take it, but you don't necessarily want Lehens to have it down in that bottom lane, so you just give it to Cassante, who doesn't need Flash to do what he does best.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously helpful to have the Flash, especially if you're going to be the one who's the target, but the Exhaust will still be helpful at mitigating some of the aggression topside in dives and stuff like that that he may end up dealing with in this game. I do think, when you look at the composition here of T1 and how well you can, set up an Azir ultimate into a Nautilus ultimate, Nautilus hook, Vi ult, like all of these things linking together, it's very difficult for Pays to play the game. Not to mention the feathers as well from Xayah, which can also be layered on top of all of that. Just a ward going to get dropped here, no fight. With some additional information, we do have both junglers starting top side in the jungle. This mid matchup is definitely one we've seen a lot. Especially with Tristana being nerfed, Azir rose back up in priority a lot. Definitely one that can go both ways, but Corki does still feel very strong. But more than Corki, it's Chovy. And it's a very good level 1 here for him.
Yep, just getting in Faker's face.
11-0.
Yeah, he has played it a lot of times. As you mentioned, his most played here this season by far. Ahead of that Lucian that had 4 games, right? So. He's going to try to hit level 2 here first as well. You see that Faker is okay in the health department, but it's because Chovy hadn't used his health pot yet, and Chovy's going to zone him away and hit level 2 first. It's just the recent power of the Corki after the changes as well, just being very obnoxious at level 1. And eventually it will stabilize.
So a very common start to this lane. The Corki kind of wraps around the river, goes along the wall, and if the Azir puts his Sand Soldiers up there, you can deny him farm, or if he doesn't, then you just go and push him with the Gatling gun. It's very frustrating to deal with. Faker's doing a good job, though, of spacing Chovy out now here, as they do both hit level 3, and is maintaining, at least for the moment, CS parity.
Yeah, and Faker getting in there, doing some nice poke himself. And at the end of the day, we saw Azir Corki so many times because the handshake is it's very even in this day and age. As you mentioned before, definitely very much a Guma pick. He's 20-7 here on Xayah. We just don't necessarily like it too much in this meta, but it works well with the composition at least.
Yeah, I think this is one of the better angles for it. It's I feel like a misnomer that Xayah is just good into dive because she can press R. But when there's a lot of different dive tools, you only get one R button. But in this game, you've got an Alistar, you've got a Cassante to deal with, and if the spacing is good from Guma, you may just have to ult a Cassante Q3 or something like that, but he can also follow up with his ultimate really well. It's not the awkward Xayah angle where it's a trap. Not necessarily in this case. It does feel much better. We do have Canyon down here.
Yeah, these two pushed up a decent amount, maybe looking for Lehens on the engage first. That's one way to deal with the Xayah, is just get in there before she's level 6. But it does look like Canyon's just going to back away. and we don't have any action down there on the bottom side. I expect this to be kind of a low action game. You know, both sides can easily farm up for the late game, and engaging onto Kennen, Azir, Xayah sounds like a really big pain, and even diving the Nautilus as well. It just feels like Gen.G's not going to have a lot of options for a really proactive early game, so just kind of farm it out, you know, see what you can get in the mid game.
I think Canyon's role in this game is going to be to just kind of fill the gaps in the lanes that need a little bit of assistance, coming down their bottom side to try to maybe put some pressure on while Guma and Carry are abusing the early Alistair level 1. That's part of the why they had that big push. And, you know, he doesn't actually commit to anything there, but puts Vision down. Now he's top side, and Keen is getting pushed in a little bit. He's there to kind of cover that lane as well. Candy's just going to be more of a defensive facilitator because he is Nidalee, doesn't really offer any form of CC or anything like that. So hard to actually kill, but can punish somebody who is pushed up to 4 or relieve that pressure. I think it's really Owner post 6 who's going to have a lot more power in this game. Faker shielding this.
Yeah, at the end of the day, the Corki does win out. That was really cute, actually, that Canyon hit the plants to actually go into mid to clear out the ward, just to give that extra 1 CS to Chovy. You know, he needs all the CS he can get, and he's actually looking for a champion kill as well, as Faker nearly dies to a Frost First Bomb missile combo. Meanwhile, we got a little fight down here on the bottom side. Vi, Owner is nearby as the flash goes in. They're trying to punish Lehens, but the flash away from the feathers means that Lehens will get away, and it just ends up being a little bit of a ruckus, as Ox put it.
Yeah. Okay, Zeus here, down level 6.
Keen actually predicting the move to the left. Doesn't happen.
Nope. Now Zeus has 6, so the opportunity looks like it's passed. A Hex Flash is available for Lehens, so won't feel, you know, horrible about losing his flash there, but it is a nice advantage they were able to garner there in the bottom lane. Canyon rushes topside here to grab these grubs while they don't have control. Pings of question marks on the Dragon from T1. Not sure if he's actually doing that one, as they did back, so they actually don't know where he is right now. And so this is actually a huge boon. They're going to come over here and find out. Lehens going to play bodyguard.
I think Lehens has to be very careful here, and as I say that, I think he might just die. He is extremely low, but they don't want to push into the Nidalee, but in goes Owner, and his first blood for Faker, as now trying to turn this one around is Gen.G, but they only have 2 people. They're trying to take down Keria. Tons of damage between these two, and in fact, Keria will be run down as he doesn't have flash anymore as well. And both of the supports get punished.
Yeah, it's a kill going over to Faker, but it's also a kill going over to Canyon, who will utilize that gold very well. All the while on the bottom side, they didn't get Dragon, right? They came over, didn't get grubs, traded kills. Pays gets a free back while he had this wave pushed, and Guma pulls the wave a little bit closer to the turret here, but Canyon is just going to go rush bottom side here, and with this Nidalee pick, look to maybe set up for double objective here. And Owner hasn't hit level 6 just yet. He used his flash on that last play along with Faker.
Max range Q, and now the all out here on Azeus. This is going to force the Slicing Maelstrom. As we still have Exhaust, he really wants to run him down here, and another Q3 will have to be flashed. As in he goes again. Jeez, man. Keen really wants to get this punished, but here's Owner, level 5, and not really able to do much.
Getting the flash and the ult away from Zeus, not too insignificant, but Keen would have wanted a little bit more there. Just going to allow Owner to go over and take these Krugs away. Dragon actually not secured by Gen.G with Courier returning to lane. They didn't actually hold on to that prio. Chovy ended up losing control of mid as well, as Keen tries to make this topside play. Finds himself empty there as Owner hits level 6 now off of the Krugs. This is a scary moment here when Vi hits 6. Everyone needs to be on the alert. Chovy does have a significant CS advantage despite Faker pushing that wave in. He actually is pulling up to almost 20 CS advantage, and the wave's in a horrible spot here for Faker.
Yeah. I thought that actually Keen would pull the wave towards his turret because he had a big health advantage, and also both top laners don't have TP, so I feel like he really could have punished Zeus more, but instead he wants to get the fast back. And it's actually because they want to go for a bit of a lane swap right now.
Yeah, I think that's a very good read here from Gen.G. Chovy is really just making Faker frustrated. Faker wants to trade here, maybe look for an ult all-in, but Valkyrie is a powerful tool. Zeus, remember, doesn't have his ult back, doesn't have flash here, should be fine. Canyon was seen by a ward. Man, this game feels like it's on a knife's edge. I mean, look at the gold, so even. Really, the gold that Chovy has that keeps Gen.G in a good position here, but they weren't able to get the Dragon. Obviously, that kill going over to Canyon as well. That's where his lead is.
Yeah. And both of these AD carries about to start picking up some turret plates here. We'll see how this does go as Keen on the Cassante, no exhaust anymore. There's 3 people down, but Canyon has made his way down here as well, trying to stop the dive, and this is very dangerous against a Cassante. And look at Keen just getting away from the Q, and Carry is just left for dead. He's just gone. There's nothing that Guma and Owner can do about it, just a failed dive from T1.
Yeah, and look at the top lane. FaZe is just getting pressure on those plates. There's no answer here. Zaya's rotating down is completely gone, so FaZe gets free plates here on the top side. T1 fail a dive and give a second kill to Canyon. And even with the lane swap protection, FaZe is going to get a lot done here in this top lane. And if that's all he gets, still a huge win. And you see Keen has also caught up in terms of CS. He was significantly behind against the Kennen moments ago. Now it's pretty even. T1 not able to get enough control of the bottom lane to start this breakup. If that dive works, maybe they rotate Faker in. They can actually take that dragon, but instead we're 10 minutes in, no Drake take. Bit of a disaster in the bottom lane for that play. Still a relatively even game, but Gen G, for the moment, feeling very happy with their Fed in Italy.
Absolutely. This time around, it feels different. You know, we had a very even game in game 1 up until like 20 minutes, it felt like, and then eventually T1 started to gain a lead. But this time, Gen G are getting us started much earlier with some very nice map plays just to move around and get as much gold onto FaZe as possible, honestly. They're like, okay, we want to get him the plates. We're going to send Canyon down bot so that Keen is safe. And it just gets your gold in the right places. Meanwhile, trying to get a little bit extra as Faker in a rough spot, but he will be able to just dash away as he is Azir.
That's more plates for FaZe, you know, +1. Going to be +2 at least, maybe even 3 here with Canyon helping out. And
yeah, he's like, give me some of that.
And Faker is behind so much in farm. Now not farming here, is going to teleport mid. Chovy will have teleport advantage, can continue to put the pressure on. So they're losing out in mid, they're losing out in bottom, and Keen has stemmed the bleeding in the top lane. It's just such a huge lead here now for Gen G in terms of map control as well, and what it means in terms of denial here. Guma will be able to get some of the CS here. It looks like the last 4 will go to him. He actually still has a CS lead, but the plate gold going over feels so nice for FaZe. 4 in total for him across both lanes.
Yeah, not to mention that, you know, T1 did get the second set of grubs, but it was a Hextech Drake and the first set of grubs that went the way of Gen G, so they're really controlling a lot here. I think it's very scary that Canyon is so far ahead as well with 2 kills.
Look at Chovy. Faker TPs to mid. Chovy trades with him, forces him to back. He grabs Nasher's Tooth, but Chovy's going to get another plate as well in mid lane as the Azir is gone.
There.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's getting nothing out of that one. Chovy is the winner of this one. Hasn't backed for a while. Just still sitting on his tier to a Nasher's Tooth, but you look at the amount of gold he's picked up in minions alone. I mean, it's like that old Rise CS hack meme. He had like 470 CS. He was almost Flame Rising, if not Flame Rising, last game as well.
Yeah.
On the Zeri. Crazy stuff as FaZe left alone for a moment here. Difficult to punish, though. He has Barrier Flash and, of course, his ultimate, and he'll clear this wave quickly enough.
Actually going to get a hook there, but doesn't quite matter. As you mentioned, Zeri, pretty annoying to deal with and pretty difficult to dive, especially when she has that wave clear. As it does look like, you know, Zeus is still going to be able to put on some pressure up in that top lane, at least. And so T1 have that lane going well for them, but everything else not so great as Gen G are really punishing them, trying to get in here, but now it's actually Canyon who's going to get Fender's dragged back, and now Pace is in a lot of trouble. Barrier not going to help him out as T1 call the bluff on the bottom side and come up big.
Finally, T1 are able to make this bottom side play work. They get Canyon first, then turn on to Pace, who's jungleless. And Lehen's not able to help out there. Canyon not going to be able to offer any defensive CC. Very squishy, even though he's got 2 kills. And a Leandri's, that's not going to help you out when a Vi gets on top of you. So great read here from T1. The Vizaya pick working out in terms of layering CC. Lots of damage here. So Lehen's, unfortunately, is just going to be catching what little of this he can. We'll stop a back, perhaps. And small consolation here. But, man, a big swing back here by T1. They actually take the gold lead. As you can see how this all shakes up, Lehen's Hex flashes the wall and goes in on the Keria, which leaves, I mean, it's not a great target, to be honest, and Canyon just follows up into the CC. Very bizarre choice, and then Paze is just left out to dry. Lehen's can do nothing to assist. He used his combo just moments before.
Trying to make a play up here on the top side. That spear looks like it missed, but it might not matter. Zeus is extremely low, does flash the wall. Remember, Keen doesn't have his flash, but he's Cassante just goes through the wall and takes him down.
How do you like this mobility creep? I don't need flash. You said it, fellas. He doesn't need flash. He doesn't want that.
K'Sante is it's an enigma. He does whatever he wants. Meanwhile, though, T1 are getting this bottom turret, so there is that.
Yeah, Chovy's been taking all the farm in mid. Paze has been trying to get farm in bottom. I think we might have to have a little switcheroo on that as this turret goes down. Will be the first turret going to T1, so maintaining their gold lead. Keen will, of course, eventually be able to trade that back here on the top side. Zeus has teleport, but it's a risky call to go for it here with potentially Canyon being nearby, and he is, in fact, nearby. So a little bit of farm denied. It's a very close game, but I think a big factor here is that the Azir picked up a kill, so even though he's down 30 CS, that's somewhat mitigated. The Xayah is very ahead, and Paze has been kind of forced out of the game, and it feels like it's been a while since we've seen Paze actually kind of get forced out on his Zeri to where he ends up falling behind, isn't going to have the same agency. Keen using the exhaust here, the Q3 puts him into the long wall range, perfectly K'Sante there. I mean, we joke about K'Sante, but it was very well played there by Keen. The angle he takes with the Q3, pushing him into the long wall there. Great understanding of the champ.
Yeah, he's just really good at utilizing the very overpowered kits that is K'Sante.
We have a lot of top laners who are good at that, but I feel like he might be the best one.
He definitely is. He's had some really flashy moments on the pick as well. You remember like the 1v4 play from him. That's the one that always stands out in my mind. And, you know, he picked it in game 1. Looked great on it. Well, maybe
in the end of the
maybe not great, yeah. Did get a vote in the POG. Lehens does have Unbreakable Will, but he doesn't want to use it. He's going to really try to save it until the very end, and he's just going to die instead.
Well, I mean, okay, it's a long cooldown.
Yeah, not as long as Flash.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Trading flashes with Faker, calculated?
I mean, look, there's not much saving that one, unfortunately, for Lehens, but he has Hex Flash. They're going to get a turret, it looks like, the inner here in trade for this. It's Chemtech Soul, so, you know, I mean, losing a dragon doesn't feel too bad.
Yeah. There are a decent amount of shields in this game, but they're small shields. I feel like the percentage game is not going to help out too much.
The tenacity will feel pretty good for T1's comp, I would say.
You got some healing for the Italy?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, well, we're trying to get an engage going on. Owner here is in a bit of trouble, and this Alistar's getting some huge dividends. Lehens actually saving that Unbreakable Will. Doesn't actually do anything. Meanwhile, Keen is in the base. He is in T1's base, and he does not care. And he's going to fight under the turret. Look at this. What is happening here?
Doesn't have his exhaust back, so can't actually turn this into a kill, but there's been a little bit of Gen.G accidentally going into enemy teams' bases recently, and this one goes a lot better than what happened with Paze.
Okay, well that was, yeah, that wasn't it, and he might die, as now he doesn't have a dash. Here's Owner trying to save him, and you know what? Maybe we'll be able to, as now it's just Owner going to give his life for him. Nearly takes out Canyon, one hit. Might have done it, but yeah, that was a cover your eyes moment, as now T1 trying to close the gap here on a Canyon, as they did go pretty deep for that kill, but it's just a trade of kills, and meanwhile you're losing your top turret and your mid turret.
And you got teleport out of Zeus, and you had to make this teleport happen to go bottom side to trade a kill, but maybe you should have just been, I don't want to say happy with the L, but I think the losing somebody, losing Owner, and then you know, just kind of defending your turrets might have been better than losing half of an inhibitor turret and a ton of gold on the cannon because the wave was just tossed into the turret, as well as you know, losing that mid turret as well. Now, Lehens, you know, this moment, he really didn't want to use his ult. We've been through this. We went over it. Faker, the good punish, does have to flash to follow. And that means he doesn't have flash here, which ends up being significant. And
all calculated.
Yeah, they're aware of it. So Faker trying to shield the spear, and then
he tried to dodge it, but he was late.
Yeah, I don't.
And it just looked very silly.
It looked silly. Unfortunately, Owner will have to die for this. They commit the teleport of the cannon down, but look at where it goes. It's up to the top part, so it takes him a little bit longer to come down here and chase. Doesn't have ult, so Chovy is trying to walk it off here. Canyon will end up getting stunned and killed, but Chovy has Valkyrie. It's a trade, though, of half of the inhibitor turret's health and that mid turret going down as well. So a lot of gold going over to Gen.G in exchange. You can see they've moved it up to 1,000 gold to lead here. I mean, Pei's still behind, but if he can weather the storm here, he still will be Zeri. the later parts of this game. This big Cassante is going to be a great frontline for the double A to carry, and Corki is not behind.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Gen G as well, is that you never know who's going to carry the game. Like, oftentimes recently it's been Pays, right? He's playing Ezreal, it's 80 carries that are OP, he's a fantastic Zeri player, etc. But in this game, it might just be a little bit of Cassante, Keen, and, Keen Sante, and Chovy Corki. Chorky in the mid lane, and a little bit of everybody else sprinkled in there.
I mean, right now they're doing a lot of damage to turrets, as we saw that graphic earlier, and then Chovy gets the bottom turret. He's now hit his 2-item spike off of that play. I mean, T1 unfortunately is getting run around the map completely here. So even though they get that trade back kill, and the Xayah has IE sitting on 2 items, Pays also has 2 items. Not as strong, arguably, at this point, but the Static Shiv is buffed and much stronger than it used to be. And with the Immortal Shield Bow, a little bit of extra added safety. This is still a big spike for Gen G as well. And there's not a lot of safety here on the map for T1 to run back to. For example, both turrets being gone here in the top lane means that if we tussle for Baron, T1 try to do their classic Baron and turn, and it doesn't work out and they need to run away. There's no safety there. They might get punished. They might get run down. Very scary. There's not much left to take on the map, so Gen G is just going to drop this Rift Herald to the top lane, and maybe he'll charge on an inhibitor later. It's like so far away. Like, T1, calculate when you need to respond to this. It's going to take a while.
Faker's just going to stand there. I mean, Owner is nearby as well, just to keep Faker safe in case he tries to dodge any other Nidalee spears. Nidalee, as we know, is nowhere near. And it just feels like T1 are just hibernating for the winter. You know, they're just waiting until the flowers start to come out again, and especially because it is a Chemtech Soul. Gen G might just take all 3, and T1 might just be like, okay, well, let's fight you on the Elder. We'll see when they want to make a play for an objective, but for now it feels like Gen G are just in major control of the map.
They have full prio. Faker does have TP and did clear the Herald. Kennen, TP coming up soon. There's no flank ward really for Kennen to use those. AS is going to struggle to actually get a big flank off here and get high value. Faker goes mid. I want to contest for prio, maybe set up a Sundisk. But it is a really rough spot here to try to close the gap here for T1 on this low-range Xayah.
Yeah. I'm honestly a little bit surprised that they're fighting so hard for this Drake. It feels like every Drake fight between these two teams, even in the first game over the Ocean Drakes, that one made a little bit more sense to me.
Yeah, I feel like in this scenario, there's not much they could do to trade. They're not going to be able to get away with this Baron sneak or anything like that. And with the wave pushing top, Faker couldn't go for the top turret. There's no bottom turret to push. Mid turret, not really accessible with Gen G having this much prio, so there isn't really a great choice to make, but committing the teleport there from Faker, just kind of watch them lose prio, doesn't feel ideal. There's that ward on the Baron. Owner's clearing some vision here, but Gen G just has so much control. There isn't a great choice to make. And now Faker is finally going to go up here and maybe start to threaten this top turret. It's very healthy.
There's a lot of pings on Baron right now from the blue team.
Yeah.
Making me a bit worried.
I just don't think you can. I mean, Zayas has TP. We can come over there and maybe help you turn. But again, I mean, Faker went Nashor's Tooth and now is itemizing, he went for the Seeker's Arm Guard, so it's not like he's sitting on a Leandri's Nashor's worth of Baron damage right now. So I just don't think it's reasonable. They can maybe force Gen G to respond and contest vision, and that's what they can do. But again, no other real objective for T1 to push right now. They're just kind of sitting back and farming, as you said, and luckily for them, it's Chemtech Soul. If this was, Hextech Soul or Infernal Soul, you're feeling a lot more pressure to actually act and show up for those team fights.
Yeah. And all the while, their Xayah's getting fed, their Azir's getting fed, and they've got a lot of answers for the carries on the side of Gen G. They have not only Vi, but also Nautilus, so if eventually, the one issue I think is Cassante, right? They can deal with Nidalee, they can deal with Corki, they can deal with Zeri. As long as the fight engages are clean and they layer their CC well and we don't have the depth charge at the same time as the Vi ultimate, things should be good. But again, they have to have some clean team fights, and they should be able to deal with some of those squishy carries.
Faker going for Void Staff here, after the Arm Guard for some extra Magic Pen into, 3 Merc Treads. The Cassante, who has a Rookern, I think is a pretty good tech, but it will be at the cost of some of that burn damage it could have otherwise had, and some of the safety that going straight to Zhonya's would have offered him. But when he has the Arm Guard, kind of a nice in-between here. Faker's Azir itemization, I feel like, has been so good this season. And he's been able to get a lot of value out of Stasis. But with this game state, it's going to be really tricky. You might just need it so desperately to actually set up for, you know, a game-changing play, because as is right now, you are stemming the bleeding, you are weathering the storm, you are scaling, but Gen G are just not giving you back any map control. They're also scaling, you know?
Yeah.
Hayes is on 2.5 items, looking for his third relatively soon. Your Xayah advantage that you had before, it's still there, but it means less the longer the game goes on.
We've talked about it many times before, but Gen G are just so good at taking all the gold on the map and finding a way to get it all into their pockets in their advantage. From behind, from ahead, you know, they know how to push advantages, cut out vision, steal jungle camps, deny waves, stuff like that, and just get small gold leads. And even from behind, just finding a way to keep up and not fall too far behind has always been their thing. I mean, I feel like that's why they're so consistent as well.
They're so good at tracking where T1 are and where they can push their turret advantages. That's why it's 4-1 right now. The mines of Lehens and Canyon, and you've got such good reads on the map. All right, T1 now going to try to contest for some of this vision here, but feels very risky. Remember, Zayas doesn't have a teleport ward he can go to here to fight, so T1 are just going to get corralled out of their jungle now. Again, really grasping at straws. Without any map control, it's tough for Faker to even push that topside turret, and I think against a weaker team, he hard forces that, and then they collapse onto whoever tries to come to punish. That's kind of the T1 MO, but Faker's not even going to chance it here in this one. You know, against a 2-item Corki on his spike, tough for him to actually win that matchup hard enough, and then he can collapse very quickly. Keen does have his TP. Trying to get something done here, down a level. He's just sitting on, unfortunately, kind of like 1 and 2 halves of an item, but not actually really that second item he needs.
Yeah, he's desperately trying to hit that Void Staff, and looks like maybe he'll pick it up here. And we very much slowly dipped into the lull state, both of the teams, as we mentioned before, just kind of hanging out. They say, okay, we got Chemtech Drakes coming up, but we're not going to set up huge fights over those. Even T1 committing a TP to the last Chemtech fight, and then they just said, never mind, and now Faker's got TP back. So it didn't actually mean anything in the grand scheme of this game, as we're just kind of hanging out and farming.
The real question now becomes, like, which team wins the team fight later? When the gold is, it's still in Gen G's advantage, but it's only 2.3k. You know, the Xayah is on 3 items too. Runins is now finished for Pays. And I think that for T1, if you can get a pick and you layer that CC, that's how you win the team fight, and Xayah can clean up. All you need is 1 kill. It doesn't matter who it is. Even if you kill the Hens, it gets a lot easier. For Gen G, it's just weathering that engage, and then Pays and Chovy clean up, right? And Canyon obviously can heal. They have a lot of sustain. And T1 has to strike first. You know, it's really difficult for them to actually go into a team fight where somebody gets caught and then turn it after they lose someone, because their team comp is reliant on all the pieces working together. And once again, they're just going to put 2 solo laners in the same lane to get a turret. Like, Gen G's does this. They're like, no, it's solo lane, it's a duo lane. We actually get the turret. The double TP to Baron, calling your bluff.
Yeah, and this is what it will force, but Gen G are okay with that because they push their lead even farther, and they say, okay, we won't have TP, but we don't necessarily need it. And now it's actually Owner who's kind of getting corralled out of this one, as, of course, Zay's held on to his TP. So T1 have teleport advantage, but what does it get you, you know, from behind? That's really what T1 needs to figure out right now.
Yeah, and Gen G are saying, you want Chemtech bottom, we're all top, we double TP, you have no vision here. Kennen can't teleport anywhere topside here. Keen is holding the door here, misses the engage there, Karya, and Gen G looking to turn.
Yeah, they want to fight. And here we go, level 16, Cassandra. That's a huge amount of damage from the Xayah and Kennen, as Exhaust going to be used. Karya trying to punish, not going to catch him. And so Keen kind of finding out the amount of damage that T1 does have when they engage, but now Lehens gets in there, and Owner in a bit of a rough spot as in goes Faker. He is going to get the drop on a Pays as they throw everything into the Zeri. That is a huge catch, but now Faker will go down, and Lehens is kiting this one out, and he will be able to headbutt to potentially survive as well. Look at the health bars here on Zeus and Karya. They are so low, and they're getting poked out, and there's not much they can do except run from here.
Yeah, Zeus, no flash here, really tough to make anything happen. Gumayusi is really the main character here. If T1 were ever to get something done here, might even try to look for a backstop. He's going to blast cone in.
Okay, he's going in. Didn't think that Cassante was nearby, and, well, he found out that he was, and now he's dead. Flash is gone, and Keen still doesn't need Flash, because he's Cassante.
I mean, it was so close to being that team fight I was talking about. You almost got the pick onto Lehens. He gets out, but then you get Pays, but it's in big trade there. Faker going down. You don't have enough damage to follow up. Xayah so low range. And then he just decides, like, I'm the only Fed member. I have to do something. but it wasn't the right call there with the Cassante standing by. He just didn't have the right read. There's no Baron take, but it will be Gen G getting soul point here. And every little bit helps. I mean, all the extra healing, the extra tenacity, but these are small things that will matter, but it's not the game-ending take. It's just how this fight breaks out, because Owner has to defensively ult here, and Faker still catches pace. He makes the heroic play, utilizes that arm guard that we talked about so much, but then he's just completely isolated, because with Unbroken Will, Lehens can just stand in front of everybody else and tank it up, and then the front to back gets really tricky with Guma being so low. And I guess just with the Scryers thought
that plant,
we just thought Keen, if he was there, he would have been hit by the Scryers. He wasn't. He had a control ward in there, and Scryers just misses him, and I guess misread there from Guma is going to cost him his flash on an already low-range AD carry. At least he's got his ult, but he feels rough.
Yeah, you take a look at what they get from the two Chemtech Drakes. 12% tenacity, which was recently taken away from some items and runes and stuff like that. And also, you know, the Cassante has massive shields, actually, even with the Recurn. And to talk about Cassante a little bit more, he didn't have Randuin's in the last fight. Now he does. So that Xayah going to hurt a lot less. And already Keen is extremely tanky.
Yeah. You can see T1 are dropping blue trinkets in here and, you know, saying, all right, well, they're not doing that. We better back off because they're right in our jungle, and they've put some deep aggressive control wards here. T1 fighting for vision of their blue buff, which is taken away. This is Gen G's oppressive composition here. And they know the one way they can mess this up is if they just took a greedy Baron here when they're not quite ready to. They need a little bit more control before they can do that, so they're just making T1 check, keeping them honest. Blue trinkets down, and it's like, well, T1, are you going to face check? Keeping the Scryers bloom up, checking all vision, no wards, nothing. Here for T1, completely blind.
Yeah, they have like one blue trinket in their own jungle, which was just pinged, by the way.
Yep.
And they're just going to start Baron. And they can 2-mana with Corki and Nidalee, and then eventually have the rest of the team come over, and there's just zero vision. I mean, T1, they're just going to have to send it, but they're too late. They're backing.
You can't even engage on Lehens. He's got ult, he's got flash. Like, Owner is just going to take the Constellation Gromp in this case, and T1 just could not come in. They couldn't do anything. Oppressive vision control, no way to face check, and they just give up the Baron because there's really no right choice. But nobody's side laning either. No, it's too risky to push that top turret, which has been alive and it's basically full health for the whole time. Bounty's now up. No bottom turret to push on the opposite side of the map. T1 almost checkmated in this game, it feels like.
Uh-oh, the Xayah gets engaged on. There's the Featherstorm. That's early as now Lehens. Baker looking for it, just going on a crazy raceway. I don't even know what that was. Meanwhile, Owner goes down, and Lehens is going to find another one. Finds the Kennen here. Nice Zhonya's, actually. A lot of damage into Pace, who will go down. And that might actually stop the push for now.
That kind of saves the inhibitor, may have saved the game, because if they end up losing more people there.
They're sticking around, though.
Yeah, Guma, no ult.
Oh my god! What was that?
Bye-bye!
What was that damage?
I mean, that's some big Corki damage right there.
Was there a spear in that as well? There had to have been.
I think there was, yeah. And the RFC, i.e., everything hurts.
Well, the game might just be over now.
It is now, I think.
They fake back, and Faker's down. Zhonya's can only save you so many times, and that spear is going to land, and that might just be GG, as with the Baron. The Rival Baron power play push coming on in. They're looking to end this game, and Gen G, they almost lost the game today, but they did not. And in the end of the day, it is a relatively clean 2-0 win over T1 as they're playing with their food, who is Owner right now. And it will be another Nexus to fall. Gen G, once again, will not drop a game.
Another 2-0 in the books for the team that's already secured round 2. T1 made the first game look close. The second game, they had that angle. They had a Fed Xayah. You know, maybe Guma could have gotten it done had Gen G just not been so good at the map reads. Constant turret takes, oppressive vision around Baron, giving T1 no options whatsoever in this game. And then it was the lack of vision that once again punished them. Punished Guma when he went in there into a Cassante, punished the whole team when they walked forward there to the fake back. And the big Corki crit damage does come through. And I mean, it's just Gen G, man. They seem unstoppable. If T1 can't get it done, if D+ can't get it done, if Hanwha can't get it done, can anyone get it done? I mean, Top Esports got it done in a best of 3. One best of 3.
Yeah.
That's all they've lost. That's it.
That's it. They just don't really lose. They don't seem to know how. T1 almost figured it out in one game as what is going on here. FaZe maybe threatening him for taking his Penta a couple of days ago with a Nami bubble, and I think it was a Comet or something, or Airy. Either way.
That's the kind of boring game that I feel like Gen G was known for back in like 2021 when they were fairly dominant at that time. Obviously not as dominant as T1 at their best and Damwon Kia. But, you know, it's just play the map, put up control wards, and say, walk towards us,
map
die.
Plays.
Yeah, it's walk towards us and die, or don't, we get the Baron and then you die. It's just straight up a chess game. And every time, you know, Owner tried to make a play, every time they tried to set up a dive, sure, they got a few kills, but it was just losing map pieces, the towers every single time. I mean, there were some great proactive plays here from T1, don't get me wrong. There were also some big errors as well, and some overextensions. Faker had a better start this game around, but certainly made some aggressive choices. Got FaZe the one time, did not get him the second time there on the bottom fight. Unfortunately, FaZe was able to skate his way out of that one.
Yeah, this was the moment where we were like, hey, maybe T1 gets an early lead again, and this could get interesting once again because, you know, the Owner's Vi, once again, Owner, very consistent, feels like he's always there. It does get caught a little bit here, but they're able to turn up, but the issue is that all of their CC is used on an Alistar, and then Faker has to go in alone, and yes, they catch FaZe, as you mentioned before, but then Faker dies, and it ends up just not being a good play because you ran out of all of your CC, you overcommitted onto an Alistar, and you didn't get anything.
Yeah, this unfortunate moment here for Guma. I mean, he had the Scryers, he had the Scuttle, you know. I think from his perspective, like, he had enough information to judge the play. Faker unable to actually catch FaZe this time, as you see, might have actually been a little bit more useful in this particular case, but I mean, game state, Lahen's just booping the cannon, and it's a nice Sonya's, as you mentioned, but they're just so far behind. And then the fake bag.
나 힐 뽑고 잘 앞에서 나대면 더.
Alright, let's see.
There's a ward here. It's just on the corner, though. That was such a great trap.
It doesn't even look like there's a spear in there.
Yeah, I don't think so, because Cannon just throws one right after.
Yeah.
I think it's just quirky damage, man, with the resistance shred and some big crits coming through.
Yeah. I mean, it is.
I mean, look at it here. It's like
very fed Corki at this point in the game.
He's got IEs on 4 items.
Yeah. I guess so. And Zaya's not tanky at all, obviously, so pop the Zaya like a balloon.
That ward is so, like, he got trolled by the plant, and then the ward that he has there on the corner doesn't actually, because of the way that League of Legends vision works, give them enough vision there, so he thinks it's actually safe. It's not.
What is, Guma got trolled by vision twice this game.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate for him.
Yeah.
And I don't think this was about the Zaya pick necessarily, but it did end up being a symptom of the problem. As FaZe was put down this game. You could see that very evidenced here. He was also killed early in a few fights, but
it's what happens when you over-index, though. You know, like I said during the game, you never know who's going to carry the game for Gen G. So you get Vi, you get Nautilus, and you send Faker in to assassinate the Zeri. And yeah, you got him. And FaZe didn't really play the game, but it just didn't matter because then Chovy carried and Keen carried.
I thought it was a valiant attempt from T1. I mean, no one is really beating Gen G right now. Only D+ got that very dominant win. We've seen a few other teams get close. T1 got close in game 1. I don't think if you're a T1 fan, you should take this too hard. There's still a lot of time. You're still ramping up. Game 1 was a good one. So, you know, it's another T1, or rather another Gen G win.
Gen G just keep winning, and they will continue their streak against T1 and here also in the LCK. We are done here for the cast of the first series, end of Saturday Showdown. We're going to hand it over to the space to break this one down.
Thank you very much, guys. And Gen G, they stay unbeaten and unblemished in this series as they go 2-0 against T1. Welcome back to Space. Degon alongside Ox and Atlas. And this one, a little bit more measured and a little bit slower in the mid game, but early on we had a lot of scraps.
Yeah, a lot of battles when it came down to the junglers, you know, trying to make things happen early on, but it felt like Gen G just always have this ability to slow the pace of the game down, make it meet their terms, extract more gold from the Rift, and then went on to be in a comfortable position in teamfights.
Yeah, and I also feel like this was a little bit of, I guess, T1 running out of steam after a really close first game that they weren't able to actually take in the end. I think that you could feel some of the emotional battle that was going on there as well, with a bit of the desperation when it wasn't necessarily as warranted in this one, unfortunately. And the draft we had a few issues with as well, Orcs, like the Xayah pick coming in when... And I'm going to say this, and I know I'm a known Jhin anti, but this was a Jhin angle. It wasn't a Xayah angle.
Yeah, I mean, you can understand they obviously need some AD. You couldn't go something like the Kai'Sa because you have the AP solo laners, even though Kai'Sa fits well with like Vi Nautilus. But it feels like, you know, Xayah's best off when she's cutting backwards in fights, and really you need to be aggressing on the enemy team. You need to be challenging the Corki, the Nidalee, or they're just going to poke you out. You need to get on top of the Zeri. I do like that they went the Vi Nautilus and the Zeri. Paze couldn't play the game, but fortunately, Paze has teammates, and they're very good at the game.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at some of the highlights here. Again, happening a little bit later in this one, as it was a scrap here in the mid lane. T1 taking initiative, but they don't come out on top.
Yeah, and Keen initially trying to make something happen here gets honestly shredded very quickly on the back of this. So T1 say, yeah, we can make something happen. Kerry unfortunately doesn't catch Chovy off guard. And then I actually think Lehens gets a ton of value here. CC's the Vi, so Ona ults the Alistar to get out. We see Faker go for this great play onto Paze. They shut him down immediately, but that's one kill, right? There's still a lot of Gen.G up. Faker trades his life for that. And then we actually see Lehens forces Guma's ult just by being on top of him. He can then disengage. And considering how good the play from Faker was, really for it to be a 1-for-1 and you to be down on health, it does not feel good.
Yeah, and Lehens actually just kind of being a maestro of the battlefield in this particular play was very, very impressive. But having a Vi get that sort of angle, this was heartbreaking for Gumayusi, unfortunately. Keen just hadn't backed yet, and there was no vision in the banana brush. We say it all the time, banana brush vision is very important.
It's OP. And I feel like as well, in situations like that, playing the Xayah when you don't have your ultimate, you see how he's trying to force on the Nidalee, but you set up your feathers and Nidalee just jumps out. So even if Keen hadn't been there, I think the chance of actually killing Canyon was very low. So it ends up being a pretty risky play that does backfire.
Yeah, I know. Again, just we've seen T1 be able to make those types of plays, whoever it is, across the board, make those clutch plays. In that case, really, really smart there by Keen to hug that banana brush. And then we take a look at the final fight here. After taking control of the game, Gen.G then in the mid lane, tighten the screws. A little bit of happy gaming there by Lehens, but it all worked out.
Yeah, this was like kind of crazy on a lot of angles, like Faker with the special delivery of the ultimate that hits the air, and then this was a phenomenal all-out. I think that Keen played the fight very, very well, but then headbutting a cannon with ult up into your team is...
Blow him up, guys.
Not great.
Whoops.
Yeah, some questionable decisions here from multiple people on both sides, but I think the thing that was really consistent was just Chovy on the Corki. And here...
It's on vision.
Yeah, very disrespectful, I feel, from Guma. And the other one, you know, obviously didn't see Keen there, but here, you know, maybe assumed Corki walked away when he moved out of vision, but they managed to set a trap, and Chovy was just so strong, just capable of just one-shotting him. And, you know, he had sums, but just didn't get a time to react.
Yeah. The game was kind of already over at that point, so I guess we can't really be too hard on on Gumayusi. Like, we're not going to say that was where they lost the game. It wasn't. There are a few things that sort of compiled on top of one another. The early game was actually pretty close. We didn't really have an opportunity to show it, but a lot of back and forth, especially between the junglers in this game. But with the fact that T1 didn't get off to their lead like they did in game number one, it was much more even game, and Gen.G wins those.
It just feels frustrating because, you know, if you're behind against Gen.G, of course you lose. If you're even with Gen.G, well, they get more gold from the map, and you lose. And then as we saw in game one, if you're ahead of Gen.G, well, they will stall the game out, and you will still lose.
Doesn't matter.
It's just inevitable.
Yeah. All right, well, let's see who the POG is here in game number 2 after Gen.G successfully take this series. And yes, also the inevitable, it's Chovy taking this one.
The Boom Boom. This is like some of the lowest POG points that we've seen from Chovy in a really long time. And spoiler, I didn't even vote for him. I felt like, yes, he does amazing things, but I guess we're kind of used to Chovy just being good at Corki and delivering a lot of the boom boom damage. This one was what we just saw before. Pretty sad to have to do it to Gumayusi twice in a row, but there it is.
Oh, the analyst.
Oh, I'm not alone. Okay.
The Keen just cabal on the analyst votes across the board. That's
the Endcast cool. Just like throwing it over to Lehens. I'm right on board.
What? I mean,
I'm into it.
He had that good fight on the Alistar. Yeah. You know, I think it's
he also like died by himself loads of times, but he wouldn't be Lehens without that. We love him for that. Yeah. And you have to like, if you want him at his best, you have to also love him at his worst.
The cannon delivery system, that was pretty neat, you know.
Innovative.
Sure. It is cool.
It is very innovative.
I think, honestly, Chovy is suffering from what all his teammates suffered from in spring, which is having good teammates, right?
Yeah.
You know, so Chovy was
actually like, it's really hard to get all of the POG points with really good teammates, so it must be hard for Chovy.
Yeah, and they experienced that in spring where Chovy was just getting them all, and now he's suffering a bit from that because we had Canyon at the start of the split, was getting a ton, now Pays is, and it's not that Chovy's playing bad, it's just they're playing really good.
We'll have the interview here in just a second with Jisun on the translations. But T1, what are the takeaways here for T1 after this series, knowing that a lot of their tough matches are now in the rearview mirror?
They can beat Gen G. Like, not necessarily in a series, but in a game. Game 1 was winnable, and they just flubbed it. So they can definitely beat Gen G. Game 2, clearly they were a bit shaken. They are a very hard opponent, but everyone has been losing to Gen G. If you let this get to you, then, you know, that is not something T1's going to do. You just focus, you go, okay, what were our mistakes? We have a couple of easier matches at the end of the split. Let's clean up those, get a good placement for playoffs, and then go into playoffs and be better.
Yeah, this is just the regular season. I think that T1 are now kind of out of the woods, right, with their opposition. They've managed to pick up a win over D+. Just finish out the rest of the season, take down your opposition, focus up against B&K in their last match, and they'll be good.
And then how disappointed are you that we didn't see Shyvana? You know, expecting to see a little bit more out of that, especially between these two squads, these two junglers and teams that can play around it. Didn't quite see it yet. Maybe we'll see it in the next series.
I thought Canyon would bring it out, and we get to see someone who is competent playing it on the playing the pick, bring it out. But I think Ona has also had a fantastic series. It's cool we got to see the Lilia. That's something that's been really popular in the LPL. So, you know, I think Ona had a pretty strong series despite the overall result.
Yeah, I think that I would have loved to see the Shyvana, but it's also good to see that our teams wanted to win.
Yeah, well, we do have one winner, and it is Gen G, and they are standing by right now for the interview translations with Jisun. Jisun, take it away.
2024 LCK Summer Split T1과
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview translation. Here joined by Pays and Chovy on the side of Gen G after their win up against T1 with a 2-0 game score. Congratulations on the win, guys. Thank you.
네, 초비 선수 플레이오프 2라운드에 진출했습니다.
Chovy,
소감 들어보겠습니다.
Gen G secured spot in the second round of playoffs. How do you feel? Yeah, we just advanced to the second round, but I was pretty sure that we're gonna make it, so I don't know. It doesn't really excite me that much. I was expecting it a little bit. In Pays, you have surpassed 1,000 POG points and achieved an incredible personal record today. So you are now the youngest player in the LCK history to reach 1,000 kills in the fewest games. How do you feel? I think today is an amazing day for me. You know, I got 1,000 POG points and also, you know, hit the milestone. It feels amazing. I don't know. He reached 1,000 kills too early. I'm still worried that he might get too spoiled. But anyways, congratulations, and I hope you, you know, keep up the great work. Chovy, so with this win, you have also achieved a 10-match winning streak up against T1 with so many records on the line. How did you feel coming into today's match? I mean, you could say so, you know. The stakes could be really high in some perspectives, but from my perspective, it was just one of the regular season matches, so I was not feeling too much of a burden or pressure today. Number one, you showcased an outstanding performance with Senna, maintaining your undefeated and contributing to a third of your team's damage and 100% kill participation. What makes your Senna so special? I mean, my teammates are doing a fantastic work this season, so naturally, I get to have a really good stats around Senna. And also, I think Lihans is also really good at the champions that goes well with Senna, so because of that, I think my Senna gets a little bit of a help or boost in terms of the stats. Well, Chovy, there were some moments in the early game where you were pressured by the Lilia and Nautilus. How did you turn the situation around? What's going on? Anyways, yeah, it was kind of hard for us to kind of dive onto the enemies, but Realizing the given situation, I figured that I have to farm or scale well, so I try to, get more gold. Oh, so it was an intended video filter because the fan sign says, "Where's Toby? I only see the light." So we kind of enhanced the brightness to kind of give it a look of a light, Now let's take a look at this replay where Genji was able to close out the game with one team fight. So when was the moment that you were very confident or certain that you're gonna win the game? Is this the last team fight? Maybe not. I think maybe mid-game team fight. I'm not sure, but anyways. So we go to punish when the opponents were a little bit split. So I think that was a really good call. Plus, we were very confident in our late game power spike. So once we were having all the powerhouses that we needed, we kind of accelerate the speed of the game. And then game 2, you picked Corki, which was seen in the first game on the opponent's side. So it was an Azir-Corki matchup in mid lane. How did you plan to leverage your team's comp strength? So Azir-Corki matchup, I think Corki does have the agency to kind of pressure the laning phase. So I kept that in mind in order to kind of win out the laning phase as much as possible to kind of exert more pressure around the map. So your Corki is on a 12-game winning streak this summer. How did you manage to farm and play so well with Corki? I mean, I can't say my proficiency on Corki is decent, but also I think it's mostly because of the great teammates that I have. Jovi, last time you played Draven mid recently, and with many AD carry champions appearing in mid lane, and you are also one of the players that actively use them. What are your thoughts on this meta? I mean, it depends on the situation, but when they are locked in the perfect kind of comp, they tend to do really well, and I just don't really have a strong bias or opinion about the meta because as long as it works well and makes you win the game, I think you should be rather open-minded. And Paige, I'm so curious about this ceremony. Please explain. Oh, last time, one of my friends asked me to do that ceremony if I hit 1,000 kills. So I was just living up to my words. So that was not your desire to, kind of threaten Lehans, right? Not at all. I just wanted to do it for my fans. Joby, any thoughts on this? I wish one of my fans also asked for something like that. I can do the same for Lehans for sure. My wish. Now Genji finished week 7 undefeated again. Next week you face DRX and KT. Are you confident you will continue your undefeated streak? I am very relieved that we managed to get a win here today. I hope we can keep our focus until the very end in order to win it all. Our team's morale is great. We are in a very high spirit, but I don't want to keep our guards down. We will keep up the grind as well in order to keep the win streak. And this will be the end of the interview with Jovi Pace and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jisun Ayaya, as Gen G stay perfect and earn their spot in round 2 of the playoffs here in T1. They're on that streak, but it'll stop at 8-6.
It's just crazy that D+ is in 3rd and hasn't locked playoffs at this point of the season, and Gen G is already locked round 2. The lead they have is just absurd.
Yeah, it is completely bananas. D+ getting pretty close though, and with the fact that T1 lose here today, it does help D+ in their struggle with not only securing 3rd place, but also still fighting for that 2nd place that is kind of on the table for them, as of course it is only Gen G that has locked that round 2 right now, and it's going to take a while for anyone to get to that point.
Yeah, well, We'll see how that all shakes up later on in the split. But next up, fans still outside making signs for the next matchup. It's B&K FearX versus DRX, and we got some replay for you in between the breaks, so don't go anywhere. More LCK in a bit.
중계경기 패배후 하나가 되기 위해
동리아의 궁극기를 타고 핑티비티로 떠나 은퇴양난.
수영장에서 정말 꿀잼 게임들로 웃음이 끊이지 않았습니다.
아니 근데 설마 조회수가 망했던데? 이거 괜찮은 거야?
아이 뭐 저희는 뭐 친해지기도 하고 더 돈독해졌잖아요. 조회수는 뭐 PD님들이나 작가님들이 좀 영향이 있는 거니까.
그치, 재밌긴 했어 우리는.
여튼 다음 이야기 상체팀과 하츠팀 승리는 누가 할 것인가?
마지막 게임도 기대하시라.
무리를 달리는 자 게임입니다. 난 무리를 달리는지 안 찍는데. 자, 게임 방법은 양 팀은 첫 번째 주자부터 마지막 주자까지 순서를 정해주시고 한 명씩 서핑보드에 올라타서 다음 주자가 있는 곳까지 이동하시고 마지막 주자가 꼬린 지점에 먼저 들어오는 팀이 승리하는 방식입니다. 오케이.
근데 위치가 좀 불편합니다.
이것 때문에 계속 움직여. 여기 뭘 처음 이것 때문에 얘가 안 멈춰. 수영장하기 게임을 나 숨 잘 참아. 나도 숨 참아.
오케이, 숨 참기.
자, 우리 주라트의 자존심 대결 한번 보시죠.
아니 저 너무 자신 있었는데 여기 그냥 3분을 참는데 해녀예요, 해녀.
오래됐어.
아 자신감 너무. 아니 사가미가 있는 거 아니에요? 미친 압박감이 지금 숨이 잘 안 쳐지는 거 같아. 나 불렀는데 아니라면 머리 잡아 당겨줘. 나 간다 이대로.
자, 호루라기 불면 바로 들어가는 겁니다. 자, 네.
어때? 종민이 거의
동민이 형 좋은 거 알지?
에이 소행이가 죽었네. 소행이 금방 올라오겠다.
아니 진짜 왜 이렇게 잘 참아? 바로 죽어? 야 이거 뭐라고 무슨 거냐? 아니
소행아 그만해.
좋은 거 아니죠? 감이 없으십니까? 아니 서영이 형 죽은 거 아니에요?
아 이거 뉴스 기사 1면 나오기 싫은데 살짝 무서워져 지금.
진짜야? 진짜야?
쟤 빨리 이렇게 하려다가
어때 이게 못 이겨요? 못 이겨요? 못 이겨. 와
잘했네.
1번 타자 김종인.
2번 타자.
저희 이거 갈아탈 때 도와줄 게 있나요?
네. 너무 좋다, 너무 좋다. 시작을 하시겠습니다.
아 방해. 넘어뜨려.
좋다. 왔다. 이겼다.
아니 아직 몰라. 누구는 몰라.
반대. 갈게요.
아직 몰라.
아 이게 방해하는 게 손해네.
아직 몰라.
좋아요. 전체가. 넘어뜨려 그냥. 야 방해하는 게 손. 다시다. 아직 오래 걸려. 마지막 찍어. 다시다.
안 찍었어.
안 찍었어. 빨리 와요. 할 수 있어. 일단 찍어. 빨리. 야 이거 와.
집착해.
할 수 있어요. 왕판 뒤집기 가능해. 타기만 하면. 야 반칙도 이겼다. 빨리. 저 버럭 좋다. 그대로 오면 돼. 지금 그대로 오면 돼. 야 못타 상대 못타. 야 못타 상대 못타. 대충 사는 척하고 찍으면 돼 이거. 아니 지금 왜 저래? 이거 인정이잖아. 인정. 도와줘야 돼. 맞다. 야너 설거지 하고 싶어. 내가 설거지 하기 싫잖아. 빨리 가. 가야 돼. 이거. 야 그렇지. 뭐라. 그렇지 와 빨리 와. 그렇지 와 빨리 와.
처음에 잘못.
여기 오답이 질 뻔했다. 너무 깜짝 놀랐네. 자, 여튼 오늘 게임은 스피에서 오늘 어려운 것과 하는 걸로. 다 같이 이렇게 몸 닿으니까 더 가까워지는 거 아니야? 설거지 같이 하는 거니 하나니까.
야 입술이 파래요.
얼굴에 낯빛이 잠깐 머리 너무 크게 박아가지고 땅이 울리더라고요.
괜찮아요.
종래 마무리해 그러면. 자 여러분들 식사로 가기 전에 아무도 못 알아채신 것 같은데 여러분들 유니폼을 보시면 새로운 로고가 추가가 됐습니다. 우회제야. 캐릭터가 새롭게 추가가 됐어요. 여러분들 물놀이로 인해 빡빡해진 눈을 촉하게 만들고자 선물을 보내셨습니다. 아이템을 많이 쓰는 거죠.
이거 프로게이머 필수템이긴 해.
성향감에 따라 눈을 추가해 할 수가 있으니까 사용을 좀 해주시고 중해제약에서 사실 요청한 게 있어요. 우리 중해제약의 딸 T1C 광고를 좀.
이거 LCK 광고에서도 나와.
아이 답답해? 답답한 지하철역도 트렌즈 아이드롭 약국에서 만나요.
너 바로 만들었습니다. 저희가 아이 답답해하면 옆에서 이렇게 건네주고 자기가 하면은 저희가 다 같이 약국에서 갖고 있는 예, 웃지 말기 옆에서.
큐.
아이 답답할 땐 아이드롭이지.
아이 축축해. 약국에서 봐요.
완벽. 너무 좋았어.
야,
지금 꽤나 과장돼 있었어. 완벽했어 이거.
하나, 둘, 셋.
오세요, 오세요. 맛있겠다, 근데. 형님이 다 구워주는 건가?
해볼게.
88년생의 노하우.
태어나서 처음 해보긴 해요.
나도.
저 진짜 태어나서
저도 이런 거 만져보는 게.
저도 항상 제 친구들이 해줘가지고.
어디 뭐 놀러 가거나 이런 거 없어요?
그러면 아내가 해줘. 아내가 해줘.
근데 보통 여자 쪽이 많이 하지 않나요?
그렇진 않은데.
아니 은근히 저도 뺏기긴 했거든요 옛날에. 전에.
아니 나는 내가 하려 그러면 답답하다고 저리 가라 그래.
보통 그게 많이 그렇대요 근데. 내가 남자가 경력을 쌓을 곳이 없었던 거지.
아
저도예요
맞네.
저도. 아이고. 어서오세요.
아이고 상치님들.
이거 하고 있습니다. 아직 안 됐네.
앉아 계세요. 앉아 계세요.
잘 구웠다.
너무 잘 구웠는데요?
딜리셔스. 한번 먹어보겠습니다.
가져가서 그냥
고기
자르는
보쌈처럼 생겼는데? 이게 먹어도 되는 때깔이야 이거?
그래서 뭔가
익었는데요?
먹고
아, 익었어?
하는 사람들
바베큐라 괜찮은 건가?
자르는 게 나아.
뜯어서 자르는 게 나을 것 같아.
근데 이게 너무 두꺼우면
아니요.
아니야. 익은 데가 있고 안 익은 데가 있고.
아 귀찮아 안 해.
요즘 고긴 깨끗해서 괜찮아.
먹어.
네, 다 먹어.
먹어? 맛있어.
아, 맛있을 거야?
맛이죠?
맛있어. 소맥 먹을 사람?
저요.
저도 먹을게요.
감독님 소맥?
소맥.
소맥 드십니까? 오케이.
동민이 형이
기가 막히게 원샷 각으로 타드릴게요.
기가 막히게 말아주세요. 근데 왜?
원샷이 소주가 너무 많은데요?
아니야. 이 정도 먹어야지. 받아들여.
짠이에요?
그냥 뭐 짠만 할까요 일단?
짠!
원샷이야?
아니요. 편한 대로.
미지근해.
이거 소주가 상당히 많이 들어간 것 같은데?
형이 원샷 했어 설마?
아니요.
와 근데 진짜 누가 탔어? 암살이야?
아니, 제 입맛 이상한 거 아니죠?
아니 이렇게 먹는 거야 원래 소맥을.
부장님 스타일인 거잖아.
1대1도 아니고 이건
스타일.
뭔
이게
비율이에요?
KT 스타일이야.
잘 보이긴 하나.
다들 편한 데 있었구만.
KT가 옛날부터 유명하긴 했어.
강한 자들만 살아남았구나 이거.
다들
지민이 처음부터 끝까지 서포터 했어?
전 처음부터 끝까지.
서포터 왜 했음?
처음
아니 왜냐면 내가 왜 서포터 시작하는 애들 대체로 물어보면 다 후야.
저를 중간에 한번 원딜로 바꾸고 싶었거든요.
근데 왜 안 바꿨어?
한사연 감독님의 만류로 서폿이 없다고 그냥 계속 하다 보니까
왜 바꾸려고 마음은 왜 먹었는데?
아니 솔랭에서 원딜들 좀 만나보니까 할만한데.
원딜로 했을 때
그때 용빈이 만난 거 아니야?
나도 나쁘진 않았는데 나름.
너 같은 팀 했던 원딜이 누구 누구야?
테드랑도 하고
테디,
강진이
퓨리.
형이랑도 하고
퓨리 형도 했어?
퓨리랑도 하고
퓨리.
종인이 형은
범현이랑 카인, 고릴라, 눈꽃 이렇게 세 명이어서
얼마 없네 생각보다.
범현이랑 좀 오래 했어서 그렇지.
그래서 다 만족스러웠어?
그러니까 제가 근데 KT 가가지고 저는 근데 롱주 했을 때도 저는 좀 많이 열심히 했다고 생각했거든요. 근데 KT에 있었을 때 약간 많이 부족하다는 걸 알긴 했어요. 일단 오창종 감독님이 바텀에 요구하는 게 굉장히 많아요. 뭔가 약간 그런 주도권 콜도 빡세게 하고 뭔가 우리가 먼저 움직일 수 있다. 근데 그거를 약간 이제 라인 밀기 전부터 얘기를 해야 된다. 왜냐면 너 알잖아. 약간 이런 느낌으로 계속 얘기해 주셨거든요. 그래서 그걸 다 해내면은 그냥 제가 보기에는 그냥 일장이거든요. 네, 그거를 좀 해내기 버거웠던 것 같아요. 저랑 눈꽃이가. 그래가지고 그래서 그때 가가지고 아 내가 진짜 꽤나 많이 부족한 사람이구나. 그래서
그 전까지는 자신감이 넘쳤는데
어쨌든 다시 프로게이머 이제 그만두고 다시 이제 원래는 한 번쯤은 다시 하려고 그랬는데 너무 준비하지 않는 상태에서 했어가지고 그게 좀 아쉽긴 하죠.
시간이 좀 더 있었다면 좀 더 아름다운 뭐 그런 게 있었을 수도 있겠지만
같이 하자.
같이 했죠.
재밌었지.
저희 근데 상대 팀이 혹시 정해졌나요?
솔직히 정해졌죠.
진짜 정해져 있었어요? 여기서?
여러분들한테 선택을 하게 하려다가 당연히 파이팀을 뽑을 것 같아서 이번에 노페 감독님께 여쭤봤습니다. 노페 감독님의 선택은 DRX 드리겠습니다.
DRX 현재 몇 등이죠?
DRX랑 같은 순위입니다.
그러니까 노철 형이 고른 거지 이거.
감독님 탓이네 지면?
저희 그냥 계속 이렇게
벌레가 차라리 안에서 먹는.
네, 벌레가 많아가지고
너무 많긴 하다.
살려줘. 감사합니다. 다 원하고 계셨을 거야.
나 원했어. 너무 원했어.
난 사실 노력했어. 가자. 얘들아 잠깐 모여봐봐. 오케이. 다들 거기 앉고. 종일이가 크니까 위에 앉아. 자, 우리가 이제 상대가 정해졌는데 남은 기간 스크림 때 어느 정도 방향성을 갖고 하는 게 좀 좋잖아? 도움이 필요할 것 같아서 린다랑 해설님, LCK CL의 린다랑 해설님한테 우리 제발 어떻게 하면 이길 수 있을지 이 선수들은 어떤 특징을 갖고 있는지 좀 코멘트를 해달라고 했거든? 또 우리가 이 데이터 해석하는 데는 도와줬잖아. 뭐 우리 감독님도 있었고 원래 같이 한번 알아보는 느낌으로다가 자료를 한번 보도록 해봅시다. DRX 챌린저 2024 LCKC의 서머.
너무 어린데? 정글러가 나이가 많이 17세 있다.
일단 정규 시즌 성적 5위, 4주차 종료 기준인데 4승 4패, 세트 9승 9패 이 정도 괜찮잖아. 아니 표정이 안 좋은데?
5위?
근데
5위면 1, 2, 3, 4, 5면은 승권이네? 서브이거잖아. 정부가 아니잖아.
서브긴 하지.
맞지.
일단 우리가 가장 싫어하는 스타일이야. 운영보다는 교전지향적인 팀. 소위 말해서 이제 박치기 공룡이라고 하지. 강점은 우리가 이제 익히 알고 있는 세테, 파더. 이 두 선수가 1군 경험이 있는 선수들이고 실제 게임 내에서도 좋은 퍼포먼스를 보여줬기 때문에 체급이 정말 높은 딜러진을 보유하고 있다. 그리고 약점은 탑정글 서포트. 나머지 세 라인이 상대적 신인. 왜냐면 이제 원래 CL에서 뛰던 선수들이 지금 1군에 올라가 있기 때문에 이게 보자기 아래쪽에서 완전 어린 친구들이 올라왔는데 신인들이다 보니 실수가 좀 잦은 편이다. 라가 이 팀에 대한 해석이 되겠지. 어때? 주정님 생각이 어때?
서폿에 일단 메릴이 있는데요. 저희가 감당이 가능할까요?
그래서 이제 뭐 어느 정도 이렇게 간단하게 설명이 되어 있던 거고 이 선수들의 좀 디테일을 한번 같이 보면서 얘기 또 나누면 좋을 것 같아서.
정리 좋은데요?
톤좀
그 상태를 못하는데?
그 사태를 못한다? 이건 좀
좋은데? 국밥이다 이 선수. 국밥이야.
근데 그 상태는 저는 상대 잘하는데 형들이
아니 그 상태가 엄청 커 있던데?
아니 그 상태가 라인전이 약한데 자꾸 내 정글에 와 있어. 이게 만든 거야? 대충 해준 것 같잖아요. 아름다운 팀원입니다.
그럼에도 우리한테는 굉장히 호재다. 그쵸? 상태를 막 이렇게 좋아하지 않을 수 있는 수치를 갖고 있고 실제 승률도 별로 안 좋으니까.
근데 공격적인 챔피언을 선호한다기에는
그치?
공격적인 챔피언이 약간 승률이 별로 안 좋긴 하네요.
그 이유가 미드원들 중심으로 너무 잘하는 팀이다 보니까 상대적으로 탑에서 받쳐줘야 되는 역할을 종종 하다 보니 챔프풀이
자연스럽게 스카너, 크산테 막 5대 1로 좀 내려간 거고 레넥톤을 하는 거는 이제 최소한의 방어책이라고 해야겠지. 나는 공격적으로 하고 싶은데 받쳐주는 역할도 하고 싶어. 이 두 개가 같이 혼합된 게 레넥톤이고 실제 승률이 그쪽이 잘 나오고 있다.
좋은데? 레넥톤을 내가 쓰면 되는 거야.
맞지. 그것도 맞아. 근데 그럼에도 꾸준히 우상향을 그리는 경기력이 뭐 성장력이 돋보이는 선수라고 하니까 또 3주 뒤에 어떤 선수가 될지 또 봐야겠지. 근데 가서 일단 그런 탑은 이 정도까지 보고 바로 정글.
와우.
오,
쌀시와니 브랜드.
니달리
양승 3패. 니달리는 아니네.
K가 0.67인데?
니달리도
킬을 하다 만 건가?
저기도 상승 8초하다 무너졌나
너무 빨리 해야 되는데.
그런가 보네.
아니 어때 이거 보니까?
아니 챔피언이 저랑 비슷한데요?
진짜 형이랑 챔프 비슷한데요?
좀 비슷해.
브랜드만 약간 브랜드가 근데 너프 당하니까
사실 이 선수 자체가 딱 선호하는 챔피언 구성으로 봤을 때는 교전지향적인 챔피언들 좀 많이 하는 느낌이 있잖아. 정글 동선, 라인 개입, 그리고 정말 안정적으로 오브젝트 위주로 굴려나가는 운영에 통달한 팀은 아니다라는 게 저 지표로도 보이는 거지.
일단
챔으로?
나는 다 좋고 리신 안 하네.
좋네.
리신을 안 해?
일단 PTSD가 원래는 그래서 이 선수의 특징으로는 아마 자기 뜻대로 안 풀리면 약간 억지로 교전을 유도하면서 풀 가능성이 있다 보니 우리가 침착하게 잘 상황을 보다 보면 받아칠 각이, 빨아들일 각이 굉장히 잘 나올 수 있다. 이제 문제의 미드를 한번 볼까? 세트.
여기는 뭐
써있는 것처럼 라인전 체급이 국제의 최상위권, 분당 CS 상위권. 포르키를 잘한다는 건 박치기잖아, 얘도. 그렇죠. 게틀링은 키고 싸우고 싶을 때 자신 있게 싸우는 그런 거를 잘하는 선수라 어떻게 보면 정글이랑 일맥상통하는 경향이 있는 거지. 좀 어때서요?
빡세 보이는데.
근데 나는 별로 걱정을 안 하는 게 서행이의 최대 강점 중 하나가 뭐 뱀픽 구도가 좀 밀리던 상대가 미드에 정글이든 서포시든 인원 투자를 하던 최소 망하진 않아. 항상 반반 이상 가려고 하는 타입이야. 서행이가 충분히 대처가 될 수 있다.
거의 에이스잖아요.
오늘 에이스 너 아니었어?
저번 경기보고 잘렸어.
그래서 이 선수에 대한 데이터는 이런 느낌. 파덕, 이즈, 카이사,
서머 때 했었고, 올라가서 했었구나.
당시에도 이즈를 좀 잘했던 기억도 좀 있고 실제로 지금 이즈에 대한 자신감이 너무 엄청나게 높은 상태다.
잘한 거 봐.
이즈리얼 배나죠.
잘하는 이즈리얼
많이 하네.
근데 약간 백가대가 벌써 쌓이는 것 같긴 해.
저는 감독님이 어떻게 하세요?
뱀픽에 마술사 있으니까.
아니 뭐 우리도 하던가.
우리가 해도 되네?
근데 잘 맞추는 게 잘 피하더라고. 이 먹은 놈이 잘한다고 이게.
그래서 스킬샷이 굉장히 강점인 선수라고 하고 아까 그 세텝 선수랑 같이 DRX의 상수 역할을 해주는 굉장히 눈에 보이는 빛나는 선수들이다. 서포 볼까?
어우
단단하다.
든든하다.
땡땡이들만 하는 거만?
얼리스타가 모스틸이네. 그냥 지민인데.
챔도 하고 변수픽으로 이제 바드 룰루 렐리오 이런 것도 나오네요.
그러니까 이 선수가 재밌는 게 아이디가 우리가 베리를 떠올렸잖아. 연상케 했는데 실제 플레이도 베리가 비슷하네. 약간 그 도사 모먼트가 있대.
근데 베릴리 플레이를 따라다 못하면 이제
그래서 이제 실수가 잦은 라인의 서포터로 들어가 있는 거야. 어떻게 보면 피지컬적인 부분에서는 당연히 뛰어난 선수지만 아까 얘기한 것처럼 운영적인 부분에서 정글이랑 같이 아직은 좀 부족한 선수다.
하긴.
내가 보기엔 두 가지 방에서 갖고 연습을 해봐야 될 것 같아. 첫 번째는 같이 라인전을 싸워볼 수 있는 챔피언으로 붙어보면서 우리 체급을 키울 것인가, 아니면 그냥 처음부터 딸깍 받아치기 좋고 단단하고 튼튼한 애들 위주로 뿌려놓고 연습 과정을 한번 밟아보는 것도 하나의 방법이지 않을까.
탑은 이기는 거 하고
나머지 이기는 거야?
딸깍 그냥.
맞아. 주인공은 너야.
상대 정글은 딱 보니까 일단
쟤도 딸깍인데?
같은 딸깍하면은 돼지컬로 이겨버린다. 그럼 중하지.
미드는?
미드 일단 기반이랑 제바가 어떻게 되는지 보고 스타코르키만 어떻게 하면 괜찮을 것 같아요.
원딜은?
난 너무 무섭다.
내가 상대한테 마음을
못 들어.
알겠어? 장난해. 영상 찾아봤다니까.
솔랭도 지금 최고점이고 종일이
맞지? 열심히 할게요. 네.
우리 그럼 서포트.
보니까 KDA가 좀 안 좋던데 진짜 박치기를 좀 잘할 것 같은 선수라.
그치. 실제 우리가 지난 경기에서 따라가는 그림도 대체로 쟤네가 무리한 거 받아내면서 조금씩 따라갔었는데 얘네라고 안 할 거야. 우리가 냉정하게 기다리면서 침착하게 마인드만 잡고 있으면 분명 역전의 기회는 오지 않을까. 그리고 알지만 무관중.
아, 그치. 그 친구들이 많이 긴장할 수도 있어.
오히려 좋을 수도 있고. 오랜만이라 떨릴지도.
나도 뱀픽 하나 절 수도. 다 같이 한번 파이팅 외치고 끝내볼까?
네. 자신 있게 갑시다.
파이팅! 파이팅!
네, 파이팅! 은퇴한 날!
파이팅! 파이팅!
8일 남았어, 8일. 점심 일어나서 스크림하고 잠깐 쉬었다가 또 저녁에 스크림하고 하루 종일 오프라인 스크림.
블리츠 천천히 뛰어간다.
어라? 아. 아니 리방?
보여주나?
야. 이렇게 또 이길 뻔했는데 또 맨날 이길 뻔하다가 지네.
근데 진짜 진심으로 너무 할 만한데?
아 근데 진짜로 이거는 좀 심각하게 받아야 될 것 같아, 얘들아. 왜냐면 팬들이 보기에도 아 얘네가 노련하다, 확실히 레전드들이다 느낄 수 있어야 되는데 솔직히 보기에 스스로도 쪽팔리지 않겠어? 너네가 나중에 생각하기에도?
ashes. It made me who I am today. I escaped from the latches of the shadows chasing me down. I'm not gonna run, I am standing my ground. Wherever I go, fear does not follow. Even when the storm hits and hell is abound. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'm never running, I'm never hiding. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control. I'll never be a prisoner, I won't stop fighting. I'm never quitting, I'm never caving. No, I'll never be a prisoner to your control.
DRX 화이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the second match of the night. We just finished Saturday's showdown between T1 and Gen G, and now we're getting on to BNK FearX up against DRX. And, you know, in round one, DRX actually was able to take down BNK, but this time around, feels like one team, BNK, is heavily favored.
Yeah, I mean, BNK have really figured out their style. We've talked about it a lot. They like to play pick or dive compositions, and even though you could take the Vi away from this team, they could find other ways to make those comps work. DRX, on the other hand, still trying to find their footing, playing Shyvana and, you know, figuring it out still, I would say. And it's rough to say that, but I feel like DRX had it more figured out at the beginning of round one than they do now. It's kind of been a slow downhill fall for this roster down at the bottom of the standings with the likes of Nongshim and Bro, as you can see behind me and you will see in front of you. 8th place, negative 13 game score, only 8 wins behind BNK, but BNK is on the rise at the moment.
Yeah, and there's no team that's actually knocked out of playoffs yet. For all you Bro fans out there, you Bro leavers, if BNK FearX wins tonight, Bro then will be play out. Yeah, they will be play out of the playoffs. And it's not going to feel good, but it might happen here. It is the expected result, as this is the matchup of East teams aiming for playoffs, as BNK FearX to defend the throne of the East versus DRX, the winner in the round one matchup. And I mentioned that before, but is it enough to get them across the line? Sponge also winning on Shyvana, the only player to do it so far in the LCK.
True. We'll definitely be discussing that a little bit. But DRX, they need to do more than just win this. They need to actually win several matches, and winning this 2-0 would be a good start. As Sponge, yes, as you mentioned, is the only one who won. And I feel like it wasn't really about him, but he did win because his team won and they beat Bro. And that did happen. It still counts. I do not think that we should act as if Sponge was the best Shyvana player that we've had. I don't know who that is, though, to be honest with you. I don't know if any of them
it's someone in the LPL.
Yeah, it's definitely not here in this lineup of players.
We've all, kind of agreed that nobody here seems to know how to play the pick. As we are taking a look at the bottom lane as well, kind of looking more stable since Duro's arrival. Duro actually getting better and better every day. Will he showcase his carry potential against Teddy? who got a solo Pog in round 1. Teddy also alongside of Pleta, who unfortunately is not mentioned here, but we always mention him on the global side as we are big Pleta fans and believe that he and Teddy are a part of the reason why DRX have success at all.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I feel like Pleta has fallen off a little bit the last few games, though, and hasn't been as successful. I think really trying to carry and trying to be a big initiator, but sometimes it does backfire against him. But Duro has really been a team changer for BNK, as you say, and Execute. We've talked about it a lot, and I feel like he's always catching strays, but he was not ready, I feel like, for the LCK, and we'll see if he can, grow and improve as we do see BNK wearing their red jerseys today. And it's a Saturday matchup here. They are the home team, and we'll see if they can bring home the win. That is the expectation. I think heavily favored going into this one. And it's not just about Duro, it's about Raptor and the ways in which this team have really started to play around him, play through Closer's strong points, because Closer is an assassin type player, but he also can play facilitating picks when he has a jungler, where the mid-jungle duo is the strongest, and that's what he often has found success with when he's not on just a hard pop. And what? It's a Raptor.
Yeah.
He did. It says it's to a bulked up fox.
Yeah, and yeah,
that fox does look pretty bulked up.
What happened to the dinosaur's arms? He's like looking really sad there.
All right, you're saying Raptors evolved, okay?
Yeah.
And I think that's fair.
Okay. I mean, he's looking good. He's definitely looking pretty good nowadays, this Raptor. And we'll see if that can carry them across the line. They are up against DRX here, who, they got a win recently up against Bro. One of the things we were looking at was their comms were kind of all over the place in the ending moments. I think that this team, they have the ability, but certainly needs some development, especially with some moving pieces, with Frog coming into the lineup and Rascal playing occasionally. Just not sure if they're 100% ready to make their mark this split along.
It doesn't make you wonder what next year's DRX roster could look like, because this one should have, you could argue, eventually have scaled up, because it's got all the right pieces. Like, they made Yehu the main mid laner. They took Saytab out. That was a big sticking point. Teddy's experience. Pleta looks good. Frog coming in. I mean, you thought maybe Rascal would eventually get back to form. He didn't. They have to settle on Frog. But it's just too little too late. And if they're going to make playoffs, it has to start here, right? It has to start with a dominant win here. The jungle matchup is going to be the key, as Sponge has, I feel like, really leveled up. I mean, he's been one of the players who went from, we were a little bit concerned about, he's not ready for the LCK, to now he's really playing through bottom lane a lot, really helping tie up some of these lanes, and has been a really big part of their wins. You can see his kill participation at 14 is actually highest across all junglers here in the LCK. So kind of like Umpty of old, if he's not doing it, they're not doing anything. And so it means he's a really key player. Maybe, don't play Shyvana so you can keep making that impact. Because Shyvana's not getting it done before 14 oftentimes here in the LCK.
I really hope so. I mean, unless he's like, okay, I got the win on Shyvana, I feel comfortable on this, let me practice this a little bit more, let me look at some of the games from the LPL. Former DRX jungler Croco, stuff like that, and maybe he has improved, and maybe we'll see a good game of Shyvana. I think it'll happen eventually, as long as this pick remains in the meta, if they pick it in the right spot and it's played correctly. But yeah, no guarantee that it gets played tonight or anything like that. But.
Oh, certainly not. But I think there's a pretty high chance, considering its kind of flavor of the week, I would say, not even month. And wasn't played in our last series, too volatile. And they are two of our top teams. We have seen a little bit more East Side action out of Shyvana. Peanut had an East Side level performance on the pick, unfortunately, but I'm still on the let's wait and see, because we have seen it proven to work in the LPL, and I think as teams learn how to use it better, it does have its place in this meta, at least on this patch right now. I'm just not sure if these teams are ready, and if they prove that they are, I'll take it back. But I'm still open to it, and considering where we are in the standings for these two, BNK trying to solidify their playoff spot, DRX trying to claw their way up from the bottom. If you're desperate and you feel like it's a good pick, even if you're not ready, maybe you just toss it out there.
Yeah, I just feel like it's not one of those picks that opponents to the Shyvana, like when you're playing into Shyvana, doesn't feel hard for them to deal with, right? So you don't even get that bonus of like, oh, they don't have a lot of practice against this, and they don't really seem to know how to deal with it, so I'm going to pick the Shyvana before I'm 100% ready to maybe take advantage of that. Doesn't even feel like that, especially because a lot of our Shyvanas are kind of just diving backlines and dying instantly.
Yeah, Ryu has changed my opinion of his Summer Split, because in the early parts, I thought the drafting really left a lot to be desired, to be honest with you, Valdez, but he's really turned it around as playing towards his team's strengths rather than trying to kind of outplay the meta. On the other hand, I feel like his drafting has been very predictable, and their drafts have been very centered around trying to set up dives, trying to set up picks, for example, and I do think that a stronger team may be able to actually punch holes in that and actually prevent BNK from playing their style and force them onto some, more scaling picks, some more front-to-back picks. And I don't know if that team's going to be DRX. Speaking of, coaching booth here.
Yeah, just hanging out, getting that, casual 6 p.m. coffee in. Pretty common here, actually. But looks like blue side selected here for the side of BNK Firax as the draft is going to start up. And let's see if Ezreal gets through first. That's one of the things I'm looking at. DRX actually one of the teams that left it available and then picked Ashe into it, knowing that Bro couldn't play it, and
it is always a very concerning thing when the blue side first ban Ezreal comes through. But that is a sign of our Ezreal player is not one of the Ezreal players, and it is going to get nerfed, so you can just weather the storm through this patch at least. I think it's still going to be viable, but it's definitely not going to be as busted as it is now. But that's a first sign here for BNK that they're not planning on playing any scaling Ezreal pick. They want the action, they want it fast, they want it early. Rumble's gone, Renekton's gone. Vi should follow. Vi should follow.
That's not Vi.
It looks like a
Vi Dwani.
Vi first pick here for BNK, but they want the Ashe instead. With the Ezreal banned, I feel like you don't necessarily have to prioritize this Ashe higher, but it is Teddy.
Yeah, the Ashe is still pretty strong, and as you mentioned, I think they want to take it away from Teddy as well, so they'll do that. And we'll see if Sponge wants to hop onto the Vi, and if he doesn't, then you get a chance to pick it anyway for Raptor.
Well, they're going to pick Corki here instead, and then Sponge is going to lock the Shyvana, so that question was answered pretty quick, huh? If he was going to play it again. He gives us the smile.
All right.
We'll see how it plays out. As you can see, win rate very low. Very niche pick here, considering the entirety of the LCK really only played this week. So Vi is open. They could go for something like a Vi Ahri setup, or they can go Lucian, grab the Leona here early. Not going to grab Braum, just want to take the Leona away. And you have a really strong bottom powerhouse here. Grabbing the Gnar here, blind, is still fairly safe, and Frog, without his Renekton, probably not going to punish you too hard with any ranged picks, just based on what we've seen from Frog. He's one of our weaker top laners. Looks like he will go to the Jace here as a response, so we will have that top lane all locked up.
It's a lot of poke already. If you look at those three, and the Shyvana's played correctly, which maybe Sponge is ready to do it again. You have insane poke from Shyvana and Jace, and even Corki. Not much of a front line. Actually, zero front line. Shyvana does not count.
No, she does not count.
So they'll have to find something in the support role for sure for Plata, maybe like a Rel or something.
Yeah, I think that's probably your best bet. And if you look at this ban, I think Vi still works on this comp very well because you have the Leona follow-up, you have the Ashe Arrow follow-up. I think you probably just want to take that one away. They will. And on the side of BNK, might be looking at supports. They take away the Senna, which does give you Ornn as a tanky frontline as well if they had been able to lock that one up. So I do like that ban quite a lot. It is a tougher lane to play into the Ashe Leona, but still just don't want to give them that scaling opportunity because they already have so much late game damage and poke scaling here around objectives. And the next ban here gets a little bit more interesting. Perhaps a Viego or maybe even a Xin Zhao could be the angle if you're still focused on jungle. Zyra. Not really a dive champion, but there's a lot of CC that you could follow up with, especially in the bottom lane if she was allowed to be played.
Yeah. I do wonder what Raptor will eventually hop onto alongside of what they have, as Closer has a big smile on his face. Maybe discussing what he's going to play into the Corki in this one. I feel like he's got a lot of ideas because a lot of the champs in his pool can do well into the Corki if he gets support from the jungle especially.
They still have you know, if there's going to be a Lucian pick, it's still up. So they could answer the Corki with that. If Corki gets flex bottom, which would be quite weird in this draft, they could, you know, move the Lucian bottom as well and try to do something different with this Ashe. I don't know, but looking at the Recon lock in here, you're just not going to know what that bottom pick is. There's a lot of scaling picks left up, and the Recon is not the tank you were looking for, unfortunately, in this lineup.
Yeah, I mean, at least in this meta, he builds Warmogs, I guess, but he's definitely not the tankiest.
Yeah, I guess if they want to, they can just play Lucian mid here. I mean, the Ashe setup in the bottom lane is fine. Probably not going to be flexing that one top into a Jace anyways. And Lee Sin's going to come through. It's just going to be Lee Sin, Talia. So very much a ton of single target pick. That's what BNK do. They found their way to it in another draft here, even with the Vi ban, even with the Sejuani ban. And it's just going to be an extremely squishy, extremely high damage glass cannon composition here for the side of DRX. But there's not a whole lot of setup for the bullet time. You know, I guess the bullet time in itself could be like your tank. It's like, you can't come over here because I'm bullet timing for a second. But then you're going to get hit by a Leona ult, and then you're going to get seismic shove, you're going to get arrowed. This draft for DRX looks like a mess.
Yeah, it just looks like the entire team is doing that. Like, even Rakan, I can see, even from behind, he like goes in, he's like, oh crap, I got to get out of here right away. And then the rest of the team is just trying to run away and trying to kite it out and poke them away from you. I only work to a certain extent and pretty much only from ahead.
I almost feel like they could have picked Poppy for jungle here as well for BNK, and it would have been strong as well. Like, there was so many options, but man, the single target pick here into zero tank is a concern. And the poke doesn't sell me for DRX that they're going to be able to keep the distance on this team. I think if BNK are indecisive, you know, and very slow, and, you know, end up being like, yeah, I don't know. Well, don't drop it.
Whose face is on the train?
I think it's Clear's. I couldn't tell for sure.
Leading the charge through the sandstorm and reused the sun. And it's a very nice sign.
I'm worried, Valdez, about, you know, how this one's going to go. I think the DRX fan's very optimistic, and you kind of have to be as a DRX fan right now, but this is top tier. The Gnar pick was safe. And there's no front line here. A lot of poke. I think Sponge has a big role to play in this game if they're going to win it.
Maybe he'll build tank. Not sure about that one. But either way, guys, we're going on the Rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Alrighty.
Yep.
30초 남았습니다.
You know, I remember Demonic Embrace, that item?
Yes.
That's not in the game anymore. Would have been good in this situation, I feel.
Yeah. It's would have been very nice.
You and I talked a lot yesterday off camera about the Shojin build that is very common here in Korea, so Frog is in trouble.
Yeah. And Duro will take that 100% of the time because he's got Hex Flash. And now Frog could be in some threat, especially if Raptor does go up there.
Exactly, because Raptor is a jungler who can make an impact early in the game, and Sponge is not, so that's a little bit concerning that he's not going to have Flash. We'll talk more about the Shojin build if he goes it, I guess, but over here, it's just a early aggressive setup here for Pleta. Doesn't want to get ashed. They're both going to path bottom, so lack of Flash not necessarily going to matter as much. Raptors' first Lee Sin game this season.
Mm-hmm. Definitely does feel like Lee Sin has been very fringe, you know, outside of
Lucid.
Who's the one guy who's really picking it up consistently. I feel like everybody's kind of tried their hand at it at times. I think like Canyon maybe has a game, and the owner here and there. But it just feels very much feast or famine at times, especially if you get ahead. It's like, oh, I kicked him away and then I didn't really do anything. But I do feel like Raptor, especially in his current form, can make good use out of it. As the Ashe, speaking of which, BNK are making very good use out of that.
Yeah. Well, that's level 1. That's a cleanse. It's going to be very hard to play Misfortune in this draft. because when you use your ultimate, you are stationary. There are a lot of CC that can get you in long range, like Ash Arrow and Solar Flare and Zenith Blade. And, you know, maybe a Gnar that's coming on top of you with a little crush action. But we'll see if this works out. As you know, I've been on the space for a lot of these draft gap and draft danger, let's say, kind of games, and I'm looking at it on live on my PGM right in front of me, and I'm like, this seems rough because down cleanse already. This is not a winning lane early for the MF.
Yeah. The Rakan itself, the pick, I feel like Pleta is extremely confident on this pick. It just feels like, you know, you get some healing in the lane, you can get a little bit of harass, but outside of some knockups later on and then potentially setting up your misfortune and your poke for the team, you don't provide too much else. At least they find some hard engage. It's really good hard engage with the Rakan, obviously, but you've got pretty much no one else, and everybody's going to be standing behind you. So, like I said before, I feel like they really need to get ahead, and if they get ahead, it solves a lot of their problems, where from ahead you can set up plays where you're poking and you don't really need a front line as much, and you can use vision to control space.
Topside Prio, they're coming over here and trying to push Yehu and maybe even contest the scuttle. They're not going to get the scuttle, but Yehu may have to flash. No, well, yeah, okay, he does commit to it because he maybe could have just gone to the right there, but
yeah. I don't know, like Raptor.
I don't know about that.
I feel like Raptor maybe could have gone really aggressive, but he backed away because they didn't know 100% where Sponge was. But then after he backed away, Yehu flashed.
Yeah.
So I was like, he should flash if like Raptor's gonna follow flash and get like a crazy thing going.
Yeah, if he flashes and gets the Q on you, even if you do flash, you're doomed. So he wants to get out of there, but he just wasn't there.
Just very safe from Yehu as Raptor's gonna go in onto the Shyvana. Is gonna hop away. Yehu nearby. Valkyrie over the wall as there's the flash from Raptor now.
Closer has no mana, so you know, he wasn't really able to do anything there. And Shyvana doesn't need mana and will do a lot to you long term if she's on top of you and has a Corki with her. So we'll have to be respectful there. As Clear, you know, just putting the pressure on here range-wise against this Jace. Frog is out of mana and doesn't have flash, but I don't think he's really in any danger. Clear doesn't have level 6 just yet, but Gnar pushing a Jace out of lane, that was your counter pick. Does feel not great. Take it away, Valdez.
Yes, I'm very ready. Yeah, they're pushing down here. Teddy's almost got his cleanse back, so that's nice. It does feel like a lot of our games, we've discussed this a decent amount, but a lot of our games have kind of slowed down. It feels like in the LCK, we've kind of taken a little back seat. A lot of teams are trying to draft more scaling and try to play for the later stages of the game, and so we don't get too much action. Like earlier this week, I think it was, we had, might have actually been Sponge. Somebody got a POG 003 from the jungle. I think it was Sponge.
May have been.
On Italy? That sounds right.
I can't remember.
Yeah, just like no kills, 3 assists, POG. And then we had another one yesterday, a 006 from the jungle, POG. And it's just like, yeah, just not a lot of action.
They just got
team fighting.
They got the dragons. Was kind of the angle there and relieve some pressure.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's all you need to do. As Closer's gonna flash.
Yeah, I guess the slow and Yehu is gonna sidestep everything, but I don't think he can sidestep his death. This first blood will come through. Raptor does pick up the kill, somewhat unfortunately, but at least he'll be able to use that to get fed and get that first item early so he can be more of an impact here in this early game.
It's just been the top lane has been going very well. Obviously now Frog is starting to get back some control after that first back and his longswords come through. Played steel caps for Clear, but he's getting a little bit more control. Bottom side has been in control of Henna and Duro. So mid lane's where all the action's been at this game, and Closer is putting this threat on. This flashes forward here to get the slow, and that's all he needs.
It's really cute, actually. He gets the big rock, which is the one that has the minor slow, but he uses the Q first while he's on the worked ground, and then flashes for the Q flash and to make sure that it becomes a slow. Very good understanding of the Taliyah mechanics from Closer.
Very clean there. I think Yehu just not really expecting that level of aggression there. Raptor has level 6 and has his ultimate now, so could even look for some more pick potential if this Jace overextends on the top side. He's got a ward there, but Raptor making the plays. You know, did have to flash earlier after a bit of a whoopsie, but was able to get Yehu's flash early. Just extremely proactive playing with Closer, like we were talking about. The mid-jungle synergy here feels quite strong between these two right now.
By the way, did get confirmation from Gaihan that it was actually Sponge 003 on the Nidalee.
There you go.
I was correct. And it was against Bro.
It was a Bro game where things don't happen.
Bro and Brew.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's your Bro and Brew right now?
Just a ball of
just
water.
Some water?
Yeah.
I would have done the same, but I forgot my water. So now I'm just waterless. But thankfully it's not a Bro and Brew situation.
Well, I mean, it feels like we might be heading towards that, but we're not there yet. And no Bro in this series, so.
Yeah.
Just going to be a Brew and Brew as these comps are brewing. Okay, Fleta.
Getting on in. They got through the barrier. And that was it. He did flash away, did Fleta afterwards, just to save himself.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's how you could set up a bullet time in this comp and get a barrier. And
uh-oh, Duro's level 6.
Uh-oh, Raptor's here too. Teddy is going to cleanse.
He's going to cleanse and flash to get away from that one.
No more summoners in the bottom lane.
Meanwhile, Meganar comes in. Frog trying to fight against this. The wall is going to miss. And now Shyvana's getting in there. Sponge looking to take the trade against Raptor, who was very deep in the enemy jungle. And now trying to go back in. He's got Closer. Hops over to Closer and lives. And Sponge going to throw one more E, but he's just baited into it. It's a double kill for Closer. Excellently played from BNK.
Yeah, a bit of a whoopsie there. Thought he saw blood on the water. Sees an angle onto Raptor, but Lee Sin is just so mobile. And if you're sitting on a pickaxe at this point in time, you don't really have the damage. You're not sitting on your Leandries just yet. You don't do that much with your E. It's still a big boom damage there, but Raptor comes in for the steal, and Sponge is like, all right, I'm not letting you have this. I'm ulting on you. Gets kicked away, Flash is good, and then uses Yehu to taxi away with the safeguard. And Sponge is just like, well, I'm dead, so maybe I'll go for an E. It's not enough damage. Down he goes. No summoners for the bottom lane. No Flash for Sponge. No transformation for Sponge. No glory here. 1,500 gold, the lead for BNK as we crest 10 minutes.
Yep. Closer's got red buff now. This first Drake maybe goes in the hands of the Shyvana, who I always want to call Sejuani for some reason. It's almost like we get Sejuani every single day. Yeah, who's going to be forced to flash again. That's the second time Duro has traded flashes with a solo laner.
Yeah.
And he will love doing that every time.
Yeah, he's got Hex Flash, and he's Leona. He can engage from a long ways away anyways. And now really long way away with that flash. And Yehu feels like just got his flash back up. And now it's gone again. And with that, that's the Dragon going away from the Shyvana here. As Clear is just like, nice counter matchup. He's maintained his CS, but he is just constantly putting the pressure on, constantly using his Gnar bars to annoy Frog. And I mean, Gnar can win this matchup. It's not unwinnable, but
well, Yehu's gonna dash into the Taliyah. There's the knock-up as he's got Sponge nearby, nearly able to beat him. Looks kind of crazy at first, but somehow works out for him.
The Raptor almost able to trade that back, trying for it now.
Oh, the kick is very nice. The angle here, Sponge is getting caught. He doesn't have flash. Just now, the charm comes in, and we've got an MF, but he gets stunned by the Ash Arrow, and Teddy can't follow up. That's so unfortunate for him. Excellent arrow comes in from Henna, and that's just gonna be another one-team fight for DRX.
Yeah, I mean, MF is trying to do things, has the ultimate. Teddy's coming over. He just gets stunned. He didn't even ult, so at least he gets to keep that one. But if had he ulted, it would have been just denied by the Sun as well, as we've talked about that a lot when we talked about the draft, and we'll see if it plays out that way in team fights. It's just DRX have been so close to many of these plays, as Clear's going to miss.
Yeah, nice sidestep from Frog with that extra movement speed, but he's still going to respect, especially with Raptor showing here on Vision. And Closer
Weaver's
up in the
ready.
top side. Can Frog get out of this one? He's got Sponge nearby. But the wave has been stopped. Frog is trying to clear it, but there's one minion that tanks a turret shot. The knockup comes in, and it's clean once again from the mid and jungle duo of BNK.
We'll sacrifice some gold here in the mid lane, and Yehu should be able to get some split plate gold, so they're at least able to get something back here. Duro just holding down the fort, but Clear is also going to get plate gold on the top side. And Sponge has to come over here. It feels like every time I see a Shyvana game, the Shyvana is just cleaning up the top laner's wave but not actually able to save the top laner from any disasters. As, yeah, Yehu going in here, definitely not ideal, but he has Sponge, so it looks like the idea is maybe we bait them. Sponge does a lot of damage when he transforms, but Closer just backs away. Raptor has a control ward here, so Sponge in trouble. And then watch Duro going forward here, gets the Zenith Blade, and then Teddy stunned as he drops down his W. He's trying to rain on them, but then gets stunned afterwards, and that's all he can offer. And then Frog. Yeah, I mean, it's a good flash of the E from Raptor.
Yeah.
But it's just outnumbered.
You can only dodge so much, right? It's like play safe top. You know, I don't even think the trade early on was so bad as, well, the last arrow was good. And thankfully for Ash, the the cooldown's pretty low, especially as we get along in levels. Some items come across. Not a big deal, but yeah. Only so much that Frog can do. Already struggling a bit, as you mentioned, in the Jace versus Gnar matchup. And now he's just getting bullied by two members on the enemy team that aren't the guy he's playing against.
So he did build Spear of Shojin here first, which you and I aren't super keen on because it means that you're not doing that much damage in fights just yet. So he's...
Yep, here we go again. The Lee Sin kick into the Taliyah, who just easily is able to throw some rocks down and get the extra stun in. It is just so oppressive. And from ahead, it looks almost unfair.
Yeah, it's just... Where's the cross map too? Like, there's no great target here. Henna has flash, is just playing. It was playing super respectfully, super far back. And then in the bottom lane, Yehu's going to be able to have some friends here as he tries to take out this turret, but it's going to be Closer who gets this one first. So first brick goes to the side of B&K. This takes 3 people to take down, so there's just no other pressure on the map. I mean, DRX got a ton of vision in the jungle and around the dragon that hasn't spawned yet in return, so there's some trade back here. There's some small victory, but fortunately, the bigger win here is B&K, who have full map control, now going to crash this wave and force out Teddy's ultimate right before this dragon. And, I mean, you got a turret bottom side. The Corki is heading towards that first item. Isn't quite there yet, but, I mean, look at Closer. 2-0 and 3 as his Archangel's completed.
And Raptor's been everywhere, man. He's got 7k damage most in the game. Kind of makes sense. This is kind of like the Lee Sin and solo queue experience where he gets that first kill and you're just like, oh boy, here we go. Especially on the Korean server, he's just going to take over the game, and it's exactly what Raptor has done. Doesn't happen very often in Pro, but it has happened here. He has a lot of ways to play around his team where you've got great gank assists in mid, in bot, obviously, even Gnar sometimes, able to set it up. And he's been very aggressive with his lead, which you always love to see.
Yeah, you can see it here. Lane proximity in mid, we talked about it earlier. That's where all the action was early. And, you know, now that Closer has been the recipient of some of these advantages as well, now it's a 4,000 or nearly 4,000 gold lead here for B&K. But the bigger issue is it's not a lead for DRX. And if they got massively ahead, we talked about how their big burst damage could just be enough to where you don't need a front line, you just kill the enemy champions very easily and you kind of just roll over the game. Not to be the case here.
So normally we wouldn't be excited about Ocean Soul, but it's B&K in the lead against a poke comp, right? As Closer knows he's in the bush. He's queuing the bush before he even sees it. And they're just waiting for him. And here comes the rest of the team. That's a massive Gnar ultimate. Oh my god, this Wombo combo is disgusting. As everybody just gets lined up, taken down.
Well, with this very brittle and rickety draft here for DRX, as you can see, as B&K have clearly shown, you know, it's not very sturdy. It is very behind, and I think that DRX are most likely thinking about game 2 right now. Like there was a chance, and we're like, oh man, they're behind. This comp doesn't have a ton of synergy. It's very vulnerable to CC. You know, there's a lot of issues here.
Yeah.
And they're like, I'm thinking to myself, like, maybe though, you know, maybe a big mistake comes through for B&K, and maybe they could find the way. No, probably not.
It kind of looks like DRX was trying to set up for that as well.
Yeah, no, it's like B&K here are like, okay, know where he is, calling for the TP. Closer shoves him in, and
nice flash.
Great flash, insane Gnar here from Clear at the very tail end of it. And the craziest thing about this to me is too that Shyvana, you know, is the one trying to set this up, but
oh boy,
yeah. I mean, Arrow. There's a lot of CC Valdez.
It's a lot of stuff.
But the Shyvana maybe should let the rest of the team come over a little bit first. Maybe have a little bit more setup before you go on that one, because your damage is going to be long term, just sending out a lot of fire breath.
Well, that's your front line, and right now the wallets are just so huge that it just doesn't matter. Like, BNK are just able to invade so aggressively as a team. Now looking for the kill on a frog, as there it is. Raptor went so deep for that one. May have to pay as the MF ultimate is gonna get him. I thought maybe he'd be able to hold on.
Teddy gets one. They're on the board, Valdez.
Yeah.
It already wasn't a perfect game because that turret went down and some grubs went over, but yeah, I mean, you get one back. I mean, he's got BT, so MF with a BT, that's scary. He's got a lot of shields.
Yeah.
Look at that shield he's got.
It exists.
He's a frontline now, Valdez. Watch out.
It just got a little bit bigger. You know, he did some attacking, above 50% health.
Oh, it's gone.
Oh, well, okay, there's your Arden Gage, gonna find Closer. He's just gonna stand and deliver as the rest of the team, who's going in to try to get that kill. Not gonna happen, as here comes the Gnar. That's another kill going over to Clear, who is 3-0 and 4. And yeah, BNK are just kind of flattening them here.
Yeah, it's 15 kills to 1. We haven't really seen too many one-sided games like this. Even when D+ had that crazy win over Gen G, it wasn't quite like, you know, this big of a kill diff at 19 minutes. You know, it wasn't like this this snowball. It was quite snowball. You know, it was a quite big win. Same with their win over Hanwha in the early part of the season. But I besides those two games, I can't really remember a game that was this many kills this early and just such a one-sided affair. As Sponge goes in to promptly flash out. And then Raptor, you know, he's having fun. He gets the kick, just has enough damage to Risen to use the second Q to execute, but he does not have his safeguard cooldown as Letta.
Well, we've seen that before. Wait, Letta might actually die, if not, if the entire rest of the team. Oh, he's dead! Raptor from the jungle, the kick comes in, and he lands the Q. Man, this guy is a pretty good Lee Sin player, isn't he? The knockup comes in, and the Dragon will not get away. Really nice solar flare here as well on a Yehu. Right now, they're just having a lot of fun. They're just throwing abilities at the enemies, and it's working out as Henna gonna have to flash out of this. But I'm pretty sure he's okay with that.
Yeah, you know, when some of the CC gets used to kill other champions, that's when Teddy's like, you know what? It's my time. It's bullet time. And then he scares them away, but the fight is already won, as it turns out. But at least there wasn't any CC to stop him from doing that. Solar Flare was already used. Yeah, the gold difference here is immense. It is... Even Duro's like 1,000 gold. They're going to get Baron off of this. I mean, you look at some of these plays, and you're like, oh, wait, man, Closer, he's crazy. He can't be up like that. Actually, if the whole team is there, yeah, he definitely can. And there just isn't really a lot of CC. There's not a lot of lockdown. They could try to use this Rakan to get a pretty fed Talia, and then kind of ends up being disastrous as... Yeah, I mean, you got him off the Weaver's wall. The problem is now he's on top of you, and the team is coming. Yeah. And you just don't have any vision in your jungle. You don't know where anyone is. Yeah, like, there's a control ward there. You just don't know where anybody is, so you can't really do anything as Raptor hits the Q. The arrow comes through, and then they decide to make shove. Like, it's a pick comp. Guess what? It's a BNK draft. It's a pick comp.
Oh no, we missed one. We saw the other 18, but number 19, yeah, we gotta hide that one from the kids. This inhibitor is gonna go down, and I think the base is going to fall very soon. BNK, not a team that's known for waiting around and not doing much. Even when they're losing very badly, they will just run at their enemies.
That's true, and they're gonna run towards the Nexus real quick here with the Baron buff. And Clear's got Gnar. No ult yet.
Yeah. Just waiting for it. We get the zoom-ins as well. A bit of Shyvana damage, you know. Corky's trying to do stuff. Yehu's just going to get stunned up, and he can't do anything. Raptor's got the angle on Sponge, and he's just going to get knocked back here by Closer as well. BNK very much playing Ring Around the Rosie. Very fun time for them. Not very fun for DRX as, yep, final kill just go to Teddy, but it's still a massive slaughter from the side of BNK here in game one.
A Raptor pops out of his seat and walks out so fast. It's like, he just almost, he's feeling himself, you know? He's just like, I don't even need the standing ovation. I'm just out of here. I've done everything that I need to do in this game. I've put the team on my back that we carried, and Ryu was like, I shouldn't have died to that bullet time that one time. Was very close to 0 deaths. I can imagine the space right now being like, is it about the Shyvana pick, or is it really just about everything else? Do we go into the Shyvana sponge narrative, or we don't do it? Because it's it felt like maybe you could make some arguments about how he played some of those early games and how the Lee Sin was way more impactful, but it felt like overall it was also just a bit of a team diff. Better coordination from the side of BNK. They love these comps. They love the chain CC. And that CC, did they chain in the bottom lane with that Gnar play?
Yep.
It was a draft gap, and it shows.
It definitely does. I think aggressive junglers that get ahead and play aggressive jungle champions into Shyvana will always feast. And we saw a little bit of that here as well. As BNK, just a almost perfect game number 1. We'll see what they have in store for us for the rest of the series and if DRX can come back. But guys, we're going to take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
나 메가 끝나기 전에 공 한번 볼게. 이거 웬만하면. 오케이. 낙한 공만 할게. 낙한 봐도 돼. 리퍼 시켜, 리퍼 시켜. 타워 쳐봐, 타워 쳐봐. 그렇게 볼게. 데이스 딜 못해 지금. 시바나. 내 라인 써준다. 나 살려줘 제발. 어우. 테디 죽여, 테디. 야, 뭐냐? 내가 죽어?
Welcome back to the space where B&K demolished DRX in one of the fastest games of the split. And now it's Orup time, because when we flip him upside down, he looks angry. Welcome back. It's Stegon alongside Ox and Atlas. And, you know, I think there might be a tip, maybe a trend that teams should stop doing.
DRX didn't watch the pre-show, right? They didn't see the tips and tricks for Shyvana. And as a result, things kind of went amiss. I feel like the problems start in the draft. I feel like there are a lot of holes with the DRX composition. I think a big one for me was picking the Rakan here on 4 and leaving your AD carry until last. And it allowed B&K FearX to take this Talia. And, you know, we talked about the importance of having engage with your Shyvana to set it up once you Dragon's Form so she can land the poke. Your only engage on your team is now this Rakan playing into a Leona and Ashe, which is already rough, then a Talia as well. It's just impossible to play, you know, and so you're never able to dictate the fights at your pace. The enemy team has tons of engage, tons of picks. They're always dictating the fight, and ultimately you're kind of banking on the enemy team, misses Ashe ult, misses Leona ult, Lee Sin doesn't do anything, and then you stand there for like 30 seconds and poke them. That was kind of like the win con, but it just felt like that was never going to happen, especially because, you know, we said this earlier as well, Shyvana isn't that impactful early. Lee Sin definitely is.
Yeah, and I guess I'm going to try and play devil's advocate here just a little bit. The theory, I guess, that they were going for was something like a poke composition, right? You've got Corky Rockets, you've got Shock Blasts, and you whittle them down, and then you don't need engage because they're already half dead, and then you can use Shyvana in the way that we say that you're not supposed to use her, and she dives in and everyone burns to death and dies. It doesn't work. It's not good, and they should probably not assume that that's ever going to work.
Yeah, well, to do that, you got to get to that point, but the early scraps didn't go the way of DRX, as B&K just were in front throughout. As we take a look at the highlights here, first one here at 6 minutes.
This was fantastically set up. Valdez mentioned how the worked ground, it was a Q flash. You got the empowered boulder to slow. Really neat mechanics come out there from Closer. And Raptor was just completely running the show. We see this situation. He dashes over to steal the blue. And Sponge tries to take the 1v1. But the backer comes in super fast. We see Yehu dash in, uses the last of his mana just to Valkyrie. And then the cleanup is so brutal in favor of B&K FearX.
It's just perfectly navigated, and you could see the frustration there as well on Sponge. You know, he gets his blue buff stolen away. He's the guy that's supposed to be ahead in farm in the jungle, and so he's like, well, I'm going to punish him by going in and killing him. They get him down really low, but he's Lee Sin, and he already had flash. He always had flash. He always had the safeguard in order to get out, and they had the Talia, so dashing around the fight is something that Lee Sin can very happily do.
And the thing is, once you get a lead on Lee Sin, like, you know, we see these AP junglers like Shyvana who clear very fast just naturally, but if you get ahead on Lee Sin, your clear is sped up so much, you can challenge for enemy camps. So Shyvana never got a farm lead in the jungle, which is sort of a big win condition you need to have for the pick to work.
Yeah, well, in the second highlight here, just with that lead, not many ways on in here for DRX, as at 11 minutes, you're just out of options when you're this far behind.
And there were a few highlights that we could have taken. Orcs elected to head towards some of the earlier ones because this is where the game was almost theoretically somewhat salvageable. After this play, it was just not. It was just kind of done.
Yeah, the Ashe Shower coming in just so Teddy never really gets an opportunity to do anything, and Raptor is just decimating anyone who approaches him at this point. And then, you know, the game was already pretty rough here, but just the icing on the cake, punishing the Jace. The matchup between the Jace and Gnar would hope to see the Jace pull ahead, but it was handled really well by Clear, managed to navigate the matchup, and because there was no jungle pressure, the jungle pressure that came in first was the Lee Sin, and yeah, no one really got going on DRX.
And we're assuming that it's probably going to be a Raptor POG. I think that's understandable, but I want to shout out Closer. I think that his Talia has improved leaps and bounds. He was known as this kind of Yone assassin player type guy, you know, like being able to get like a lot of really flashy plays on things like Akali, etc. But his Talia really has improved so much over the last few weeks.
Look at Atlas, everyone. He gets 1 vote, and now he's trying to lobby for 2 votes at once here as we take a look at the POG.
The POGG?
Yeah, it is Raptor getting this one. 9-1-8, dominant on the Lee Sin here.
Yeah, just such a huge performance, and I think Atlas's point was great how it was also Closer having a fantastic performance. And that's the beautiful thing, as a mid-jungle duo, the rise of this team has partly been about them playing things like the RE Vi, working in tandem together and just achieving so much in the games where they can pop off.
Yep, and I think that it's BNK and D+ that have both discovered that you don't need to play that double AD carry more like a slow phalanx type style, and you can really still just find success just playing aggressively through mid and jungle. It works so beautifully when it does, and yeah, a couple of votes going over to Closer, but Raptor, I think, well deserved.
Yeah, I think it's pretty fair. You know, I was always going to be Raptor getting it, but I think the shout out for Closer is pretty good. And I think as well, teams see like Gen G at the top of the league. They see them playing like 380 carries in different lanes. They're like, we need to imitate that. We need to do that as well. But at the end of the day, they're Gen G. Not all these teams are Gen G, and I think BNK FearX have succeeded so well because they've lent into this style, and it works phenomenally for them.
All right, well, first game heading on over to BNK. For us Bro fans, if BNK win, the Bro playoff dreams are over. Let's find out how it goes here in game number 2.
Thank you, Spacers. That's a oddly nice shade of green you're wearing there today, Degon. Wonder what that could be referring to, as we are getting ready to hop into game number 2. And yeah, Raptor, excellent game. A lot of support from Closer, who also had an excellent game, and BNK looked great.
Had a bunch of great arrows. I mean, everybody did their part. I just think that Raptor and Closer's parts were a little bit bigger to play. And then obviously there was a big Gnar that also won lane. I wouldn't have even minded if he got a vote or two. I do think that the mid jungle was the main focus, which we said going into the draft was likely to be the focus again. And no matter how many bans you give, if BNK can find a pick comp, they will use it. And I was surprised they took the Ashe over the Vi, but then they just picked Lee Sin and used the Talia to set up the picks. You know, it's just, while their style is predictable, it is still strong. And if you don't respect it and you just go full poke, you know, you're like, I'm going to be way far away from them. They can't engage on me. Well, if they're proactive enough, which they were, you're going to find yourself behind. I think we're going to see a big change up here on blue side for the draft of DRX. Vi is banned early this time. I think that is a wise choice. They don't have to ban the Ezreal this time since they are on blue side.
Do they ban Lee Sin as well? I mean, seems like BNK are slowly unlocking more and more options. You know, I'm not saying that Raptor is, you know, the second coming of Lucid or anything, but maybe into this team specifically, if you want to eliminate some aggressive junglers.
I wonder if BNK will ban Ashe here. If this is not an Ezreal ban, which I don't think it should be necessarily, but if it's not, you know, there's some funky stuff that can go on. They do ban it, in fact, even though BNK banned it on blue side themselves in the previous set. Will be the Ashe. So this is an angle where you could go Corki, but Lucian is still available, right? Closer can definitely play that. And otherwise here, you know, you're looking at maybe like a safe blind pick. Like, I hope it's not B1 Gnar, but it could be, as the Corki will be the option they index into here. Again, we could just see a slam lock of like Talia. Oh, it is the B1 Gnar. I was gonna say we could just see the slam lock of Talia Lee Sin. But they'll take the Corki themselves, it looks like. So BNK gonna play a very different game here in game 2.
Yeah, they don't necessarily have to, but I feel like most teams in the LCK just say, well, Corki's really strong, so just based on this tier list, I think we might have to select it, and they will.
It would be really interesting if Clear locked the Jace, and then it was like, I'll show you how it's done. I don't know if he necessarily will. He doesn't have to. Maokai is available, and Raptor's going to pick that one up, which does put the Jace stocks much higher. Jace Maokai, a very common Korean combo. You root people and then blow them up. Very strong in the lane.
Sounds pretty strong.
Yeah, it's pretty good. They can't move, and then you shoot them.
Yeah, really helps when you're trying to land skill shots if they're not moving. Tristana, it's been, you know, some players slowly going back to it, especially if they don't want to go for something that technically counters the Corki, and if they just also want to get a mid laner that does a similar thing to the Corki.
He's 2 and 4 on the pick. Has really struggled to find success with it. Has played it as much as he has played Corki, including that last game at 6 and 6. Now it's 7 and 7. Ivern, this does feel like a champ that Sponge can play into and play around double AD carry with. And if the game slows down, and since BNK are not playing dive, at least not traditional dive so far in this draft, you should be able to get some value out of this. I like this pick much more than Shyvana at the moment for how this draft is shaking up.
Yeah, I almost want to see Leona again for Duro. I don't think they're going to do it because they want to get the best counter for Gnar right away. But I feel like Cleary's got a pretty wide champion pool, and even if they ban like Ken and Jace, he could have found something. But, just picking up the Kennen, definitely very safe.
See where Zeri does fall in this draft. Both Hannah and Teddy are very good Zeri players. We are looking for a second AD carry for both of these teams in the bottom lane. Could ban it away, but whoever, it's kind of a game of chicken sometimes with the Zeri. The red side team has pick prio, and then they can save the counter pick for support. So usually the blue side team has to ban it if there is going to be a team who bans it. The Caitlyn ban kind of says, well, that's one of the answers, so that's gone. Are you going to ban Zeri now? And this is quite common. See if they do, in fact, do that, or if they want to play like Ziggs, because Ziggs Tristana with the Ivern actually is quite good. So if they give the Zeri and then pick the Ziggs, that'd be a cool strat.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty good shout. I mean, Teddy and DRX were one of the teams that actually played it really well. The Ziggs, moved it around the map, was getting a lot of plates. And, we'll see if they give credit for Teddy picking it up here, and if they ban it away.
Could be a Ziggs ban, and then we end up with Teddy on Kai'Sa. Okay, they're going to ban Kai'Sa instead, so...
End up with Teddy on Ziggs?
It could be. I mean, they could just still ban the Zeri here, but if they ban, a support pick or Senna, then maybe Hannah locks Zeri, Teddy locks Ziggs. I like this comp way more for DRX than their game 1 comp, if that's the direction we're heading. And unless they want to go MF here instead of Zeri, I think that is likely, in fact, where we are going. So we'll see. Hannah has given it some thought, but there's the Zeri. Is Teddy going to play Ziggs? That's my expectation.
Yeah, if he doesn't play Ziggs...
Oh, no, Xayah into Kennen, the trap! No, Teddy, no! It's the Z champion, same starting letter. Now type the E, Gyuk, finish the Jix. No, Valdez!
Yeah, this...
that win rate's lower than it was before, actually, when we were trying.
It is,
down to 20 now.
Xayah just hasn't been very good. And you're dealing, once again, with a couple of champs that are pretty good into it. But we can talk about this all day. We don't necessarily have to. A lot of choices being, decided on here for Pleta. Looks like he will land on Alice Rel. Alice Rel.
How many games am I going to watch a Xayah into Kennen where you're going to avoid the first part of the CC, maybe you get away, but then the follow-up CC comes through? Either the Alistar or the Rakan are fantastic. I think Rakan is easier to play into the Xayah.
Or just Leona.
Alistar is good into Rel. Leona is obviously just a fine choice. You've got long-range engage set up with that. There's so many ways to set up Hannah for success in these team fights, and Closer's a secondary AD carry, so if you find one AD carry, you have to deal with the second. Whereas, yes, DRX do have 2.5 with the Gnar kind of element, their AD carries in their draft, but one of them is extremely low range. One of them will get much more range as she gets levels. Same with the Gnar, weirdly enough. But the Gnar and the ways you have to play around the Ivern brushes, the setup that's required there, making sure your Gnar bar is set, doing all of this, like making sure Frog is in position. The Rel has to have the nice angle. Your Xayah only has one R button. On the other side, they press R. Kennen's like, I'm flanking, I'm going in. Rakan's like, I'm going in.
He presses flash sometimes,
Yeah, it's a really simple comp on the side of BNK. I like the way that DRX started this one off. And I think if they had played the Ziggs and played slow and played patient that way, they can use the Ziggs to buy time. They can play around the map, but they went Xayah instead. And for me, that sank the whole draft.
Ziggs also very fantastic at peeling for himself and for the team, by the way. Or even if he goes down, he does like a ton of damage as they're coming at him. We thought Teddy knew. We thought he was based, but instead he's just playing Xayah. It's fine. We'll see if it works out. I mean, there's still a chance, right? Teddy, I'm sure he's a great Xayah player, but we as commentators not the happiest with it. As pressing R here on the side of BNK, as it looks like we were just about ready to hop onto the Rift for game number 2. as we're going to do it right now.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
So Valdez, I think Yundo did the math. He checked the Xayah win rate in LCK, Xayah versus Cannon, 14 and 17, so closer than you might expect. I think it's been more recent that has been something that we've really been harping on because it's been happening a lot this season when Xayah is picked. Xayah was 12 and 28 on the year before Guma played it. Now it is 12 and 29. 20% win rate this season. Not 100% sure the total games on that jumped down after that loss earlier today from 22, I believe.
Yeah, it gets pretty rough for AD carries because we just see so many bans, and we also oftentimes see the top side of the map chosen in the first half of the draft, so that you're kind of left with even more AD carry bans, and especially in this game as well because Leona wasn't banned. We had 4 extra AD carry bans with Caitlyn, Kaisa, Kalista, and Senna all banned away. So it's like, there's just really not that many options. I feel like in this meta you can play, what, Draven, Ziggs, Xayah, I guess. Jhin would be the other one, maybe. It's just not the huge slew of options that you normally have.
Yeah, it's another stat from Yundo. Yundo's dropping the stats today. 2020 Telecom War was the last time Xayah beat Cannon.
That was 4 years ago.
Yeah, 6 win streak currently for Cannon into the Xayah, but yeah, it's obviously the problem with Xayah is her ultimate is only short-lived, and so you can get out of the first part of the Ziggs ultimate, but the last part of it often will still get you, or you'll get caught by a Rakan afterwards anyways. And so while it does feel safe, and it's decent in the lane here, obviously, as we're seeing, it feels like such a trap pick. And what the Ziggs would have offered, I know I'm harping on this a lot, and I'm going to let it go in a minute, and then I'll talk about it when we get to team fights where Xayah gets killed by Ziggs ult. But what the Ziggs offered is...
the Cannon ult, right?
Yeah, sorry, the Cannon ult. When Ziggs is picked instead of Xayah, you know, can get some lane pressure, can get some plates, can go teleport, can get side laning done. Even if you're behind, you can generate gold pretty easily. If you're ahead, you can sometimes just win the game off of it. And it's been great into Zeri. And I thought that was, to me, the option. I mean, Teddy's played it well. You mentioned that as well. Like, that's a bit strange to me in this one that they didn't go for it. Maybe perhaps I think it's too vulnerable into all this engage. But, I mean, Xayah feels like she's not, but she is.
Yeah.
Because she's low range, so she's either not getting hit by it or she's not doing damage.
At the end of the day, what the Xayah will offer is a bit of safety in her ult, but also if, you know, the Rakan comes in, the Zeri tries to all in onto the Xayah, you've got ways to kind of disengage and get roots down and at least stay alive and not just get bombarded with damage. And, you know, just to shout out a little bit what the Xayah actually does. Very nice root to come through, and a shield and a bush. But Duro's here. It's going to be a nice buffer from the side of Yehu.
Yeah, pretty clean stuff. Pleta is also up here, so it's a big party in the mid lane, just like game 1. There's no Lee Sin this time. A little bit less action, but the shield, it's the lane gank that Ox always talks about annoys him when the jungler just kind of comes over there and annoys you. And you know he's not going to kill you or anything, but you're like, I was laning well, and this isn't fair. And that's kind of what happened there. Big party. Small advantage goes over to DRX as a result of it. They are at the moment, because of this big gap in the top lane, just a little bit of gold behind.
Yeah, that's, I feel like clear, you know, when we first saw him, we weren't really sure and the team wasn't playing all that well. But he's really coming to his own. It feels like everything on the side of BNK is just doing really well individually, and they've also come together as a team, and it feels like maybe extra practice is leading to extra champions that can be played, which is giving a little bit more breathing room to Ryu in the drafts. I'm not going to get to talk about it because Clear, the guy I mentioned, is just going to get a solo kill under the turret before level 6. And there you go.
Probably didn't even need to flash there, but flashes for extra safety. And, you know, I mean, that's what we call a caster blessing. You know, not a caster curse. And he's I mean, the man has improved massively, like you're saying. We were super worried about him because it looked like he was going down the brutal path, you know, of like overhyped into has a good start, but then kind of falls off. And he was in the fall off part, but now this year in particular, I feel like he's really lived up to our expectations for him based on how well he played in Challengers. Going to hit that Q out of the bush, and Frog is already, again, not having fun.
He just got here.
Yeah, now he's half health, and Clear has ult.
Yeah, well, at least Clear doesn't have Flash. I mean, but you don't necessarily need Flash to dive the turret, so we'll see if any junglers come up here to try to make the situation either better for Frog or potentially even worse, because if Raptor finds some free time with the turret, that's probably going to be much worse, as Duro is rooted for about 18 seconds and might die here as he is, oh, very nice dash into Flash to the right. Man, he's got the moves today.
Yeah, Duro just looks really good on Rakan, to be honest. And he's just very well-versed on this pick. Raptor will go unpunished here on his grub takes. Gets two, actually gets the third one there. Fortunately for Sponge, is unable to come over and assist. I think the setup there for topside was Clear has ult. It's really tough for us to contest grubs. Same read for Raptor. They've made the mid play, but not able to turn that into a collapse onto the grubs fast enough. They get Duro's flash and push him away, but still BNK get the objective. And the Kennen still down Flash for a while, which is significant for what he can do in team fights, but if you just don't even fight, it doesn't necessarily matter. And now BNK have their eyes on this first dragon, the Infernal Drake here, winning on both sides of the map.
What did I just say, like 30 seconds
Yeah, now he's
ago?
got ult.
Yeah. Ivern is coming up here. Sponge is getting ready. And I think Frog's got a good idea that this is coming. They don't have any vision, but Ivern is hiding against the wall. And so I think he's going to try to help out in this one. They see Sponge. Do they care? It's only level 5 Ivern, to be honest. They might just kill Ivern. They're like, yeah, okay, cool. You saved your Gnar. We're just going to kill you instead.
Yeah, unfortunately for Sponge, was a little bit too far out there, and I think they expected this, and they knew that regardless of target, they'd be able to pick one off because they have the damage. I mean, it's just Sork Shoes and an Amp Tome here for Clear, but that's enough. And there's nothing, unfortunately, that an Ivern can do. Didn't have Daisy yet either. This is the previous play. Frog is at 1/3 health. And Clear just comes over. Sets up the stun. One more auto. Flashes. He's scared of the ramping damage and the minions attacking him. Might have not had to do that, but either way, just flashes to be safe. And then here, Sponge is the target. Unfortunately, in W range, gets rooted and taken out. Raptor gets out of turret aggro. No punish. 2 kills to the cannon early. And Teddy's like, man, you're going to make my team fights a lot harder later. As that's the one place where you feel like you're having an okay time so far in this game. The Xayah is doing all right in lane, but everything else is a little bit on fire.
Yeah.
Mid lane's okay. Slightly on fire, but mostly fine.
Like some smoke, you know, it's like billowing. You're like, is that on fire? I don't know. I can't really
Raptor's
tell.
going to go over with a fan soon and start fanning it. But, you know, so far it's been Yahoo doing a decent job of... He's behind, has a cull in his inventory. He'll be okay if nothing changes, but still not ideal.
Yeah. And at the end of the game, if DRX end up losing this one, they might just end up saying, bot lane didn't start the fire.
Yeah. It was always burning. Yeah.
It does feel like that sometimes, honestly. I mean, it's just the way it is. I think Teddy and Pleta have had a decent season, but, you know, a lot of changing parts on the top side. I said this at the top of the show. You know, Frog coming in and Yahoo returning, and they haven't necessarily had fantastic performances, so still trying to figure out what their permanent roster will be, and always changing parts will make things more difficult in terms of synergy and chemistry with the players and stuff. So we'll see how it develops.
Sponge, unfortunately, just not quite in range to set up for a root here. And that is going to be BNK getting the dragon. You know, it took them a while to take it. They weren't able to instantly grab it, like we were referencing earlier. Raptor hanging around topside, but now they grab it. And, you know, the cross map here is potentially in 30 seconds going to be grubs, but guess what? Duro's heading over. Cannon has ult again, has flashback clear. In just a few seconds he will. And it's going to be a tough fight to take there too, as Hannah is Zeri. See, I can do the play-by-play thing as well.
Yeah, there you go. That's what the play-by-play would say. We're like, here, let me take it from here. Henna, he's in. No. Zeri, okay. It's like Asante sometimes. Oh, they're diving him. Oh, he just, yeah, he ulted away under the turret, or away from the turret. It's just the way it goes sometimes. We have first item locket here for Raptor. I'm seeing this more often.
Yeah, you like to see that. You know, gonna help his Zeri in team fights. And Raptor's coming up here, clearing this vision. I think they want to fight with this cannon over the grubs. Frog's Gnar is now down, so is a third of his health bar. This is going to be a tricky one for DRX. Their jungler does not offer a whole lot of util except those brushes, which aren't going to stay in their control for very long with saplings coming through. Well, the great thing about Maokai and Ivern is you just toss saplings in there.
You can't fight this DRX. Go the other way. Okay, they're going to try to punish Closer here, but he is Corki. He'll just Valkyrie. And yeah, I mean, look at this. Clear's just hunting down Frog. The flash and the follow flash comes through from Clear. He's going to shut that down. Another solo kill for Clear. This guy is just kind of insane nowadays.
Hannah just ults to clear the wave, knowing that Pleta and Sponge were missing and there was a possibility he was going to get dove. He's able to clear the wave and then get out of there. Raptor cleans up the grubs, 6 grubs to B&K. They got the first dragon. They are getting everything, and it's all in the back of this cannon that's so far ahead. Part of it on his own, part of it due to Raptor's gank, but Clear is almost upset that he didn't get POG. It feels like he is really just pushing the issue in this one, as see Frog's almost standing out of his chair there for a second on the player cam. He is not really playing game 2 right now, and I don't know if he's going to be starting anytime soon, as everybody's camping the topside turret so he can just get more and more plates.
Now, Raptor was spotted coming in here. There was a ward actually right below him there, but it doesn't really matter, right? He's just able to back away. There's no punish that comes through from DRX seeing this, and it's just more plates that go into the hands of the cannon, who already has Leandri's finished.
Yeah, 6 grubs worth of extra damage really just allows him to secure those plates so quick. I'm going to go get Gnar. You guys focus over there.
I'm going to look for Gnar. Look at how he understands exactly the vision as well.
Yep, just flashes on him. Got him. Clear, man, in his blocking in Leandri's. In his recent weeks, man, he's really become quite the top laner. I love seeing as well, like the confidence he exudes that I feel like a lot of our Challengers players initially when they come to the LCK take some time to get, like Lucid as well as Henna is Zeri.
Yeah, Magnus Storm, he's got Cleanse and Flash. I think he's fine. And yep. Good play-by-play, Wolf.
Yeah, he got a little dash in there, you know?
Yeah, he dashes away, and yeah, that's the end of the fight. We do have a little bit of a trade as Teddy is trying to get some plates as they bully Henna out of the lane, but they just lost a full turret of plates in the top lane. And Closer's just winning the matchup naturally in the 1v1 against Yehu.
Yeah, despite the nerfs to Corki's health, still doing well there. Duro does have ult and flash. Should be respectful of this, but they have the numbers advantage until Raptor shows up. If they stick around too long, though, this could be a punish opportunity. Henna doesn't have flash, but does have his ult available, and they really want to try to hard force this.
Yeah, here comes the Henna ult. Says, okay, you're not hard forcing this.
I mean, look at Closer. He's taking the long wraparound. They may still set up for a fight here. He's going to back out. Don't have the angle they want. The Scuttle Crab too annoying to avoid, and obviously Yehu's calling missing Corki, so Mooney's just gonna come over here and say, well, I'm not missing anymore.
Yeah.
Still here.
And there's no items finished for the mid laners, but it's just over and over Closer's winning the trades. As the Corki in this matchup used to do pretty well. You know, sometimes we saw Tristana's winning. But now, especially after the Tristana buffs, it's like, well, or nerfs rather, it's like, well, Corki's just the supreme king of the mid lane unless you pick a straight counter. And they're going to take that mid turret as well.
I don't think that B&K should look to fight here. All they have to do is neutralize the pressure here, because top 1 lane, and with Grubs, wins turret. Mid wins lane, and with Grubs, takes turret. And then bottom side, you lose lane, but then it's neutralized by Raptor being here. And Duro having flash and his ultimate. So you don't want to force the fight, but you don't lose anything. Yehu may stop this back. Actually, Sponge who does, but I mean, this is a dragon going over. You got 2 turrets. The gold lead here is, you know, it's pretty significant. It's 3,400 right now, 3,300 give or take. 2 dragon lead, 6 grubs. It's Chemtech Soul, so there's that.
You know, you actually talked about this in the first series game too, where Gen G had immaculate vision control over T1, and there wasn't really anything that T1 could do to get into the river. The Chem Bloom? That's not what they're called. The big scryer plants, right? With the Chem
Mega Scryer, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, Mega Scryer. They just cut out so much vision. Like, even if you try to get some vision, or even if you hit it, it's like, well, we can't enter the river, we can't do anything. So even if they don't like the Drakes, maybe BNK Fearex will like the vision control they get.
Yeah. Yahoo is going to get, because he's Tristana here, and they've indexed into this bottom side, a bounty turret. Clear.
Oh no. Not Frog again going down. Yep, the Shuriken's going to hit him. Raptor was even there. Where's Duro? He's also there.
Yeah, he's there.
They didn't need anyone except Clear.
Nah, Clear's like, well, we just lost a turret because you guys. This is a bad macro play, but I'll take the kill. Thank you. Thank you guys for being there for me and for moral support, but maybe you guys should have defended bottom. But it's cool. It's another turret.
It's just hilarious to watch Duro just like swinging by with quickness up. Like, what's he even doing there?
Yeah. Yahoo?
Yeah, we got a little 1v1. Plato was coming over, but not gonna amount to too much.
With this Rakan skin, like, for just a split second in my brain, I was like, there's a Bel'Veth coming? Like, it just looks so weird.
Yeah.
But, yeah, he just gets soloed, and the Frogs are known to be preyed upon by, you know, some predators in bushes. Clear's one of them.
Duro, that Celestial opposition, really doing a lot of work for him there. He's actually going to get away. And that is one of the things that the Rakan does better than some of the other choices we were considering in the draft, like the Leona or the Alistair. He can get in, but he can also get out really well.
Yeah, I was going to mention this earlier, but I kind of forgot, lost train of thought, as Clear got another kill instead.
Yeah.
He went Shadow Flame second. He has it at 17 minutes.
Yeah.
He will just press R at the enemy team and win the fight.
Kind of in the middle of nowhere here, and Teddy, yeah, he just realized once again that is Zeri, in fact. That's happened like 4 times this game as well. It's like, oh, Henna, is he? Oh, he's Zeri.
Yeah,
totally fine.
Yahoo may try to punish this with Fleta.
It's pretty hard to with Raptor this tanky.
Yeah, if you have a Poppy, sometimes you can do something with that, but they don't really have. I mean, he had the crash down stun, but not able to follow up, as you say. We'll watch this moment again.
What does he say?
Well, what? He's like, he's dead already? Like, question mark things? I came for the demolish proc, yeah.
Yeah. Value.
That's a funny moment for sure. I think everybody's on the same page. That's one of those moments that transcends language, you know. The VN cast are probably also talking about it, you know. All right, Yahoo's out of here. This is going to be some aggressive vision control with some mega blooms and
mega scryers.
Yeah. Look at him scrying all the vision away.
Yeah, it just makes it even easier to clear all the vision.
And you know what else it makes it easier for with that oppressive vision is to have teleport wards for your cannon that has a Shadow Flame who could then get into the back line and test the theory of is Xayah good into cannon.
I don't want to test it again, Wolf.
I mean,
don't make me test it again.
Teddy is, I feel like, the one player. Teddy and Yahoo are trying to do things this game. You know, they've been relevant. They've been holding their own. Like, yes, Yahoo was losing lane, but he was able to side lane, grab a bounty turret. You know, he's been holding his own. He's been farming. He's going to get his second item fairly soon. Teddy is trying to all in into Henna, you know, forcing him back. Obviously, it's Zeri, so he keeps getting away, but, you know, he's got his second item now, so maybe there's a world where if Teddy pops off or there's the right angle or they have the right brush setup and the Gnar bar is perfect and the blooms don't take away all their vision and Kennen doesn't get a big 4-man ult and maybe it's not a Maokai route that stops him from playing the game, then maybe they could win the game, Valdez. I think there's potentially an angle. Teddy and Yahoo are trying. They both got their Kraken Slayers.
So you're saying there's a...
Yeah, they got their Fidget Spinners.
Yeah.
And it's a 2-item situation. 2 items only for the Corki, 2 items only for Zeri. Don't pay attention to that rat up in the top lane. No, he's up here, he's in the top lane. I'll have to watch him. He's just a little rat, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know if Cadril's still co-streaming, but, you know, like, maybe he's, maybe they'll get excited about it, but for me, I'm not promising. Look, there's no teleport wards to the left of the dragon. Okay, there's one in the raptor pit. and in the mid lane.
We refer to Kennen as a rat. Why don't we ever treat Gnar the same way? I guess because he goes into Mega Form. I figured it out. Yeah, so we have a Baron start here at 20 minutes.
Duro's on the flank.
Yeah.
Clears on the
the Mega Cone to get away, to get an even better angle. They're trying to get in here. We can't even really see the bar of the Baron health, and yeah, they're just going to look for the turn. I feel like they could have just taken the Baron, but instead they're just going to go super deep because guess what? It's BNK DRX, and they're just going to pull the trigger, and they're just going to run at their opponents as a massive ult comes in from the realm, but it just doesn't matter because we're just watching the rat looking and testing the theory. Oh no, Wolf, we tested it again, and the same result came out again.
I mean, Teddy, I would love to see the damage to, or the damage per champion in last team fight. Damage to champions graph pull up. Because Teddy played very well in terms of positioning. He was very far back, didn't get caught by the Rakan, wasn't caught by the cannon until the fight was kind of cleared up. He didn't use his teleport to get in there, he just walked over, so now he's going to teleport back to lane and get more farm because he wants his death cap as soon as possible. But, I mean, he might go Zhonya's, but death cap is the cool way to do it when you have 6 kills. I mean, Teddy here, he's like, I can't reach him. And I can't reach him. I'm running away. Oh, they see me. I'm out of here. Rakan comes in. How many autos does Teddy do in the fight? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, he's got his power. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He almost killed Raptor. Uh-oh, here comes the rat. Ulted it. Still stunned. Still dead.
Yep.
To be fair, that rat's big, but, I mean... It's not the answer.
It's a strong rat.
Yeah,
yep.
It's not just the cannon he's got to deal with.
Death cap on the way.
Yeah, he's got double rod.
Red Bull Baron power play.
And they're needlessly big, Valdez.
Why are they so big? Nobody knows the answer except Brian.
I've lost my mind.
Yeah. It's one of those games. I mean, this would be a perfect game, even in New Age perfect game. Maybe not with the plates, but the one turret went down. And that's it.
Thanks, Yahoo.
Yeah. There was, 6 grubs, Rift Heralds, all the dragons. Most of the turrets going the way of BNK DRX. And now we're ganking Frog again.
Or he is checking to see if
where's he going?
He's like, is there anyone in their base? Closer is not going to interact with him, but it is going to be Soul Point finally. This has been up for a while. But now BNK are going to take it after winning some fights, getting Baron, and they don't want to push their advantage too hard. They don't want to go too deep and get punished, so they will just take the last part of this, these waves, grab Dragon, and reset.
Oh, he's not even going Arm Guard. What is Clear going next?
Lich Bane, I guess? Or Cosmic Drive. Yeah, Cosmic Drive. Yeah, Cosmic Drive. Yeah. Lich Bane would be fun.
It's a really good item on Kennen, but also Stasis is also pretty good.
But when they can't hurt you and you hurt them,
yeah,
you really need to hide.
I guess not. He does have one mountain drake.
This rat doesn't have a mouse hole.
You know what he has? Is he has so many levels. And that was actually pointed out very well by the production, just the lead, but also the fact that he's level 16.
Yeah.
Just gives him so many stats. Like, he's actually so tanky.
I mean, the Ether Wisp alone is movement speed for him, too.
Yeah. So just avoid the damage and just kill the enemy.
Well, it's okay because DRX have exhaust. They'll slow. Oh, they don't have that.
Wait, I just realized.
Yeah, they
why don't they have exhaust?
Because Teddy wanted to all-in Henna in the lane with barrier.
Well, that's a problem.
He has his R button. He doesn't need exhaust.
That's the problem. I don't think the exhaust would have changed the way this game played out, but I think it is something you need into Kennen.
Kennen does a lot of damage to turrets when he has this much ability power.
Yeah, you know what would help that? Lich Bane.
You might buy it. I mean, it's still on the cards.
I mean, it's not bad. You get your combo off, you attack, and it does a nice chunk of damage. You're going to be attacking anyway. You got to land that, empowered auto and stuff like that.
The most stressful part of this for BNK is to see if they can finish the game without losing anybody.
Yeah. They're playing it very carefully.
Stacking the waves very well. It's actually clean play here from BNK. They're going to get all 3 inhibitors.
Super clean today. I mean, this is some of the cleanest league we've had all week.
Yeah.
This is, I mean, there's nothing that DRX can do. They're just suffocated. They don't get to play the game.
There's no way out. I mean, they're going to put some Ivern bushes up to delay it. That's it. That's the plan. That's the play.
I guess so. And Duro is very tanky. They found, well, Duro and Henna, who just splashed away from it. Pletta's dead. Duro might go down. Yes, he will. So a trade of supports, but you haven't dealt with the rat, and Frog's gonna ult into closer, as now we got an angle here for Yehu, who's trying to do damage, but it's just gonna be the Gnar to fall. The turrets are down already. The Gnar comes in, or rather the Kennen comes in, and it doesn't do anything. Might kill Teddy here. Yeah, that Shuriken just one-shot him through the shield, and that's gonna do it for game number 2 and for this series. B&K DRX with the clean 2-0.
2 very fast games, both sub 30. I think both like sub 27. Very, very quick games, very dominant. Second game so suffocating. First game, I think a little bit more of a bash over the head type of suffocation where they were just constantly setting up picks for the Lee Sin. But Clear had a fantastic series. Both games he looked really good. And in this game, he took over the game with help of Raptor. It was Raptor and Clear, and also Raptor and Closer, right? The Soul Laners and Raptor playing very well. And this area was just the absorption lane. And Raptor, he prevented that from being on fire as well. And great macro plays just in general. I feel like DRX, the game 1 draft was kind of a disaster. The game 2 draft was risky, but the one power point they had was the bottom side, and it was shut down. And there was just not much they could do as Frog really had a bit of a rough one. And B1, Gnar is not free. We've solved it. You know, I feel like it's been shown many times. But DRX, I mean, they had to lean on something.
They did. Unfortunately today, it didn't work out very well. Clear is definitely one of those guys. He's at least developing into one of those guys that will punish you. You remember that Renekton game where he just kind of ran at his opponents?
Yeah.
And did not care what they were doing. Like, it was so ridiculous because that's not the way Pro League is even played. But he will get leads in the individual 1v1, and he will use the gold very well to just play more aggressively and to get even farther ahead, which is exactly what he did in this game.
I know we've all had our champions that we dislike as individual members of the global team, like Shyvana, or Atlas doesn't like Jhin, you know, these types of things. Xayah might be mine right now, and I'm sorry if it annoyed anyone about how much I talked about it, but I think that it did have the one angle of winning bottom lane, but Raptor did such a good job of making sure that didn't happen, and they couldn't set up for dives, and it's Ivern, right, so they couldn't get anything done there. And I don't think this draft was as bad as the first one, even though there was a Xayah in it. But it's another loss in a streak of losses, and it's not the first time Teddy's played us. I think it was 0-2, if I'm not mistaken, on this.
They beat Bro.
Yeah, I mean, look, I just...
They stopped the streak.
I think that we need to look, I think DRX needs to look inwardly at some of the drafting that we saw today, because I think that there was some better choices that they didn't make, and this is the final fight. And Calm's here fairly clean.
Yeah, he's like, oh, I'm dead. Get Gnar, get Xayah.
As it back out, as we like kind of kite back and kill Gnar.
Xayah no ult.
And no flash. Calling for Xayah. Raptor punches him back. Nice.
He's like, why do I have 0 kills?
Yeah. What's up with me having 0 kills? Yeah, this was a unfortunate orange buff situation.
Yep. And this time just a natural one-on-one orange buff, you know? Didn't even need the jungler really. Like, Raptor came over and helped a little bit eventually, but...
If you guys don't know the orange buff meme, it's a 2021 meme where Camille kills Gnar a lot, and Twisted Fate, Camille kills Gnar a lot. We joke that the Gnar, if it's the first kill of the game, gives 400 gold. That's what the orange buff gives. Otherwise, 300 gold, and then subsequently less, depending on how many times you take it. This was one of those games where he just got the Kennen fed, and it was a great play towards the top side. Pretty straightforward, Valdez, this series.
Yep, very clean from the side of B&K. Only good things to come, I would say, for this team. As we are done here on the cast, let's go, throw it over to the space to break down this game number 2.
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast on the day, and thank you for educating me on the orange buff there, Wolf. Needed that one, as wasn't a lot in this game other than B&K dominating. Just dominating DRX here. 2-0, it's clean. Ox and Atlas here to break it all down for you. Go.
Yeah, I guess we have to do that, don't we? This was a very rough game. Let's bring up the draft. I want to dive into it just a little bit here. I'm not going to address the elephant in the room, although our draft has highlighted it. I want to just talk about how DRX went about this draft. They first picked Gnar. It's no number 1. Salvageable, but definitely a no-no. Pretty standard lock-in of the tree plus Corki, and then the counter tree to come in. Didn't mind the Tristana Ivern. Hated Xayah. I don't think that you're offering too much from the Ivern brushes. It's just not necessarily a thing. You're then going to pair that with some very hard engage when it's not really, it's like the only thing that they really had to really start anything off. And DRX just didn't have a composition that was all that good.
Yeah,
that wasn't even the worst part.
I have a big issue with teams banning Ezreal on blue side generally, especially when Teddy is such a good Ezreal player. But, you know, it's into BNK FearX. And we know Henna's not much of an Ezreal player. They've been banning Ezreal themselves on blue side. So, like, I was thinking, you know, when is the last time he actually played Ezreal?
Yeah, when is it?
We looked it up. It's been 527 days since he played Ezreal, which was a loss. His LCK total, not so hot on it. And this isn't trying to diss Henna at all. Not everyone can play every champion. Lean into your strength. That's what BNK FearX has been doing. But why are DRX banning Ezreal on blue side when Teddy can play it so well and Henna is never playing Ezreal? You're literally denying yourself a pick. And if they ban Ezreal, you could have got Ashe. You could have banned Kennen to the Narface pick. There's so many things you could have done. And I just don't understand. It's like it's such a small thing, but it's like, why? It just feels like, you know, did they even pay attention to Henna's champion pool? Like, did they pay attention to what BNK FearX has been drafting? Because they've been banning Ezreal on blue side, which is a sign they can't play it. Like, they could have had Ezreal for Teddy in this game. I mean, Ezreal vs Xayah, that's not even a competition in this current meta. Like, that would have been a win con. We've seen DRX's bot lane be so strong, and it just bothered me so much.
And, like, Leona is so good for Pleta as well. If they were able to get their hands on, like, that Wombo combo duo, would have been absolutely incredible. Like, you lock in Ezreal Leona in that first rotation, you feel really, really good. But yeah, no, absolutely mind-blowing. Made absolutely no sense at all. Like, maybe Closer has been popping off on Ezreal in, like, scrims or something. Like,
yeah, maybe the mid Ezreal play there. But
then they could just pick it themselves.
Yeah, right. There's no reason for this. There's no explaining it. It doesn't make any sense, and it's not very good. Let's get into the highlights because, honestly, the bottom lane didn't even matter.
And that's the whole reason.
Part of it.
That's the reason why we're spending so much time on draft, because, I mean, the highlights will speak for themselves here.
Look, you know, we've seen Kennen's win lane against Gnar. It's a good matchup if you can play it well. We've seen Gnar sometimes stabilize the matchup, but if you're getting tower dove by a solo Kennen before he has ultimate, something has gone horrifically wrong, and then your jungler comes to help you and just dies in your place. And then it's like, well, you know, you got out of the laning phase. We've dealt with that problem. Oh, no, never mind. Well, you can flash. Oh, you're still dead. Still dead.
Yeah.
There's more clips than this that we could have shown, but we decided to spare Frog.
Yeah, BNK didn't. They did not spare Frog at all. They were a French restaurant, I think, and yeah, it was.
You know what happens when a frog gets hit by lightning?
What happens?
The same as when everything else gets hit by lightning.
Nice, thank you.
I was waiting for like really cool, like, but yeah, no.
I was like, oh, we're gonna get educated on, I don't know, some European cuisine or a quote. No, it was just.
Or lightning.
With
I wanted to learn more about the lightning, but then we already.
Fair in time. Let's take a look at the next highlight. As this was the end of the game, basically.
Yeah, and we obviously heard Wolf talk a lot about Xayah and Kennen, and we got it on display. You know, if you were interested in a little science lesson about what happens when birds get hit by lightning.
In fact, we've got a lot of things getting hit by lightning here as well. It is not necessarily just prehistoric yordles and birds. It is almost everyone. Yeah, trees as well. You can see even if the yordles aren't prehistoric, they still just get electrocuted, and it's over.
Yep. You know, went up, still got stunned, barrier died. Yeah. Don't think there's anything else to add to that, really.
No, we could let everyone know that electrocuted doesn't need to be followed up with and died, because electrocuted actually means death by electricity. So
that is a neat fact.
You don't even need to say died, because if they got electrocuted, they're just dead.
What happens if you get zapped but you don't die then?
Then you're electric shock.
Oh, okay.
Shocked. All right, look at that. Learning lessons with Wolf and Atlas.
Wow. There you go.
Thanks, guys. Let's see who
needed something on this desk.
Yeah. Definitely after that one. POG for this game is clear. Yes, it's the Kennen.
It is clear, indeed. Who got it?
Hit him with the 703.
What a surprise. You know, I definitely didn't expect this.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Clear's been on such a tear on BNK FearX's hot streak. And I feel like the confidence they have just to give him these solid matchups and just take over games, it's so good to see from this player because I feel like he is the sort, as you'll see from the tower dive, who really pushes his advantages. It's not enough to have a bit of a CS lead, maybe take some plates. He's like, I'm going to kill my lane opponent. He's going to electrocute them.
He is. He is absolutely going to electrocute them, mainly when he plays Kennen. That's 12 out of 12, and that is the most obvious 12 out of 12 that we've had for a very long time. I'm really glad that media and VNcast were all awake, paying attention to the game, because there was honestly no other choice, and we all know it. So, yeah. Congratulations to Clear.
All right, well, time to send it on over to the interview translations right now with Jason. Jason, take it away.
2024 LCK Summer Split 플레이오프를 꿈꾸는
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview translation, and we are here joined by Raptor and Clear on the side of BNK DRX, who just got a successful 2-0 victory up against DRX. Congratulations on the win, guys. Raptor, you successfully avenged your round 1 defeat against DRX. The total game time for both games combined was 47 minutes and 46 seconds, not even an hour. How do we feel about the dominant win today? I'm very satisfied with the fact that we managed to get a very clean win, and I think today was a little bit of a checkup for our final form of the season, and I'm pretty content. Yeah, because we lost a match last week, I was a little bit worried about our momentum, but I think we successfully bounced back. Heading into round 2, you guys actually picked up 4 match wins out of 5 in round 2. What do you think is the secret behind your team's improvement? I've always thought that our team had a big potential. I think we finally started to bloom. Raptor, in the first game, you picked Lee Sin for the first time and showed an excellent performance, earning the POG. You and Closer formed a strong 1-2 punch combo. Are you happy with your mid-jungle duo synergy? Today, Closer did a fantastic work, so that also helped me play better as well. Now let's watch the double kill play happen around the mid lane. So you're pretty confident about the 1v1 into Shyvana, I guess? Yeah, I already had my item completed, and as long as I can land my Q, I didn't see any bad angle. Well, at that moment, I was not able to look at what was happening on the mid lane, but I could tell that looking at all the kill logs, my team were winning, so I was really, really happy. And I want to know your thoughts about Shyvana. Everyone is talking about it right now. So if Shyvana is being picked in the perfect kind of situation and surroundings, it's a nice pick. But it's just hard to have the situation in your hand, you know? Like, you have to draft around Shyvana, which is not easy to execute, to be honest. Clear. Her performance has been outstanding recently. It feels like you have leveled up so much. How would you like to rate your current performance? I can say it's okay, but I still have a long way to go. I mean, his performance is stellar, but I believe in him that he can even do better. Well, the game 2, it was all about the Kennen from start to finish, so here's a reel of your solo bolo on the top lane. Would you like to break it down for us? I think I was able to build for that first solo kill by trading in the laning phase, so it was a great start, and then after that I was able to keep getting more kills, but I think the most important kill was the first initial kill. Raptor, as a jungler, Clear's performance must have been very, very reliable, right? Yeah, because he just kept on picking up solo kills after solo kills, so it was a very comfortable game for us as a jungler. So I thank you. So BNK FearX added a valuable win towards the playoffs, and next week we'll be up against D+ Kia and Kwangdong Freaks. What are your expectations? Both are looking really strong, so I think we're just gonna find out on the match day. I think the remaining schedule is a little bit tough, but in order to make it to the playoffs and even go further, I think we have to kind of overcome this. So I want to give it our all in order to keep improving. Lastly, anything would you like to say to the fans? I really appreciate all the support coming from my fans, and we will keep up the good work. I was really grateful for the fact that all of our fans were supporting us throughout the hard times as well. So thank you so much, and your support today was also very, very supportive. Thank you. And this will be the end of the POG interview, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jisun. Yes, it was very supportive. And now BNK FearX are solidly in that playoff spot. Still not done yet, but really, really nice streak there for them.
Yep, the fact that they have a 2-series win lead over Kwangdong Freaks, they're the only one I think is within sort of reaching distance of them right now. Like mathematically, yes, sure, Nongshim could still make it, but in terms of like actually being close enough, Kwangdong Freaks, and they're on a 5-loss streak. So I think BNK FearX with this series win really solidifying that spot for themselves.
And the main thing that we have to focus on is saying goodbye to Bro. Unfortunately, they are out of the playoffs race, but fortunately, they have now been unlocked. No more are they hindered by the race to the playoffs. They now have nothing that is holding them back, and they can just destroy the hopes and dreams of others.
We're not Madge Poro anymore. We're Sag Poro. I wore the green to support the boys today and the bros. It did not work out, but I did see in the chat the bros were thinking positively, scaling for 2025 Giga Chads. Boom. Yeah,
so
and we start tomorrow against KT. A great test.
Oh, that's the banger. As soon as they're down and out, they hit the actual coin flip. Like, oh my god, it's beautiful.
Yeah, KT's got to come back to equilibrium.
KT has actually zero chance of winning that series.
God.
Like, quote me on it. Like, there is no chance they win that series. I predicted them. There is no chance they're winning that series.
That's right. Well, we'll see how it all goes. Prepping for 2025 starts right now. Get excited, bro fans, because we're playing tomorrow. It'll be Sunday's match as we close out the week tomorrow with that action. It's been a great Saturday showdown. Thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you guys tomorrow to close out the week.